Um,
Welcome everyone to our D9 Situation Room Election 2024. It is an exciting day. Some of you have been here early. You've been chatting already. You're letting us know that what is this? Someone went to vote this morning. We're told they had already voted. All right, the hotline, call the hotline 866 our vote. They're praying that they took it to the media. Okay, we hope it's an honest mistake. But this is why we're here today. Make sure you are out there letting everybody know about the D9 Situation Room. I'm going to be joined by the other members of the Divine Nine today as we work together for our last push for GOTV. One of my fellow presidents that I get to serve with is here early and ready. We have a
Yeah.
schedule of all sorts of surprises today coming on. But first, let me introduce myself. My name is Dr. Stacy N.C. Grant, and I have the privilege of being the international president and CEO of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. And I'm also the vice chairwoman of the D9 Council of Presidents. So, on behalf of Chairman Chris Ray JD, we welcome you and all of our presidents. We're doing our roll call for each and every one that is going to be joining us today. But right now, I have the Grand Basilisk of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, the one and only Grand Basilisk Ricky Lewis. Brother Ricky.
Hey, hey, Madam President, how are you?
I am great and grateful for another day. And
Yes, ma'am.
as we do anything, you and I and the members of this particular Council of Presidents, we go to the Lord in prayer. And we're
Yes, ma'am.
unapologetic about it
Yes, ma'am.
because we understand without God, we can do nothing. So I'm
Nothing
going
at
to
all.
start out with a prayer. How about a
Let's
prayer?
go.
And then
Let's
we're
go.
going to go into it today. So, Lord, we just come to say thank you. Thank you for being God all by yourself. Thank you, Lord. You are called by many names. And in my tradition, Lord, I call you my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And I thank you for this opportunity for us to wake up one more time in our right mind with use of our limbs and our bodies and the ability to honor the lives of our ancestors who went before us on this election day, for us to do our civic duty, to be engaged in the way in which we make sure our communities are governed free and equitably, that everyone has access to this American dream, this democracy that we are fighting for. So we know when we put you first, all things shall be added. And we're not here to entertain divisive conversation or destructive behavior, but we're here as your children to be the salt of the earth and lights in a very troubled time. So as we go through today, bless today. Various opinions, we're nonpartisan. We're not here to do anything but educate and mobilize the masses to do our civic duty and vote. So let this be a blessed interaction. Let it spark some new conversation and an opportunity for us to create history in this country. So all these things we ask in your name, and bless every president that I have the honor to serve with, that we lead our organizations over 100 years old, that we are doing this work honoring the vision of our founders. So bless and protect and direct. Let us not be nervous or anxious, but to walk in the authority that you've given us. For Christ's sake, I pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
All
Hey,
right.
if you're worried, don't pray. And if you pray, don't worry.
You can't do both. You got
You
to
can't
choose
do
one.
both. They don't coexist in the same place. No, no, no. How you been? Madam President, how you been? I think I've lost you. You still with me?
I got so excited, my brother.
You back with me now?
Look, I got too excited, and I want to make sure that I say hello to everyone tuning in. Hey, Sherelle, how you doing? Shannon, you casted your final vote early. I love it. Who
Yeah.
else is here? Pascaline, thank you for making sure you voted. And the amen. All right. Well, we are here and together, and we're making sure that we're getting out the vote efforts. My dear brother, Grand Basilisk Ricky Lewis, this has been
Yes, ma'am.
long season in a short period of time. What
Yes,
does that
ma'am.
mean? I mean, a lot kicked off just in the summer. So we're going
Yeah.
from July until November to see the uptick in the change
That's
of
right.
what this race is. And we're committed to the get out the vote efforts that we've been doing. How does it feel to be here at Election Day?
It feels great. Let me just take a moment, Madam President, and say good morning to you from the blue state of California. and the state that has 54 electoral votes, and I can almost assure you where they're going to go tonight. We certainly thank you for your leadership, Madam Vice President of the Council, and we certainly thank President Ray for his leadership. You know, all of us, we've done the work. We've been grinding. Our members been grinding. Our collegiates been grinding. We've been working hard. We've been flying on these planes across country. But we're doing this because we see Madam Vice President out there working hard, and at least we can do our part as well. So I commend you for your leadership and thank you for your leadership.
Well, thank you, my brother. It's an honor to serve with you. And we do this together. Hashtag D9 Stronger Together.
That's right. That's right. That's right. That's right. And we're really excited about what is happening. I've been getting phone calls all morning. Members of the D9 has been at polls, poll watching, voting, mobilizing, taking people to the polls. So we feel really excited about what's been happening over the last 2 or 3 months.
And this is really the culmination of what we always do, right?
That's
so
right. That's right.
The public and the press, you know, they're on CNN, they're on MSNBC, they're talking about all these things that are going on. But the truth is, D9, we have been here doing this off election year, making sure that we're educating our communities on what's important, what's on the ballot, and making sure that we're not making decisions just based off of hearsay, but based off of factual information that impact the lives of those that we serve. So what have you been hearing from the brothers? You know, there's been a lot of attention, especially with Black men being engaged in this electorate. What say you, my fellow president?
Yeah, Madam President, we haven't been hearing much of that as we've traveled through these communities. Of course, we're trusted messengers, right? We can go places a lot of folks can't go, and a lot of folks don't want to go. And the brothers we've been talking to is going to get to the polls. Are there concerns? Absolutely. Do they have a lot of questions? Absolutely. But ultimately, these Black men are going to get to the polls. They get to the polls, one, because they're concerned about our country. Two, because they've been motivated and inspired by family members to go to the polls as well. We feel real good that Madam Vice President is going to get 90, 95% of the Black male vote. That thought about Black men not voting, I'm not sure who started that rumor, but that's a bad rumor. And the polls are going to show differently today.
And you know, it's interesting that you say that because with our nonpartisan hats as presidents, we can't tell people who to vote for. Of course, we have our personal opinions as our individual selves, and we govern organizations that have differing thoughts and ideas around politics. But here's where we can agree that this country has always had a difference of opinion when it comes to politics, but we've always respected the democracy. And we have always been encouraging of how we behave and govern ourselves in the kind of discourse that we have around elections. I'm a little concerned as to the example that we're setting for our young people, where we talk bad about individuals in a way that you call people out their name, that you degrade and demean. That really has no place in the American democracy. So I'm glad that you said, I don't know about all of what we've been hearing in the media and the truth about what we are going to see in the results today will really speak to the heart of who we are as a country, that we can have civil debate, but we can think about what's truly important for our children. So we're both parents, right, brother?
That's right. That's right.
What kind of world are we going to have for our children's children if we don't step up and get involved?
You're absolutely right. We need to stay civil, number one. I think you're absolutely right. Good discourse is good. We're not a monolith. I mean, even in our own organizations, we're not monoliths, right? We have people in our organizations on both sides of the fence. And that's fine. That's healthy. But to your point, Madam Vice President, we don't need to be cursing folks out, calling people out of their names and all that. If you agree on one way, I agree on another way, that's fine. We have some healthy dialogue. And I think that's the point we need to get to our young folks, because they can see the grown people are being civil, then they'll be civil in terms of making sure they do the right thing for our country.
Absolutely. And I'm going to bring into the conversation another proud man of the Divine Nine, representing Dr. Sean Housen from Iota Phi Theta today. Walter Fields, welcome, Frater Walter Fields. Great to see you here. And as we're talking with Grand Basileus Lewis about, you know, what we're seeing and just going back to I think the myth about what Black men will be doing. We know how to support one another and talk about what's real. But I'll let you share with everyone. What are you seeing out there? And stand by, everyone, because we're going to have folks on the ground They're going to be joining us live from actual polling sites. They're out there doing their last effort with GOTV. So this is going to be a fun and exciting afternoon. Share this broadcast. Share the number 866-OUR-VOTE. If anyone is having any difficulties while they're out voting, please share the information. We have our organizations that are giving rides to our seniors to get them to the polls. So Lyft has partnered with many of us to make sure that we get individuals out. So work is not done. We are just getting started. So over to you, Walter. What are you seeing and what do you want to share?
Well, good morning, Madam President, Dr. Grant and Frater Lewis. Always a pleasure to see you.
Yes, sir.
You know, I got up this morning and went to the polling place and stood online with one of the finer women from Zeta Phi Beta sorority. And we were just ecstatic because of the number of Divine Nine members we saw in line. It was something to see. You know, folks in their colors, in their letters, proudly going in to vote. And, you know, I'm from the state of Maryland. So we have our Governor Wes Moore, a proud alpha man. We getting ready to make some history in Maryland today by putting a Black woman in the United States Senate. So this is a good day. And I think what I'm really impressed by is just the collegiality and the support we have shown each other as Divine Nine organizations. I always go back to my members and I say, you know, it's a wonderful thing when you can look at folks in other organizations and know you're all on the same page. And we saw that in Chicago at the convention. We've seen it for the last year. I have the pleasure of wearing 2 hats for IOTA, really 3 hats: Director of Communications, Director of Social Action, and Chairman of our Political Action Committee. So I've been out there, and I will tell you, in terms of Black men, I have to agree with Frater Lewis. Look, I think there's a misunderstanding of who we are as a Black community. We've never been monolithic. We've always had representation from every political party across the political spectrum. But I think we've also exercised common sense. And I think that there is an awareness in this election cycle of what's at stake. And so when I went to the polls today, you know, I remembered my grandmother, North Carolina. In fact, a graduate of Barbara Scotia College, where Frater Ray is the president.
Yes.
And I sent Frater Ray a picture of my grandmother on that campus from the early 1900s. And so I have her poll tax receipt from the state of North Carolina. And so for me, it's personal. Like, I know what I needed to do today. I have a 26-year-old daughter who's a member of Delta Sigma Theta, finishing law school in Pittsburgh. She is working the polls today. So the Divine Nine is in effect today. And I think all of our members should be extremely proud. We should be proud of our presidential leadership that has been out front throughout this entire process. And while the country may just be discovering who we are, we always knew who we are. And so this is a day of celebration. And you're right, Frater Lewis, you got to choose one. You got to choose one. And so we're choosing to walk through this day with confidence and claiming the victory already. So I'm really overjoyed by today. And I think it's going to be a good day, not just for the Divine Nine, but for America.
Absolutely. And we represent, as you said, the entire country. When we think about the magnitude of our institutions, we always start with the Black church as being one of the foundational and core collaborations throughout the diaspora of what we do as a people. And right behind that is the Divine Nine, with the millions of members that we have. And yes, we are clear that we are not a monolith, but we also know that our voices are important and they matter. And I'm just so glad, because I spoke to someone yesterday who was so proud of the fact that they turned one voter, one person who said that they were not going to vote because they were just sick of everything that they were seeing in the media. They were tired of all the anxiety they were going through. And they actually, after one conversation, decided, you know what, I am going to vote. Because in that moment, they understood it was bigger than them and that every vote matters. These elections are so close, especially the down ballot. So let's talk about the down ballot. We have some more guests that'll be joining us soon, but we have the presidential election. but there are also the down ballot elections in the House. Like, we cannot let that go. And you're talking about Maryland. You know, I'm broadcasting real close to Maryland today, and we want to ensure that everybody is voting on the down ballot. Know what's on the ballot. Some of you have propositions on your ballot that if you go in there saying, okay, I'm just ready to vote for the president, but you haven't done your research and you don't know what else is on the ballot in your state, that's a problem, because those propositions can be either voted up or voted down based on the knowledge of the electorate. So this is important work. Let's talk about the down ballot for a minute. I'm going back to you, Walter, because you have a critical race that's happening in Maryland. Why is it so important?
Well, look, in Maryland, we have County Executive Angela Also Brooks on the ballot, poised to become the first Black woman senator from the state of Maryland. And so what I always advise people during election cycles is take your sample ballot with you. Like, know what you are getting ready to vote on. And so those races for House, for Senate, look, the control of the House of Representatives is on the line. We could have the first Black speaker of the House of Representatives, Brother Hakeem Jeffries, a proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi from New York, right?
New York, my saying.
In Delaware, you know, you've got Lisa Blunt, Rochester. Like, we have an opportunity to do something today that is incredible. And then you have to go further down the ballot. So in Maryland, we have school board races. I served on the Prince George's County Board of Education. Folks don't realize that's where most of your local taxes are going, your public school system. So you need to vote for a school board. You need to vote for all of the lower level offices, state legislative offices, county legislative offices. The thing that we have to impress upon people is that we're not just electing a candidate, we're electing a system of governance. And so, you know, depending upon how this thing shakes, we will have the opportunity to move public policy in a way if we have the right actors in place who are supportive of what we're trying to do, or who we can convince to be supportive of what we try to do. So, and we have to understand that many of our members are elected officials, right? So we have the advantage of having a membership of public servants. So we need to vote up and down that ballot. And we also need to make sure that not only do we vote, don't go to the ballot by yourself today. Like, bring some folk with you. Call your family members up, call your sorors, your fraternity brothers up. Like, we got to make this a real party at the polls today so that we can get the results that we would like to see at the end of the evening.
And that's critically important to understand all of these races. And I'm glad that you shared just what the significance is around representation. Let's be frank, this country has shifted and changed in what we look like. And if we are going to represent all of those who have similar experiences, then they have to be represented in the elected positions. Grand Bachelor Lewis, what say you?
Yeah, I tell you, Freda Fields is right. When I voted yesterday, right, and I'm looking at propositions, Proposition HH, Proposition DD, Proposition EE, and they all talk about bonds and 2-cent tax for schools and 2-cent tax for parks and recreation. I'm saying to myself, if I hadn't read these things, I would have never voted for them. And these things are impacting our children, impacting our community, impacting the streets that we pave, the airports. So it's important, as Freda Fields said, and you said, Madam President, we got to vote down the ballot. We got to take our time. I love that idea Freda Fields said, take your sample ballot with you. Take it with you so you can be in the polls. So voting down the ballot is critical. We've been telling our membership, everybody we've talked to, vote down the ballot. Take your time, be in the polls, and vote down the ballot.
Absolutely. Well, we have someone else joining us as well in the conversation. I know you all might have to jump off at any time. Let me know, because this is the Situation Room. We haven't had a D9 Situation Room, and it's a situation. We are excited today to continue the conversation. Keep your spirits up. Don't let anybody bring you any bad news. Today, we are standing 10 toes down on business to make sure that we get out the vote and we do this work. So we have joining us another member of the D9, Gemma Lowry from Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated. We appreciate you being here, my sister. You all are representing for Grand Bacheloress Marika Harris, another one of our members of the Council of Presidents, and you're on the ground. You are doing the work. Tell us what you're seeing. And then everyone who's in the audience, thank you for being here. Robin and Leisha and Antoinette, Norma, I'm going to shout out as many of you as I can. If you want to come live, if you're on the ground, let us know. We're going to tell you how you can join in and tell us what you're seeing. Remember, if anything looks suspicious, 866 our vote. That's the number to call so that you can get assistance right away, because our votes will not be discarded and our voices will not be silenced. So Gemma, tell us what you're seeing, my sister, and welcome to the D9 situation.
Thank you so much for having me. Just making sure my mic is working, because you know we're in this technological age. So thank you so much for having me. I am so appreciative of this opportunity. I feel like the marathon that we've been running, some of y'all know we've been in the trenches for a really long time. We are at the sprint phase. We are at the point where put it all out there. So we have sorors that are on the ground driving people to the polls. We have people working the voter registration lines, people that are, you know, connecting with problems on site. So they're at locations helping folks out. And really, it's just phone banking, getting the word out, doing absolutely everything we can do to let people understand that you matter. I don't care if they're talking about only 7 swing states or what matter. That's based on the logic that they're using. We're of the logic that every single voice matters. I heard earlier the brother was saying about the down ballot. Look, when she wins, we still got to give her the tools she needs to get the job done. And that means the House and the Senate and all of these states that want to get us to a place where we are not living with going backwards, we're moving forwards. So that's what we're doing. We're out there. We've done the candidate forums. We've done the education. We've done the Project 2025, learn what's, you know, potentially coming our way. We've done all of that. But today's game time. Today's the get out there. It is a long day. I'm also reminding people to make sure that you hydrate, that you eat, that you take a couple minutes for yourself, because you don't want to lose your mind amongst all the craziness. So you got to stay grounded. But at the end of the day, I claimed this a long time ago. I'm going to keep on claiming it. Like, we got this. All we need is the world to catch up with what we already know.
I love it. I love it. I need my sound effects so I can... But I will do it myself. It's just wonderful to see the collective work and energy. Everyone's in the chat. They're shouting out all their organizations. Drop your organization. If you're watching this live on YouTube, share it out. Share it out to your chapter pages. Share it out to your organizations. Everybody's going to be represented today. If you're watching it on Facebook, share it out so that we can get the word out to everyone. This is the ground game, right? We are here now. What you said, we've been doing voter symposiums, we've been doing forums, we've been educating everyone on what's on the ballot. We have been out there making sure we've been mobilizing our efforts. But today is the day. If you did not vote early, this is the day. There is no other day. We don't want to wake up tomorrow morning and you say, oh, I wish I should have, I could have. No, this is where we are. Today is the day. And the race is not given to the swift, but to those who what? Endure. You got to endure. That's my version, not the King Jimmy version. So make sure that you are doing the work. Anything that you're hearing on the ground from any of your members?
You know what? What I'm hearing is the lines. I'm in Delaware. This is usually very solidly blue, although we don't take anything for granted. I've been a Delawarean since I was 2. I've been here a lot of years. I've never, ever, ever seen early voting numbers. And I talked to some of the inspectors and some of the folks at the locations. They've never, ever in the history of them doing this, seen numbers like this. In my mind, he has a limited appeal. So when you see numbers that are the biggest we've ever seen, to me, that's new voters, that's interested voters, that's not listening to the polls, that's getting out there and saying, even in a state where normally we think we're safe and we don't have to be bothered, everybody is bothered because they're so annoyed. They're exhausted, they're annoyed, they're tired of being talked to and treated like any kind of way for this election cycle, and they want their voices to be heard no matter where they are. And I think that's an amazing thing. My push is after she wins, we need to keep this enthusiasm and get folks on local and state boards of elections, school boards, all the things that really let us then move this energy forward. What can't happen tomorrow is it can't just drop away. Now that we know better, you got to do better.
Absolutely. I think that's important, staying engaged in the process. We don't teach civics enough across this country, right? We have so many young people who just don't understand what's at stake. And this is not the time to battle about the Electoral College. It is what it is. If we want to change it, we have to put the right people in position so that we can have that conversation. So don't go pontificating on the plight of the Electoral College. Vote. We still need to vote. And when we vote, we can change everything else when we put the people in office that matter. So I hear some people saying that they only had 3 minutes online. Some said they voted with their girls and their moms. One of your sorors, she's out there doing the work in Cincinnati, Ohio. Someone else said voted early last Tuesday, and power just went out in Smyrna. The devil is a lie. Restore the power, Lord. 866 vote. Lord have mercy. The power is going out. See, this is why we're doing this D9.
Restore the power. That's right.
Restore the power. Now we're not playing these games, not at all.
No, and that's good because I'm working the voter hotline today, and I hadn't heard that yet. So when I get off this call, I'm gonna be on the phone.
That's
okay,
right.
and that's the other part too, right? We're making sure that our members who are attorneys, our members who are at the poll sites, that they're jumping on situation after situation. Now, I heard that in Pennsylvania, I don't know if it was the district attorney, but someone almost cussed on the mic.
Oh, yeah.
Try. I said, oh, I was clutching my pearls. I said, did he almost cuss?
I think
the height of this is about, right, Walter?
Oh, look, I think what it's about is folks are fed up. Like, you know, we went through 4 years of craziness leading up to this election. And I think people have reached their limits, right? And so in places where they know they are likely to come under attack or litigation, like Pennsylvania, where my daughter is, they are ready this time around. And so I think that's a good sign that even though there are threats against polling places around the country, these states, even in Georgia, the Republican who is in charge of elections in Georgia made it clear that they're going to run a clean election and votes will be protected. So I think there is a sense of exhaustion over what we have seen transpire in our country. And I think we need to appreciate this moment. You know, one of the things I thought about last night, one of the gifts I've bequeathed my daughter is my Shirley Chisholm for President button from 1972. Right.
Yeah.
And so I remember, I'm old enough to remember that and thinking that, wow, one day there might be a Black president. And so 2008, on the eve of that election, I was in North Carolina as a journalist covering Barack Obama's like pre-election day event. And the next day we had wonderful news. And so we have to appreciate that in a relatively short period of time, we have made incredible progress politically. And I think, you know, what you just said, Madam President, like, yeah, we know there are problems with the system. Today ain't the day to have that discussion, right?
Not at all.
Today is the day to go in there and cast your vote so we can have those discussions with the right arrangement in Congress that we can get the results. Sometimes we over-intellectualize this stuff. And today it's real easy. Vote.
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 Period.
Right?
With a T.
That's it. Like,
Vote.
Talk to me about the Electoral College tomorrow. Like,
exactly.
Like today, simple. Vote. Right?
And I don't mean to cut you off, but when you say that, I'm concerned about the alternate realities that some people are living in. The truth is still the truth, right? Facts are still facts. I don't know what kind of water some of us are drinking in understanding truth. Today is not the day to get caught up in the noise, but to stay focused on what people died. Let me say that again, died so that we could have the right to vote, to exercise our civic right and duty.
That's right.
So for anyone who's a part of the diaspora, if you're a person of color, you need to understand how serious this is. You must vote. For women, how can you sit out and not vote? I don't even understand it. We're still talking about equal pay, thank God we can vote. And then you talking about, oh, it's just too much. What?
It's crazy.
And then let me get cultural for you, for all of my West Indians, because I'm a proud Jamaican. And you come to this country and you become a citizen, you don't have the right to say, me can't bother them things yet too crazy. What? You are a citizen. You have to vote. All of the rights and privileges that you get to experience are because we live in a democracy. And if we don't protect the democracy, then nobody has any rights or privileges. Okay, I need water. Y'all said drink water.
Hey, Madam President, that part, as the young people would say, that part.
Yes.
I mean, bro, I don't get it. How can we opt out of voting? I'm fussing with people in my family. Some folks probably won't be talking to me because the truth is the truth anyhow.
That's right.
I cannot have conversations with individuals who talk about you're not voting.
The truth.
Well, you know what? I think they've confused, and this is the problem. This is the problem with an instant generation, with where people are getting rich off of performance television. They forget this isn't a video game where when you die, you get another life.
Right.
They've missed it. They don't understand. This is your one time to show up and be a part of this, because by the time you wake up and realize you got played, as they would say, it's too late. And how much consequential damage have you done at that point?
That's right.
You may not have intended it, but the damage is done. And to give up, I mean, you guys are in a place where they're too young to understand. Our generation has never been afforded a right that is then removed from us in our lifetime.
That's right.
This is insane. And we're watching the consequences. I tell folks all the time, because especially I'm the mom of 3 boys. So we talk sports all the time.
Yes.
I'm going to need to understand, number one, why the backup QB is being blamed when they weren't the one in charge. Because I'm tired of hearing about, well, what hasn't she done in 4 years? She wasn't in charge. But I'm also really, really tired of y'all saying you're going to ride the team that you know can't get you there because they happen to have a lot of drama going on and you think it's entertaining. That's not where you go. If you want to get to the Super Bowl, you back the team that's going to get you there. So that this is the thing that I think the kids are missing, is they don't actually believe in the consequences because they've never lived them. This generation hasn't lived any of that.
Wow.
They're very entitled. They think about it and they get it. Everything is instantaneous. And this is new to them. They don't understand what it is. A great many of them. The ones who do are in smaller number. But you know what? We're here to make sure that in spite of yourself, we're going to make sure we get you there. And then we're going to educate you later as we smack you in the head and wonder what you were doing. That's mom talk. That's mom talk right there, because this is not the time for you to play games, or this isn't what I want for you when you mature enough to realize that you were part of this disaster. Exactly. I don't want that for you. I don't want that for you.
You better preach. I'm about to throw my phone. That is what I'm talking about. Like, this is the reality. There was a certain election where the very next day, everybody wanted to come together and they wanted to go ahead and march. Why didn't you march to the polls in the first place? Okay.
Yes.
That's why, as much as our history is important, our future is also important. Yes. Like we need to go to the polls today and know that we are voting for our children, and that we are voting for children yet to be born. And so I appreciate the past. My great-great-grandfather was a Civil War veteran, North Carolina slave who fought in the Union Army. I have his Civil War certificate on my wall. And so I vote not just for him, I vote for my daughter. I vote for other Black children. And so we have to be responsible. And yes, we do have a generation of young people who don't quite get it because they never experienced some of the horrors that many of us have either witnessed or really had firsthand knowledge. I'm old enough to remember going to North Carolina when segregation had just ended. And so you could still see vestiges of it in that state. And so I think we have to make sure that, and we have to do it in love, right? We can't do it in a way that ridicules young people. We can't do it in a way that sort of maligns them. We have to really do it in a way. And that's why it's great that we all have younger members in our organizations, right? So if you go on our college campuses, our members know what the deal is. right? So the question is, how do we bring that knowledge to the greater community? The one thing that I think that this cycle really teaches me is that we've got to be in those streets. We've got to make sure that folks who don't wear our colors and don't wear our letters benefit from our history and benefit from what we know, because a rising tide, and that's where we have to be at this moment in time.
Absolutely. And I'm going to bring somebody else into the conversation as well. And I'm a boy mom too, and they played sports as well. So I do a lot of sports analogy. I kind of change into a different person when my sons are playing, because I'm all in for my kids. And you had to see the win in your head before you started the game, or the game's lost. Right. So we have to see the W right now. I don't need people around me doubting, nervous, and crazy. Grandmasters Lewis, you know what I'm talking about.
Hey, you got to invite me to a game, because I want to see you.
Well, they don't play anymore, but one was embarrassed, one was excited. I'll let you figure out how I played on the field. But I would get in their heads. I would get behind the other team and say, "I can feel your heartbeat. You scared." Like, I used to do things like that. I confess, I tell on myself. But it was about getting them hyped and excited about what they were approaching. And we are excited about our D9 Situation Room because we've been doing the work. We've been sacrificing a lot of time away from our families, some of us away from our places of employment, multitasking with our places of employment to make sure that we're doing this work, getting out the vote, united as the Divine Nine. We all have different shields, colors, but the same end. We just chose different means to the same end in doing that work. So I'm going to bring into the conversation a final woman of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, someone who does this work every day on the Capitol, who's on the ground out there in a battleground state. And welcome, Sora Rashida Tlaib. How are you?
Good. How are you all, Soros? I'm so excited to be here. I just came back from taking my mother to the polls, and I love it because, I put her on video and I said, "Mom, you got to tell everybody why you voted." She goes, "Because they have no right to erase us." And so she knows that, to make our communities more invisible, to make what we care about more visible, is part of that is exercising your right to vote and making us, again, a lot more visible at all levels of government. So I'm really excited. And Michigan, as you know, is a swing state. And we have, for the first time in history, for everyone to know, Michigan had early voting. So we had a lot of folks already voted. And on many of my communities, we're at 70% return for absentee votes. We had over probably 16,000 people alone in my district, brand new registered voters. So people are excited. They're thrilled. And of course, it's all over the ballot. It's just not, of course, the top of the ticket, but we have a Senate race. We have even some of our school board races are pretty intense and getting people activated, especially parent groups. But yeah, I'm really excited for for people to be so engaged and participating in our democracy.
Absolutely. And because you're in the battleground state, I would like you to share information, that the additional information that's being shared in Michigan for those who might run into a challenge or to have a problem.
Yeah. So one of the things to do is 866-R-VOTE. This is many of the people I know are nonprofit organizations, including groups like NAACP, some groups that work in especially immigrant communities. They have multilingual language available. When you call, they'll tell you, press a certain number if you need somebody in a certain language. So 866-R-VOTE. When you call there, if you have any issues, and I'll tell you, Grand Basilisk, one of the things that we saw this morning is people in line asking other people if they're a U.S. citizen. You're not allowed to do that. That's a form of intimidation. And so we had to deal with that literally before 8 a.m. today in Michigan in one of our polling locations that is a highly immigrant community. And so we know, many of our communities, again, have worked incredibly hard to make sure that people knew about 866-R-VOTE and to be able to, again, I like to say, tell on folks, to come in there in a way that I feel is very intimidating. People don't want to be talked to like that or kind of pushed around while you're waiting in line to be able to exercise your right to vote. But of course, the people there we're able to handle it. We're able to report it. And the way we did it is we called 866 our vote. Many of those folks have very good connections and relationships with our local clerks, and of course work with the Michigan Secretary of State.
And that's important to share how it works, because sometimes we feel like, oh, I'm just going to call someone that I know works in government, whether it's local government or it's, in Congress. Hello, don't text your folks that are in position. 866 our vote is where we call when we see issues. Now, I left up on the screen that the town of Smyrna has no ETA on their power restoration, right? So we continue to pray that they get that in order. But 866 our vote is who you call. If you happen to know elected officials, that's nice. They can't do anything while they're out on the ground. 866 our vote is how we make sure we get that information shared. So,
and Madam, I was going to say, thank you guys. Bless you guys for doing this. But that last Smyrna call, I'm a boogie on over there and see if I can help. But bless you guys. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah, they should have an alternative. The clerks can have an alternative way to get folks where they need to. Yes. And so, again, I think we underestimate the power that the clerks have to make sure that
we're absolutely. Yeah, we will have them.
We had the same issue during early voting in one of my communities. And I'll tell you, we were able to obviously work with our folks, even reaching out to IBEW union and getting electricians out there sometimes to make it happen even quicker.
I love that.
I love it. So as you go representing Civic Gamma, another one of your sores is coming on. My dear sister, the beautiful and amazing Congresswoman Representative Robin Kelly is here.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, Robin.
Hey, Rashida. Hey, Sora. Hi, Dr. Grant. I love you.
I love you more. I love you more. And you are literally in the car. You are on the road. You are out there doing the work. This D9 situation room, girl, look at us. Look at God. We have a situation room where we're bringing in all of our leadership, all of our special guests to make sure we keep everyone's energy up today, that we give them the information that they need, and that they're out there voting. And if they have trouble, 866 our vote.
Dr. Grant, I wanted Rashida to know that my group has been to Michigan 5 days in a row, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, and today. There's a group on their way to Michigan. We've done phone banking, and then we've gone before, but we did it intensely this past weekend, actually today. And I was there on Friday. It was my 6th state.
Absolutely. We your signal is going a little bit in and out because you were on the road. This is a live situation.
Well, Dr. Grant, I know for us, we're at 30,000 people contacted, but the numbers, so that Rep. Kelly knows, is, we had about close to 20,000 Democrat. Well, they were identified Democrats, did not send their ballots in. And we got that number up to 73% now return ballots. So this is different from what we saw in August versus what we're seeing now in November. So this is good news that people are voting. It's hard because we have no reason absentee now, but people are holding on to their ballot. So before I go, if you have a ballot, know this, don't put it in the mail. Put it at a drop box, ballot drop box. It's usually at your clerk's office. If it's not there by 8 p.m., at your clerk's office, it will not get counted. And they will close down those drop boxes at 8 p.m. So it's really important, because a lot of folks that got this myth out there that if it's postmarked, no, it doesn't work that way. It has to actually be at the clerk's office by 8 p.m. And so right now we're texting and calling people that we know still have a ballot, and over 20-something% in my district still have a ballot in hand. So we got to make sure if folks know to drop it off, or in Michigan, you can also take it to your polling location and vote right there at your polling location.
Wait, pause. Stay right there. It's the first vice president of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Charlotta Wilson Jacks. I just saw you, sis. Look, I'm moving fast with all of the chat. I know you have to go. We appreciate you being here. We know you have representatives that will be here as well from your leadership team, and your Madam Supreme International President CEO will be sending her message. But always good to see you, my sister. I'm glad that you were able to log on. You're in Atlanta. You're in a battleground state, so I know you're going out with the other ladies ladies of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated to make sure that they get out the vote efforts for today. So we love you. Oh, you're on a flight. She's making it in. Lord, cover her, Jesus. That's my sister. So I am just excited that even on the flight, you can get to YouTube and see the D9 Situation Room. Can y'all tell I'm a little excited? Y'all pray for me. But I am thrilled that she's on her way to DC. That's right. I'll see you later. But we are excited. Source Salib, thank you for the work that you do. Representative Kelly, thank you. My sister Greet, for the work that you do, because you all are literally frontline every day, seeing the consequences of local elections. So make sure the down ballot, you are reviewing who's on the down ballot. Just don't walk in there looking to choose the president and not know who else is in your state and on your state local ballot. The down ballot is important. Call a friend, talk to them. I told you I might be minus a few people who love me at the end of this election. It's all right, because I have the folks here that love me. Because
my brother, I texted, called, and I finally called him again this morning. You know, I'm the eldest of 14. My brother Nader goes to me, I swear you make people not want to vote. I said, I swear if you don't vote, I'm never talking to you again. But you gotta work your backyard, your family. You know, sometimes they need us to, you know, they're over there in the booth calling probably you, Grand Basilisk, and saying, hey, you know, who do I vote for? But you know, in Michigan, we've been talking about this. It's so important. The Michigan Supreme Court, we need to make sure that Justice Sarah Harris Bolden and Kimberly Ann Thomas gets elected. These are folks that many of our unions, many of our grassroots organizations depend on. I mean, this is, you know, this is the Michigan Supreme Court. If it wasn't for them, we would have never been able to certify the 2020 election. So it's really important to make sure we have voices on the Michigan Supreme Court.
And in Illinois, the Chicago has a school board race. For the first time, they have elected school board members. So that's really important too, education of your children. So people need to get out and vote in Chicago around the school board races and the judges. As you said, down ballot.
Down ballot.
Absolutely. And when you talk about the school board races, why this is so critical is because some people want to do away with the Department of Education. Some people want to erase the history of our folks. So who is on the school board directly affects what your children learn. And the judges, some of the judges will be in position and outlive some of you. So we have to be clear on who we're voting for. As nonpartisan organizations, we can't tell you who to vote for. But,
but y'all remember now, the book banning movement, they infiltrated some of our school boards. So it's really important to understand school board members also have the power to push back against those that might want to erase our history and want to, you know, not hear through various the processes and listen to the teachers and the parents out there and use the school board. Unfortunately, many of them have used those institutions to basically spread fear and misinformation. And so school board elections are critical.
Or who even can teach your children, you know?
Absolutely. Who can teach them? That is, I met a wonderful couple in the airport. I'm not going to say what institution she teaches at just to protect her privacy. And she is a white woman and I'm a Black woman. And we had a great conversation because she was telling me how her students were reporting her to administration because she was telling them to go vote. I was like, to exercise their civic duty in an institution of learning in these United States of America, you're going to report a professor for telling her class to go vote?
That's
This is
ridiculous.
Now it is absolutely insane in the membrane.
Even them teaching the different kinds of processes around bills or anything like that, as somebody that literally is surrounded by teachers all the time, it has been very hard of the policing that happens in a way that I feel like is unproductive. I mean, we all know, and for all the parents to know, curriculum is approved through your publicly elected school board. You get a say, I promise. It's been there for years. You get a say in what your children are learning in these curriculum and these, you know, the process that it goes through, again, is very transparent, very public.
Absolutely. And I'm glad that we're talking about this because everyone doesn't understand what is at stake with this election. It is not one single issue. It's multiple issues that are at stake. And I don't feel that our ancestors would smile down on us and be proud if we sat this one out.
This is our most consequential election. We always say it's the most important, but this is the most consequential and will affect so many different groups of people and issues, and not only for my children, but my grandchildren and perhaps their grandchildren. And, really it's, hate and hope. I hate to put it like that, but hate and hope.
Yeah, in my family chat, I said, how many of y'all feel invisible right now? And a lot of them said they are. I said, well, why make yourself more invisible? Go out there and vote. This is how you do it. Create the voting block. Make sure it's almost like a bullhorn. And you get this chance, every election process. Why not? To me, there is no option but to vote.
And I have another guest joining us, another member of our Council of Presidents. She is on the road herself doing the work. We are all ripping and running, making sure these last GOTV efforts are happening, and we get to serve together to do this work. D9 Stronger Together. My dear sister, the International President and CEO of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Danette Anthony Reed. How are you, my sister? I know you are trying to move in and out and make it work.
And I apologize. I put the background on the wrong thing, and now I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so I'm technically challenged. I admit that. But what I'm not challenged with is getting out to vote.
That's right.
That I'm not challenged with. And I apologize. I'm running between meetings and I snuck out because I said, my sister Stacy said to be here. So I'm here. And I'm here to tell you this. The victory is in our hands. And we have strong hands. We are not going to let it fall. We are not going to let her fall. We're going to do everything we can. And the way we do it, now we're nonpartisan, the way we do it is we go out to vote.
That's right.
Your voice must be heard. It must be heard. And it is time for us to stand together. If there's ever been, hey, Sister Robin, how you doing?
Hey.
If there has, my Chi-Town buddy, if there has ever been a time, the time is now. The time is now. And we can do this. Brother Ricky, love you.
I love you as well.
I
love you as well.
I see you there. I see you there. We've done a lot of things. And this is why I think it's so important that it shows. We have done a lot of things in each of our organizations. We've done public policy forums where we went in and we took over the Capitol, and we came in and we spoke and we talked about why this was important. We have bus signs. We have soar to the pole signs on billboards in every one of the swing states. We have radio spots. We're doing everything we can. So now it's up to you.
That's
and
right.
we need you. It's up to you. And I'll say it again. The victory is in your hands. And we have
Dr.
good,
Grant,
strong hands.
I have to leave.
Okay.
See you, my Chi-Town buddy, and see you, my colleague. Can't wait to see you. Hopefully we'll have happy faces.
Hi, everyone. Bye, Soros.
Definitely. All right.
Thank you for joining from the road, and we wish you safe travel journey.
So proud of the Divine Nine. You guys have kicked butt. So proud.
Thank you.
You too. And I love the fact that we can take these moments to bring everyone in and be a part of the conversation, right? Because behind the scenes, we really are the message that we bring. I actually love my sister, Danette Anthony Reed. I love my brother, Grandmasters Ricky Lewis, and every single president of the Divine Nine. We're not just doing it because it's election season. We understand the importance of God allowing us to serve in these positions for such a time as this, to truly build a bond of sisterhood and brotherhood amongst presidents, because nobody knows, unless you are in these roles, what it is to lead and to do this work. So I thank you for making time to be here. But I want to give this moment to you, President Anthony Reed, because there's one candidate who's a member of the Divine Nine, and particularly a member of Alpha Incorporated. So just in that, in and of itself, how joyful are you feeling?
Let me tell you, we are so proud, and we are the enthusiasm, is just hard to control. And we're proud because we feel like we're representing all of us. We're representing of all of us. And we're showing not only can a woman do this work, but a member of the D9 can do this work. An HBCU grad can do this work. And we know that we can all take this as our Black job and make sure it is the right job for this country. And if you listen, and what I do is I just listen, and you listen to what we're being told. You listen to who's fighting for the people and who's fighting for the rich. And see, I'm not rich. So you got to think about all those things. But we are extremely proud. And what it tells you is, and I want everyone to understand, is the things that we learn, the structures that we learn, whether it's from our conferences, to how our chapters run, to how our regions run, whichever terminology you use, we are grooming leaders. And this is what is evident by what she has done. We're grooming leaders, you know? So this is very important to us, but we're excited. We're thoroughly excited and so glad, you know, that this opportunity has happened. And we're going to be celebrating in January.
Absolutely.
All right.
We got to see the win, but I know you have to run back to your meeting. I love you. I thank you. I'm excited about.
All right. Appreciate y'all. And I apologize for being late. Thank you.
No,
we love you, dear. Be safe.
Love you.
Thank you.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Man, oh man. Grandmaster Lewis, you hanging with me, bro.
Hey, I'm gonna ride with you as long as I can. I'm gonna ride with you. That's right.
I love it. I love it. But isn't this just incredible to think we're in this seat at this moment? Right. What an honor that God would see fit to equip us with skills that we can offer to our organizations for such a time as this, to move collectively and in unison towards transforming communities. Because I've always felt that if our organizations exist in an area, then the area should not need for anything, because all of us should be answering the call of what's necessary and required for everyone to achieve the American dream. So we're showing through our actions what it means to stay connected, to work together, to have just those real heart-to-heart. We call it the barbershop and the hair salon and the supermarket conversations, because those conversations matter. And don't overlook that you could be passing through today and someone sees a "I voted" button and it sparks up a conversation, or maybe fix them to say, well, I didn't make it to the poll yet. There's still time. We're just getting started. It's midday almost in on the East Coast. It's early morning on the West Coast where you are.
Right.
And there is time to still vote. Every single vote matters.
And here's the beauty of this, Madam President, is that our founders prepared us for this moment. Our organization, through these hundreds of years we've been serving, we're prepared for this moment. That's why nobody's panicking. You ain't panicked. I ain't panicked. None of the leaders are panicked. We're prepared for this moment. And it's because of God, divine mercy and grace that it's our time. We're supposed to be where we are. And we're gonna show up. We're gonna show up and show out today. That's for sure.
We're gonna show up and show out. I see my RDs coming in the building. My Southern Regional, Mike T, Southern Region Director, is here. Retta Washington McCoy, thank you for being here. The bros in the house. I love it. I love it. Everyone's giving shout outs. Dr. RJ Johnson, our VP for the NPHC. Thank you for
RJ.
Dr. Johnson. Here. Like-minded, passionate people. That's what we are. Exactly. It looks like we got another brother coming on in. This is Brother Malwan Johnson from my brothers of
Malwan, what's up, man? What's up?
What's going on? I'm out here doing election protection at the polling right now since 7 a.m.
Since 7 a.m. you've been doing election protection?
What city you in? What city you in?
Baltimore County. Yeah. Okay. I thought I was gonna get relieved here. My shift was from 7 to 11, but I haven't got relieved yet.
Keep grinding, brother. Keep grinding.
Keep grinding.
I wait on my relief. Right.
We need the protection, so you stay right where you are until somebody comes.
Hey, Malwan, help is on the way. Keep grinding, bro.
I hear you. I hear you.
How does
He out here.
Mfume look, man? Mfume gonna win today?
Oh yeah, he's good. We worried about Alsabrooks, man. We need Alsabrooks in there. That's what it
Oh
is.
man, we praying for Alsabrook, man. She's running
Yeah,
outstanding campaign.
yeah. She. That's who we looking for, man. I mean, I think, people know Hogan from being a former governor, but yeah,
Mhm.
we need to make sure that they understand how he voted when he was a governor, though, and what he did and didn't do. So.
Well, we this is why we're here. We're going to have many folks like you joining from on the ground, literally out there on their election day assignments, because today
Hmm.
is the day. There's no other day. There's no putting it off. And I don't want to hear anyone bellyache about the election results if they were not a part of doing their civic duty, doing their black job,
That
doing
is
the
a word.
that we need to do. So we're already 1 hour into the first ever D9 Situation Room for election 2024. Woo, woo. I
That
need
is
all
awesome.
my effects. I'm doing my own sound effects today. But we are thrilled because it's great dialogue that's happening, right? It's information about down ballots, information about what kind of judges you're electing in your area if they're up for election, about um, looking at your school boards and what that means. Every single vote matters. So we want to make sure that everybody is staying the course. You can't get to this part in the race and give up, right?
That's
And
right.
I'll use an analogy about working out because that's how I keep myself honest. I'd rather watch other people work out and the weight fall off of me, but that don't work. But if you're going to work out, you're going to feel the burn, right? And they tell you push through the burn. Like it's that stinging in your muscles when they're like, hey, what you doing to me? Like, why are we doing this? But the more you push through, then they grow into a different rhythm and they're like, okay, I can keep moving. And that's what I want everyone. If you're stinging a little bit, you might be a little lack of sleep, sleep deprived for a couple of days. Just keep on going. Push past the sting. Push past being uncomfortable, because today is not about our comfort. Today is about our action. Today is about voting. Today is about being our ancestors' wildest dreams. So, Brother Malwan, tell me how many people have been coming out today? Did they have high early voter turnout, or are you seeing a lot of people on the ground?
Yeah, so it's definitely been a lot of early voting here in Maryland, specifically in Baltimore County where I'm located. But this morning there was a small line at 7 o'clock. We had about 30 so people at this polling location. I'm at Winfield Elementary. But it's been consistent throughout the morning. It's kind of slowed down now as people that we talk to in line, or actually after they come out to vote, they're going back to work. So right now, I think we just seen a couple people just walk in, but it's been really slow right now, though. But in the early mornings between 7 and 9, 7 to 10, it definitely was a consistent flow of traffic.
I love it. I love it. Well, that means that folks are coming in and out. Everyone, I have all my co-reporters here in the chat. They've been telling
Yep.
us when power is down in Georgia. They're letting us know about the wait in Chicago. They're keeping us posted on everything that they're seeing. So we're doing this together. You all are co-hosts in the D9 Situation Room because we need to
Absolutely.
be aware of what's going on. And if there is a problem, 866 our vote. 866 our vote. And the beauty in this collective work, we leave no stone unturned. I am together with other members of NCNW. For those of you who know the National Council of Negro Women, we have all sorts of activations and battlegrounds and press rooms and information going out so that we make sure we get the word out to everyone. That's right. But about our action. Hey there, So Hartley, how you doing? She quote me. Yeah, that's what I said. She always got my back.
That is right. This is our power. Look, I wore my hoodie because it has a bunch of our forefathers, foremothers on here, because their fight and their sacrifice is why we're able to vote today. So I felt it was very fitting for me to wear in this historic day that we ready to make history as we because we're gonna put it out there in the world, right? As we elect our first Black female president today. So because they fought, we can. What's up? What's up, man? See, I got Frat pulling up to vote. They calling me out.
Turn the camera. Tell Fred we live. It's a D9 situation room. Tell him, come on. While I bring on my sister, Melody Campbell, who's out there still on the bus. We were on the bus.
Yeah, we're down here in Atlanta. Just finished doing a march with the Alpha Brothers at Clark, Atlanta. Alpha fraternity led a march to the polls here in Atlanta. So we just finished doing that, walking up a big hill. Dr. Stacy, we had another big hill, not as bad as Tallahassee, but we had a big hill. And so we're here about to take a lunch break and then get back out there in these streets in Atlanta.
I love it.
Thank you for all y'all are doing. Thank you for all you're doing. Thank you for the leadership, Divine Nine. I'm a member of Justice Single Theta Sorority Incorporated and D9, proud D9 member. So thank you.
Thank you. But Mel, you didn't tell everybody your organization.
Oh,
I need to see the family.
Okay. Sorry. National Coalition on Black Civic Participation. We out here doing this Power to Ballot campaign, bus tour. Dr. Stacy, Reverend Siobhan, all of them showed up for us. And we just been in 7 states just pushing this vote out really for a year. And we're culminating here in Georgia. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And every Divine Nine member has been active with us in different states. And so we thank you so very much. And we love everybody. And we know we're going to win it for our people today.
All right, Mel. Well, you be safe out there. Tell the crew that I send my love. I miss them. And see you with the W.
Yes, indeed. All right. Thank you.
All right.
And this is O'Boom. He is a millennial.
Yes, sir.
Out here voting. We are
a millennial. Let's hear for the millennials.
Go millennials.
Okay, how y'all doing? I'm excited to vote. Go ahead, cast my ballot today. Get my vote out there. I'm encouraging my youth, my young people to go vote as well.
Good job.
We appreciate you. I'm a boy mom, and I'm a boy mom of a millennial. Help me because, I argue. I have intelligent conversations with my oldest son. He's a millennial. What would you say to the other millennials that are like, it don't make any sense? It's a conspiracy. It's this. Like, what would you say to millennials that are still on the fence about voting?
I would say, like, your voice is important. Like, cast your ballot, vote for. Look at the background of what they got to offer for you guys. So this candidate has this, candidate has that. How does it align with you and your values? So I push everybody to vote. I know people say, "Oh, my vote don't matter. I'd rather be on TikTok and Instagram." But it's like, man, get in.
We are losing the signal of our millennials. Oh wow, the background noise. We're losing.
I think we lost.
We lost your signal. You were saying some good stuff.
My mom, you lost.
And Auntie can't hear you. I'm your new auntie. Auntie can't hear you. You got to say it one more time. Now, with your phone. You got an iPhone? Yeah. Something's wrong.
No, probably Android.
It might be Android. It might be the Android ministry. Yo, Malwan, he has an iPhone. What is going on? We can't hear. I can't hear my nephew. What's going on? Can't hear. We're going to pray. We're going to pray for deliverance. Brittany, shake your head.
Here come a Kappa, man.
Here comes my Brittany. All right, we're gonna pray for Malwan right now. But we thank God that he was out there with the millennials and he was saying something good. And we couldn't hear.
Hey, 1911 in the building. 1911 in the building.
Hello, Brittany, representing my dear brother of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, the Grand Pole Mark, Jimmy McMichael, sending his best representative, Britton West, one of the Kappas who will be joining us today, and my brother. Hey, Britton, what's going on? Where are you on the road?
So right now I am literally getting to the airport after doing a shift at the polls here in North Carolina. So did some polls today in North Carolina with the great brothers of Kappa Alpha Psi. The entire D9 was out there. We've been around to several states in the last few days with the Freedom is at Stake bus tour. So we've just had a lot of impact, a lot of great events last night at UNC Chapel Hill. So it's just been amazing to see the turnout, to see the energy, to see the excitement, and even this morning at the polling places has been electric so far. So
Well, I love it. And I love the electricity. We see that Malwan is back. He was having a
Yeah.
good testimonial from our millennial. And then the wind came in. The devil is a lie. We're going to hear from our millennials. And Britt, please travel safe. I know I will see you later. And thank you for the work that you do every day, all day on the ground. This is like the biggest family reunion ever. And interest,
absolutely,
you don't vote, you don't get nothing in the family reunions. We need everybody to vote to be a part of the conversation. And Rick, as you were out there today and even going to the airport, isn't there like a buzz in the air? Because people are trying to do a lot of doom and gloom and, oh, I don't know, I'm nervous. Get your faith up and keep doing the work
Right.
and vote.
right, right,
Yeah,
absolutely.
I'm back. I think I was on the school network and they was blocking y'all. So it was so I had to get off the school network. I had
We
to get
got
off the
blocked by
school
the
network.
school. How dare they block the D9 situation room?
Yeah, I know. I don't know if you heard what my brother said, but he went in there. I'm hoping that, but that was the problem. I was like, man, why am I in and out here? Well, as I close, I got
So
walking to the school. I think I picked their network up.
you picked that network up. We missed the whole last part of his whole message to the millennials. That's what I was trying to
Oh
get. Did he leave? Go running
no,
down.
he went to vote. So when he come back, I'm gonna ask him to do it again.
Okay, so tell him
But to
Auntie
your
got to hear. Auntie got to hear what's
Yeah,
going on.
absolutely. Absolutely. But to your point, I think the doom and gloom, I think that whole, and then the same rhetoric that we heard all the time about why black men not voting, black men not supporting women and all that other kind of stuff. I think all that is going to get put to bed. And as we saw in all the ballot initiatives, right, because we have served several around protecting women's rights to choose, you're going to see that that, and they're not going to show this, right? But I hope that they do as much black men and just men in general that's going to go out there and make sure that we defeat those ballot initiatives, or make sure that the ballot initiatives that's going to solidify that right to choose from a constitutional standpoint, like here in Maryland, you're going to see that overwhelmingly we're going to have men that's going to be supporting those kind of initiatives. That's to put those issues that we don't support our women.
That's right.
And I
And
say
that's
that as a proud girl dad, I say that strongly and proudly. And I think that a lot of us men look at our moms, our aunties, our grandmothers, and the fight that they put up over these years, and they're going to come out and support those initiatives as well. So
And
I
I'm
just think
glad you
that's a myth.
mentioned that. I'm glad that you mentioned that. And I'm glad you and Britt are here, because what I don't understand is how anyone condones the calling of another woman that looks like the woman that gave birth to you outside their name, degrading them, being disrespectful, the hate, the vitriol. You got a mama, you got an auntie, a cousin, a sister, a god sister. Would you want anybody to talk to them or demean them in the way that we've seen some people publicly, verbally abuse Black women? A lot has come out in this election about how people really feel and how they really act, but we are not going to focus on that. We're going to focus on what you just said, that there is more who understand that we are a community, we are a unit, and we're not going to let other people dictate our narrative or try to divide and conquer us. That's not going to happen on our watch. And thank you for saying that. And thank you for loving and respecting Black women. All right.
Absolutely.
Great. You want to say something?
Absolutely. No, absolutely no, because it really is about returning to decency. You know, hearing the like you said, the rhetoric that we've heard, and as Malwan pointed out, just the concept that black men won't protect the black women. I've just been happy to see all across the country chapters, not only of Cap Alpha Psi, but all of our Divine Nine organization fraternities really stand up and speak to the issue and make sure that they put that as a template issue or something that they want to talk about and address in our community. So that, and the reason why they're voting and they're going to the polls. So we are going to the polls on behalf of our moms, our sisters, our wives, our daughters. So again, it's hats off. And another thing I wanted to point out, um, we talk about all the work that we've needed to do in a lot of the key states, battleground states, and swing states, but there have been a lot of effort in states that aren't so contentious to vote up and down the ticket because we have a lot of judges, we have a lot of school board positions, and even these, to Malwan's point, those ballot initiatives that need to be that need the attention. And so we've had chapters all across the country focus, even though they weren't in the states that were the hot topics and the ones that get all the coverage, they had issues that needed to be that the voters needed to be educated on how to approach those ballot initiatives in those respective states. So that work has also been done.
Absolutely. We've been
Well
talking
said.
about that down ballot, and two of the hardest working folks in D9 business from Phi Beta Sigma and Kappa Alpha Psi, and of course, my brother hanging with me from Omega Psi Phi, Grand Bachelor's Lewis. And you're going to hear from the other presidents. They're coming in and out throughout the day because we are all doing our work on the ground. Some are traveling to different locations, and just the commitment and alignment around this is our joint effort, making sure we finish today strong, right? It is not over. We still have time. You heard what Representative Kelly and Congresswoman Tlaib said about making sure you get your ballots in the voting box, not postmarked. So please, if anyone's telling you, oh, as long as it's postmarked, nope. It needs to be in the clerk's office, in the proper box, so that it can get counted. So we're here today to make sure that as you are out and about, we're pulling in key leaders, we're pulling in those who have been doing the work across our organizations to inform you of what's happening in real time. Go to 866 Our Vote if you see anything that is not right at your polling site. Some folks reported today that they told them that they could not vote because, no, not that they couldn't vote. They were asking their immigration status. That is illegal. Like certain things cannot happen while you're online or while you're exercising your civic right to vote. So 866 Our Vote. If you're not sure, you're confused, you want to find out what to do, this is how you do it. So any other words that you want to share? Because we have some more time to go. We have some more guests getting ready to come in. So Brother Britton, I'm gonna start with you because I know you're getting ready.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to board, but again, today is really about finishing the job. So it's not over till the polls close. And again, we want to make sure that everyone don't buy into the narratives and into the excuses of, well, it's pretty much a done deal by now, and if I haven't voted already, I'm all right. No, get in line. As long as you're in line by the time the polls close, let's make sure those votes are cast and count.
Absolutely. And Malwan, you still out there because you haven't been relieved yet.
I am. I'm waiting for the brother millennial to come and talk. But I would just say, like my dear brother Kwame Nkrumah, we said, forward ever, backward never. So I think that's definitely a strong statement that we need to ride on during this elections as we wait for the polls to close. And I also think that if you're in line, stay in line. I think that it's important for us to make sure, because a lot of states say you can't bring water, you can't bring food in line. Listen, don't let that detract you. Don't let that to bend your will. No matter what you facing at the election, definitely report it, but stay in line, because that's the most important thing, to make sure that your vote is heard, your vote is cast at the end of the day. Because they're going to do whatever they can. They've been trying it for years to keep us from voting, and I think it's important for us to make sure that we're staying in line, no matter how long that line is. Don't let that be the deterrent that's going to keep you from voting.
And there was a good point that Sora Blake here is making as a reminder: you cannot wear any clothing with a candidate's name or image, right? So we don't want any reason for your vote to be disqualified. That's a great piece of information. Y'all better go ahead and co-host with me. Go ahead and put that information in the chat so that we can share it. So that is a very important reminder, because they're looking for any excuse to disqualify a vote. So we don't want to give them any excuses at all. This is about making sure that you can safely cast your vote and it be counted. So did you find our millennial again? Is he coming out?
He should be coming. I just saw the two people that came before him. So I think he'll be coming out here shortly. I'll also point out too, though, if you're pulling up to polls and you don't see any kind of handicap accessible, entrance or runway or a pathway to get these our elderly brothers and sisters to vote, make sure you're reporting that as well, because that is
Right.
absolutely something that should be clearly identified as you walking up to the polls, and it should be making sure that they have ample space to make sure that they can get inside to vote. And so if you're seeing that at your local precincts, making sure that we're reporting that as well, because that should definitely be there and provided.
Great information. Great
Yep.
information.
Yep.
So we're
That-
going to wait
Yeah.
for our millennial to come back. But Grand Bacheloress
Yeah.
Vicki Lewis, you are
I was
hanging.
gonna say I haven't heard any incidences. I've been checking my texts and emails. Seem like things are relatively smooth. I haven't heard anything major that's happening around the country at all. Nothing
And I
wrong.
haven't tuned into the other pundits, because today I am the D9 situation room pundits.
That's your own situation. That's running.
Then we got our own situation room, so I don't know what else they're saying out there, but it's relatively early, right? It's early in the day.
Yeah.
Some people are still at work. Some
Yeah.
people did go into work, so they might not be voting until they get off work, or they're going at their lunch hour,
That's right.
depending on
Yes.
what time zone that they're in. So if they didn't early vote, they're going to definitely take advantage of that. But we want folks to check on an elderly family member or neighbor who might be a little leery about going to their polling site because they can't get there by walking, or they don't have a car to drive. You can offer a ride to a neighbor, offer a ride to a family
That's right.
member. Take lift up on the partnerships that they're doing with many of our organizations, and they're actually giving free rides to the polls. Their organizations are organizations on the ground, making sure you have water, maybe even a little snack that can keep you if you have to be online. This is
Yeah.
what we do as the Divine Nine. We mobilize and we make sure that everyone has what they need. So Amityville, New York, that's my state. What's going on?
Mm.
They didn't have
Looks
ballots.
like the ballots.
What? So the ballots open late?
Yeah, well, it looked like they corrected it. At least they got the ballots in.
Well,
That's
they
good.
didn't route to, yeah, but that was an hour and a half missed, right? So
Yeah.
if they
So you
opened at
missed those
7,
people who were trying to vote before they went to work.
Was it work, right? Or had to,
right,
before
exactly.
before they dropped the
Exactly.
kids off the daycare or something like that, right? Because they ain't coming
Right.
back.
Right.
That's that foolishness. That's that foolishness.
Yeah, that's the foolishness, right? And that's critical. That New York's critical for the House races, right? So and where you at, bro? President Lewis, right? Like the California.
Yeah. Oh,
You're in
absolutely.
California, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we got
3 or 4 house races is critical. Yeah.
Yeah, critical.
And
Critical what we
I'm
do, because
just-
I think that's important for us to know, right? Like when we talk about down ballot races, everybody want to focus on the presidential races, like they the ones that making policy. Can I help? You good?
And
You good?
he's back.
No, hold on.
All right. So while he puts me on hold,
Yeah, that's the poll. You can park
We're
right there.
getting
You go inside the building. All right. I'm sorry.
All right. Well,
Sorry
I'm
about
getting
that.
this notice. Let me give you all this FYI. Philadelphia, they're getting some information about returned absentee. Lots of Philadelphia notices about returned absentee ballots. So yeah, we'll be on the lookout for all of this that's going on. All right, let me see what else we have going on here in the chat. Hey, Cheryl. Hey, Andrea. Black men support is appreciated. See, they shouting you out. We have the brothers here. Phi Beta Sigma, Iota Phi Theta, Omega Psi Phi, and Kappa Alpha Psi was just here. Britain had to jump off to get on a plane. We talked about that already. Let me see what's happening for same-day registration. Yep, some states do allow same-day registration, some don't. So you have to know that already. Andrea, you're on it. There's a lift code. I'm going to put the lift code in the chat. NAACP Vote 24. That's the lift code for those who need to be able to get a ride. And I think I'll just add that so that you all have it. California, Colorado, Connecticut, Illinois, no registration. Oh, see, Dana, thank you. See, this is my co-host. My co-host putting the information here, right? Or everybody in the chat, you're the co-host today. So I'm going to leave this up so you know about same-day registration. If you have family, friends, even frenemies, whoever they are, call them and say, did you vote today? Send them a text. These are all the states where no registration is required, and then same day voter registration. Thank you, sis, for sharing that. I'm gonna keep that pinned up for a moment. The lift code, once again, I'm gonna put it in the chat so that everyone can have it and share it with your friends and family, especially the elders in our community, so that they can get to the polls. So I'm just gonna type it in. While I multitask well, I need to pause just a minute so that my nails type the right thing in the chat so that you all can get the code correctly to share with those who might need a ride. You might have an auntie, you might have a cousin, you might have somebody who just, they don't want to make it. They don't know if they can make it. Something is happening. Call Lyft. Lyft is partnering with us. And shout out to Lyft for being the ones to do it. Did Uber
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm just saying. I just
Field, you in VA?
I am in Maryland, man. We getting ready to elect our first black
Maryland.
woman senator today, Angela also Brooks. I had to jump back on because I saw you and Britain on, and I'm like, oh, the fellas on, and you know, but I do want to say this because our fraternity day on the Hill that we have had for the last 3 years really became a galvanizing moment for our organizations, where we brought our brothers to Washington, D.C. for policy discussions and meeting with our members of Congress. So folks just need to understand that it wasn't just about this election. It was this notion that we have something to say, and we've created a significant footprint as Black men within our Divine Nine fraternities. And so I was really happy. I was actually on another situation room, the NAACP situation room, on another screen, and I saw Malwan and Britain. I said, oh, let me jump off this thing and get back into the D9 room. But
we have multiple rooms going all day long, and NAACP will be here. They text me this morning. So Brother Derek Johnson will be here this afternoon. We're all taking our turn to make sure that we're reaching the masses. Share this broadcast if you're enjoying it, if you are learning something from it. All of my co-hosts in the chat sharing information. This is how we make sure we put in all our effort. We've come too far now to turn back. And this is how we're going to close out strong on Election Day 2024. Shout out to Anita Wilson, final woman of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. Hey, Soror, how you doing? Glad to see you here. Just completed your duty. I've never seen lines this long for an election. All right, Michelle, thank you for staying on the line. Thank you for not getting off the line. Thank you for participating in our electorate. What did Lorraine tell us? Michigan, some return ballots aren't being counted, but you can still go to the polls. The clerk can call to spoil that ballot and you can vote. I'm going to leave this up for a minute. That's a battleground state.
Yeah, that's huge. That's huge.
What's going on? Thank you. Y'all are such good co-hosts. If I was Oprah, I'd give you a car, but I'm not. But I thank you, and thank you for going to vote, because we are going to get it done today. Thank you for that good information. This is what we want. We want everybody on the ground tuning in, letting us know. Those that know me, if you want to send a message, and shout out to my soror, Krista Jones. She's running on the side. Yeah, she running shotgun. Is it shotgun? It's shotgun. She running shotgun with making sure that all of what's coming in is happening. And shout out to all of the organizations of NCNW and the president and CEO, the Reverend Siobhan Arline Bradley, my dear sister, who has opened up opportunity for all of us to be engaged in this work together. It's the energy is off the chain of what we're seeing. Oh, my millennial! Hey, nephew,
we got the millennial back. He just voted. Just voted. Fresh off the press.
Fresh off the press.
All right.
Fresh off of voting. Let's give it up for you. Is this your first election that you're voting in?
No. This is my second.
Your second. Okay. Well, this is one where we need you. And the devil tried to let us not hear what you had to say to the millennials.
Oh, really?
Yes,
wow.
all that interference. But now I want you to repeat your message to the millennials, especially the young men.
Okay. So basically I was saying, I know a lot of us feel like our votes don't count. We're not heard. But I feel like we are. As long as we come out as a majority, we all come together, cast that vote, cast that ballot, do your research as well. Like a lot of us just go off what we hear on social media because this celebrity says this or he has this person endorsing that. But like, see what benefits you. Talk to your brother. Encourage them to come out and vote too. Me, my little brother, he's kind of 50-50 on it. He don't know if he's registered. I'm like, I looked him up. He's registered. He's good. I said, come on. I started to pull him out of bed, but he's coming down now. I just called him and said, come on, let's go vote. So this is a great experience. You matter. I know they say we don't, but the majority, we come together, we're going to get things changed in America. Hopefully.
I love it. I love it.
Gratefully.
What's your name again?
Grateful.
What's your name again, nephew?
Oh, Oboom. My name's Oboom Na.
Obumnan?
Oboom Na.
Obumnan.
Sigma, yeah, Sigma 5 Beta Sigma, Theta Omicron.
All right,
Shout out
all
State
right,
Omicron.
Frat.
Shout out to Shade. Oh,
All right,
yes.
My
Frat.
undergrad.
Down here.
I love it. I love it. And thank you for waking up your brother. Let's
Appreciate
wake
you.
them up. Wake up
Yes.
everybody. What was
Yes.
that movie where they-
Get your son out here too. We need your son out here too.
Yeah, everybody.
Exactly. We
All right.
need
Thank you,
everybody.
guys.
Thanks, man. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too. That's what I'm talking about. Getting it done
That's
on the
right.
ground. We have another sister on the ground. She's out here doing the work, making sure that our GOTV efforts are still moving forward. I will let her introduce. I mean, you can kind of see this, another fighter woman. I'm just saying, but I'm so happy that you are here, Sora. Tell them where you are. You're on the ground, making it happen. What are you seeing? Welcome to the D9 Situation Room.
Thank you very much for having me, Madam Grand. My name is Purcell Jackson. I am a member of Tau Pi Zeta chapter of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated in Tampa, Florida. And our chapter is actually out of Riverview. And I'm on the ground now. We're doing a lot of phone banking and trying to get folks out there to go vote.
I love it. Phone banking. Let's talk about that. We haven't talked about phone banking today because a lot of our members have volunteered for phone banking. So they're doing it together in different locations. They're doing it from the comfort of their own home. You don't have to worry about using your number. Technology is sophisticated, right? We set it up in a way that you don't have to worry that somebody's going to call you and ask you for a date next week. They won't be able to track you down. This is through a system that you phone bank, and we can tell who hasn't voted yet, and it's our opportunity to remind them in case they have somehow missed all of the information about voting, right? So this is our opportunity to make sure that we utilize our efforts to get out the vote. Thank you, Sora Jackson, for what you're doing. And what are you hearing as you're doing the phone banking?
So a lot of people have already done a lot of early voting. There are some of our seasoned people in our community who are having issues trying to get out to the polls. And so what we're doing is referring them to our Hillsborough County NAACP branch, and they're getting out and giving free rides to people who are having issues getting to the polls. So,
Absolutely.
Yes, ma'am.
I love it. And I love the fact that you have a script, right? So people are like, well, I don't want to phone bank. I don't know what to say. Don't worry. There's a script for you to phone bank. You just read the script and you smile, because sometimes people might hang up or you might get an answering machine. There's a script to tell you what to do. Don't be alarmed if they hang up. Just keep smiling. Say, oh, unfortunate for you that you didn't get to speak to me. And you call the next person. Keep phone banking. Everybody has to vote. Anything else that you're noticing as you're doing this volunteer work today?
That's about it. Just trying to make sure to remind folks to not only to get out the vote, but to remind them to take people with them to go vote. You know, remind your friends, your family, like Frat said on the last call. Make sure you wake your people up that haven't gone to vote and let them know how important their voice and their vote is.
Absolutely. And text messaging too. Now, I know that my phone is filled with text messages from the campaign, and I'm like, y'all know I voted, but the campaign systems are going to continue to send out text messages so that we can remind those who may not have gone to the polls. Do not get caught up in the noise of confusion. There's deliberate misinformation. There's deliberate distractions that are being utilized because the data shows us when we show up, when we vote, we win. So if we show up, some elections are 10,000 votes, some 20,000 votes, some 80,000 votes, and some 2,000 votes. Every single vote matters. So make sure you are doing your civic duty and you're going out to vote. So anything else about Final Women Vote? We've been doing a lot through our organization, all the D9 organizations. I'm so proud of the reports I get from our members in Florida collaborating with the other D9 organizations. Those kind of compliments are heartwarming because we are embracing the extraordinary power of she, advocating for social justice, health justice, and economic justice globally. So what does it mean to you in this 2024 to be a part of this D9 experience, collectively working to mobilize our communities and vote?
I feel it's very powerful to know and to show people the power that we have to get people out in our communities, because we're always out there working in our communities with our with people who are living and working in our areas. And not only are we able to collectively gather, with our collective bargaining tool, we can show the power that we have as a vote and as members of D9 as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm so proud. Thank you, Sora Jackson, for hanging out with us. You're free to stay as long as you like, because people are coming in and out of the Situation Room. You know, I know Wolf Blitzer does a good job, but honey, Wolf don't have nothing on me today.
No, ma'am.
It's our 2024 D9 Situation Room. 866 our vote for those who are noticing anything at any one of the polls. That's who you call. Don't call your congressperson. Don't call your local school board. Call 866 our vote. And remember that we have the code for you to utilize for those who might need to get a ride to the poll. I'm going to put it back up. The LIFT code is NAACP Vote 24. NAACP Vote 24. Take that down, grab a screenshot, send it over to one of the elders in the community who might need help. And it might not be an elder. It might be someone who might have recently injured their leg, or they're walking on a crutch, or they had a sports injury and they just can't make it to the poll. They can get a ride from LIFT, NAACP Vote 24. And there are many other organizations who've also partnered with LIFT to ensure that we get everybody to the polls. So, hey, shout out Road Maker Zeta. I see you in the chat. I see you, Final Women. Text friends and families, reminders as well. Hey there, I see my head of technology in the building as well. Hello, Director Tompkins Robinson. We're all here doing the work. Shout out to all of the members of the Divine Nine that do this work each and every day. It is an honor for us to serve our organizations as your presidents, and it is a greater privilege for all of us as members of the D9 to honor our founders' dreams, their desires to create something that would add value to the world, not just for sake of wearing a colors or wearing a shield or socializing or stepping. No, that's not who the Divine Nine are. Those are some of the benefits of doing the work. Who we are true to scholarship, understanding that education that we receive, it is a privilege and a gift. Not everyone has had the opportunity to do that. And to whom much is given, much is required. So we make sure through our philanthropy efforts, through our service efforts, through bonding together as brothers and sisters, we are transforming the communities that we serve, and they're better because we're there and a part of it. Hey, Dr. Z, how you doing, sis? Good to see you. Oh, I see our second vice is in the building as well from Zeta Phi Beta. Good to see you, my darling. We probably bring you on up if you want to be a part of the conversation with our collegiate voice. So stand by from a little message from my co-hosts on the back end. But we are going to continue this conversation until 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. There are other presidents who are going to be joining in. We have a full schedule today. Members of our organizations that are in Congress, who are in elected capacities in different parts of the country, are all participating in the conversation. We have efforts with NAACP, NCNW, the Urban League, NAM. I mean, you name it, every organization that we are a part of, that we collaborate with, associate with. We're all doing our jobs. We're doing our Black jobs. We're doing our jobs today to make sure that everybody is getting out the vote. Hey, Sandy, good to see you. We are all better together and stronger together. And Civic G, you better go ahead and co-host with me. That's what I'm saying. Where's the civic education in the schools? These young people don't understand the importance of voting because no one is really talking about it. They don't understand how who we vote for is connected to the roads we drive down, right? The infrastructure in our communities. They don't understand that who we vote for is connected to the schools that they attend and the resources that are in those schools. Whether the school lunch tastes horrible or not, well, maybe, it depends on the cook, but it is connected to what they experience, to our seniors, what kind of care they get. All of this is a part of your vote. So we want to make sure that you all are participating in that. All these folks voting early. Hey, Julie, good to see you. Hey there, my soror, you're wearing your blue and white. That's right. Hey, Dion. Hey, Madam Director, how you doing? Cheryl, good to see you still in the chat and you're here. Did you share the broadcast? I can see if you shared the broadcast. Are you telling everybody? Are you spreading this out to all of our channels? Every one of our organizations should be sharing this out on your personal pages so that you can remind folks about what they need to do to vote. There's a lot of activity going. This is exciting. This is like we're really in the studio, honey. It's so much going on. It's so much excitement because everybody's participating in the process. And hey, my brother's on there. Hey, he's on the West Coast. He just got up and like, what is she running her mouth doing? But I'm out here, the D9 Situation Room, and we are doing our GOTV efforts to make sure that everybody goes out to vote. So thank you for sharing it to every group that you're in. This is how we finish today strong, educating everyone on what's on the ballot. When we talk about reproductive rights, don't let folks pigeonhole the conversation on one thing. I transparently shared my story on a live that I was doing in Tallahassee, Florida, with Melanie Campbell and the coalition around the power on the ballot. And I thought about it when I heard someone else speak, and I said, you know what, I'm going to share my truth because I have two wonderful sons. But in between giving birth to both of them, I lost my third child, my middle child. And I say that she was a girl, and my running joke with the boys is she realized she was going to be sandwiched in between the two of y'all, and she told Jesus, take me back up. Like, I'm not doing it with them. And so that's how I was able to kind of just take a hard situation and just hold on to the fact that I would see her again in heaven. But under what certain legislation or legislators are trying to pass legislation, when I lost my child, I had to go into the hospital and my doctor had to perform a DNC. That would be illegal under what's on the ballot that we're voting about. One, I could have died because he would not be able to perform that DNC and could be arrested and lose his practice for a life-saving procedure. Understand what reproductive health means. It is not just about what we know as standard abortion. There's much more to that bill that you need to understand affects the people that you love. So I wouldn't have been here being able to do a D9 Situation Room if the laws that some people are trying to enact were passed. That's how personal and serious this is. We need to know the facts. We need to understand that we can't let people create narratives that are not real. Because anybody that knows me knows I love the Lord. I love Jesus. I'm unapologetic about it. I can't tell you what to believe or who to worship, but I don't shy away from telling the whole world who my God is. And that didn't take me out of heaven because I had to lay on a table and remove from my body what could have killed me because my baby did not survive. This is serious business. Vote like your life depends on it because it does. All right, I'm gonna pause because every time I talk about that, I get a little worked up. Grand Bachelor Lewis, I'm trying to behave, but it's powering me up, Walter. Like this is when I hear people out here with negative and false rhetoric, it drives me crazy because that could be me. I could have been one of those statistics that we hear of these women who have died under what has happened with the reversal of Roe v. Wade. This is not a game. This is life and death.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Madam President. I'm getting touched like just listening to you, because I think in this moment, those of us who profess faith need to be clear on where we stand. And so, I think we have a lot of folks who are pro-birth, but they're not pro-life. And there's a difference. And so I think that we need to speak in unity about the sanctity of life. We have children who are being killed by gunfire. We have high mortality rates among Black women and Black children. Like, this is a moment where we need to speak clearly. And we need to understand that this election is not going to turn on millions of votes. This election is going to turn on 100,000 votes, maybe tens of thousands of votes. So your single vote could really matter during this election. I'm a native of New Jersey, and I can never forget when we had a gubernatorial election in New Jersey. The winner won by less than 2,000 votes. It took them almost a month to resolve that election. So as you go to the polls, don't go to your polls thinking that, oh, it's just my vote. Your vote has power, and your vote could be the determining factor in an election district that is one of the swing districts in this election. So no matter what state you're in, although we know there are 7 that we're focused on, every state counts in this election. Every vote counts in this election. And what you just described is sort of the personal relationship to your vote. We all have stories. We all have family members. We all have history. And I'm fortunate to belong to an organization that still has a living founder. And so when I think about Founder Sproul of Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated, and the fact that in our year of founding, that was the year of the March on Washington. That was the year when we lost 5 little beautiful Black girls in a church bombing in Birmingham, Alabama. That was just yesterday. So that history is present. And so we need to understand that what we do today as individuals matters, and what we do collectively really matters. And I just want to, give you your roses, Madam President, because this situation room really represents the essence of all of our organizations. The fact that we are out here in these streets doing what we need to do to not just protect our organizations, but protect our community and to advance our culture. So hats off. I'm going to jump off again because I'm getting ready to jump into another room.
We're doing a lot of jumping. We're going in and out. It's like double dutch. Like,
exactly. Let's get out there and vote, y'all.
Thank you, Walter. Appreciate you, my friend. Thank you. Thank you. I see we're joined by another member on the ground. Is that my Sora Skeet?
Yes, this is Sora Maia Skeet. I'm actually up here at Lincoln University. We are about to begin the stroll to the polls. The band just finished performing. They are passing out signs. They just took a group photo. And I'm actually going to see if I can grab our frater, Drake, because he is president of the Dems up here at Lincoln University, see if he can say something very quickly. But they are about to begin their stroll down to the polls. There is a great presence out here, and everyone is ready to exercise their right to vote.
Well, let us see some of the strolling.
Give me 1 second. Let me just shift positions.
Okay, no problem. I love it. See, this is live recording from the streets. That's how the D9 Situation Room goes. I appreciate it. I see Mark Jackson first place is joining, but we're going to come to you after we see some of this strolling to the polls. Let's get it, D9. Stronger together. You can hear the band. All All right, we can see the band. They stroll into the polls. And we have to vote for these young people who can't vote in this election. I love it. My legs still hurt from the last one we went. We were in the Tallahassee parade. Thank you, Sorsky.
You're welcome. And let me see if I can grab Brother Drake.
I love it. MSNBC is looking for you. I love it. I love it. Tell MSNBC they need to bring the D9 situation room up.
So I just grabbed Brother Drake right here. He's a member of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. Introduce yourself.
Everybody, Drake Smith. I'm a senior at Lincoln University. Phi Beta Sigma Mu chapter. I'm handing out signs. We have a march to polls right now.
How you doing, Fred?
I'm fantastic.
Thank you so much for allowing us to join you briefly. Have a great day. I'm going to continue to join them down to the rally that's down at the end of the hill. Have a great day, everyone.
Thank you, Sorsky. You keep doing the work out there. We leave no stone
Good
unturned.
job.
Find a woman vote. Let's get it. D9
Good job.
Together. I love it.
Hey, Madam President, can you handle 2 Qs at one time?
I can handle 2 Qs at one time. I see Mark over here. I see him over there. I see him coming in with his cowboy hat. I can do it. The final women can handle this. We can handle it.
What's going on, bro, Grant?
Hey, everything's good, bro, Grant.
Yeah.
It's good to see you.
Yeah. Hey, Madam President doing a great job, man. She gonna take Wolf Bliss's job, baby. She doing a great job. What it look like out there, man?
Hey, it looks good, man. We've been getting reports. First of all, let me say to you, President Grant, I appreciate your leadership as the Vice President of the Council of Presidents. Of course, we appreciate Chris Ray's leadership. Brother Grant, you know I say all the time, you're going to go down in history. I appreciate your leadership. Nothing happens without great leadership and a great plan. I know I've been getting daily reports. All of our 700 plus chapters have been actively engaged in this VRAM GOTV effort. And so today I just wanted to come on here and say, man, we're not going to take our foot off the gas pedal.
That's right.
It's not good just for us to vote. We got to get everybody in our household to get out and vote, everybody that we know. And we're not going to take our foot off the gas pedal until the final bell rings. Definitely want to give a shout out to our International VRAM Committee, all of the poll workers, all of the election workers. Man, we can't thank you. If we had 1,000 tongues, we couldn't thank you enough. And so I just wanted to jump on here and foot stomp that today to say today is Victory Day. I'm excited. I'm celebrating 36 years in Omega today. And so we're going to make history. We're going to make history, man. And I would tell you this, what is most satisfying to me is that I know God is still on the throne.
Amen.
And I know God is still answering prayers. And our prayers will be answered tonight.
That's right.
I have no doubt about it. I look forward to joining you all at the election party tonight. We're telling everybody, let's just go, go, go. We will be victorious tonight. Today is Victory Day. And I yield back my time.
That's right.
All right, now you preaching. You preaching good. I love it. I love it. And happy 36th Omega versary.
Thank you.
You know, you're 1 year older than me in Greekdom. I think I'm gonna start using my age in Zeta instead of my but we are excited for what you are doing there on the ground. Thank you for speaking that word. I said you got to see the W in your mind. What we speak, we give life to, right? So we have to speak into existence what we know has been a long time coming. We didn't just get here accidentally. We didn't just jump up and pop up here by happenstance. Blood, sweat, and tears. When we sing the anthem, there's a reason that we sing that to remind us that we are here drinking from wells that we did not drink. So God bless you, my brother. Thank you for hanging out. And you can stay here for a little bit. I'm bringing my undergrad up, my international second vice president.
I think Brother Jackson's at work, Madam President. We're going to let him run.
Okay,
yeah.
Okay, all right.
Well, Grant, thank you, man.
All righty.
I survived 2 Omegas at the same time.
Same time. Hey, Miss Clark, how you doing?
Here
I'm
is
good.
my
How are
Kayla
you?
Clark.
Hi,
So,
Madam.
hello, my sweetheart. I'm just so proud of you and our whole undergraduate committee for the work that they are doing, reaching out to all of our collegiates across the country, making sure that they are registered to vote, making sure they're engaged in the process. What are you hearing from our collegiate members?
Yeah, so I'm happy to be here. For one, I would like to say that I am Kayla Clark, International Second Vice President of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated and the Vice Chairwoman for the National Panhellenic Council Collegiate Branch. So I'm happy to be here today. And first, I want to start off that we did host the MPHC a voter town hall for our undergraduates about 2 weeks ago, getting them encouraged to vote and excited to vote. And right now, I'm just hearing a lot of undergraduate and college students ready to vote, saying they did their mail-in ballot if they weren't in their state. Also, they're hosting a lot of stroll to the polls. We've gotten a lot of submissions for stroll to the poll videos and a lot of voter registration events that they're doing on campus. Also, a lot of schools have voting polls on site, so they're also doing stuff today at those voting polls. And I'm just excited to see all of these undergraduate and collegiate participation in getting out to vote and telling their friends to vote as well. It's very important, and everybody's voice matters, and everybody votes matters too. So I'm just encouraging everybody to vote, no matter your age, no matter your race. Like, you just have to go out and vote because your vote does matter.
Absolutely. And so proud of the work that you all did. That joint town hall with our collegiate members, Grand Bachelors Lewis and I, we were in our president's chat saying, we can breathe. We know that the future is bright with our young collegiate leaders in this moment collectively as our collegiate voice. And we are so proud of you for that and excited about the work that you're doing. And we have 2 more women joining us here. Dr. Miller from Zeta Phi Beta, another finer woman, and my dear sister from Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Beverly Ann Fields Esquire, who is representing the continuation of the conversation from a proud member of the D9 with today's Election Day being here. So, Dr. Miller, we'll jump over to you. Are you on the ground? You getting ready to report and tell us what's happening where you are before we go over to our sister soror Fields? Go ahead, my sister.
Hello, everyone. I am actually here at our local polling site in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where the Kappa Beta Zeta chapter has been volunteering at this particular election site since 2021. We've had a great turnout. We're extremely excited, actually, about the number of new people who have registered to vote just as this site alone. So it's been a great turnout. Everyone's in a good mood. Everyone's excited to be part of the process.
I love it. And have you seen a lot of lines? Or
So
is it
we only have one ward here at our site, so we're a very small site. So we haven't had too many lines, a couple of bursts at the beginning of the day and then around the 10 o'clock hour. And as lunchtime is approaching, we're expecting another burst.
Okay, well, that's pretty manageable. And we appreciate the fact that you are out there making it happen. Every vote counts. And we're letting folks know today that 866 our vote is what you dial if there are any problems. But it looks like y'all are on the ground working with our other D9 counterparts, making sure that things run smooth there. And we thank you for that work. That's what today's about. This D9 Situation Room is our chance to show the world what we do. We're not just a sorority party. We are organizations that are committed to the work and getting the work done. And that work has been for over a century plus in our organizations. And we are proud to be able to stand as true beacons of light when the world needs us now more than ever. So thank you. You can hang out as long as you can. I'm going to let our sister Soror.
We have a line here, so I'm going to go ahead and go.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Soror. Thank you for dropping by.
Bye.
All right. My dear sister, Beverly Ann Fields Esquire.
Hello.
How you doing, my sister?
I'm excited. I'm fired up and ready to go.
Well, Absolutely. Now, as you're soaring, tell everybody what you do for Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated.
Yes, I serve as the International Connection and Social Action Committee for the sorority, and we have had a robust voter engagement campaign throughout the country, taking 4 or more in 24. We've also worked with our D9 counterparts. It's been a pleasure. And we put out a call to action the last couple of weeks to really work in those battleground states. And we are conducting phone banking throughout those battleground states to ensure that we get out the vote and mobilize the possible voters in those states. We also have reminded and are working with our members to remind their friends, their colleagues, everyone around them, some things that they can do to protect their vote. They can make sure that they fully complete their ballot. Fill out your ballot and make sure that you review it before submitting. It's very important. Stay in line. Even if the polls close, if you are already in line, you have a right. So stay in line. Even if the lines are long, we need you to stay in line. Try your best. Volunteer if you are able. And we know that there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation, but you can report that to your state election office. You can report it to the FBI and to the Department of Justice if you have a problem. And my sister, President Grant, already said what the number is that everyone should know. 81866 our vote. We have placed that on our social media. We have given that number to all of our members to share with all of their friends and colleagues to ensure that we protect the vote. So this is an exciting and important day. And we know that we want to be on the side of democracy, freedom, equality, and of course, as we say in Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, advocating for social justice.
Absolutely. Well, we are doing it, and I am so glad to see you here joining our conversation around this work, and that everybody can do something, right? That's what Michelle Obama told us, our forever first lady, as many of us refer to her as. She said, do something. If it's texting someone today, if it's doing phone banking, if it's going out doing voter protection, if it's sharing this broadcast. Did you share the broadcast?
Yes.
So make sure we are getting the word out. All of our collective organizations. There's Win with Black Women. There's NAACP. There's NCNW going on. There is Urban League happening. Legal Defense Fund. All of us are working together today to ensure that this moment in history doesn't catch us on the sidelines, but fully in the game, making sure we are prepared for the W. So thank you so much for stopping by. You can definitely hang out if you want, because this Situation Room, as the kids say, it's lit.
Oh, and it's wonderful that you are giving service in this manner and that we are all united, D9 together, to really ensure that we get out this vote and that we protect the vote. And so this is exciting. Thank you so much. And I'll bid adieu.
Well, thank you. And you know, your president was here earlier, and she was able to fit it in the middle of moving around to be here. And our other presidents are coming on in the next segment. You know, I'm a producer. So we started at 11 o'clock. It's 1 o'clock, and we are still going strong. And we will be here until 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, making sure that we're doing our part to encourage everyone to get out the vote. So thank you, my sister. I'll see you soon.
Bye.
Madam Green. Madam Green.
Yes, you have to leave too, Kayla.
I'm gonna be hanging around. I just wanted to say one other thing before I turn my camera off and be in the background. Just wanted to say that again to all the undergraduates, especially of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, we are a community conscious, action-oriented organization. That is our motto, and we need to live by it, especially on today. If you haven't voted, just to go out. And like you said, we are stronger together. For all our undergraduates out here, especially in Zeta, if you vote today and you take a picture with your vote shirt on or your sticker, definitely feel free to tag us on Instagram so you can be reposted so the world can see that you are voting. And like I said, just make sure you spread the word, share this broadcast, and go out and vote. And thank you again, Madam Grand.
Thank you, Madam Second. I'm so proud, so proud. So just quick fun fact, Grand Bachelor Lewis, why this is so special to me. It just so happens that her mom was on my undergraduate team when I was her position at the third anti. So I've literally known her before utero, right? And to see her grow into such a finer woman and now be in this leadership position in Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated is a full circle moment. And I know that our future is in good hands. So thank you so much for stopping by.
Congratulations, Sister Clark. Congratulations.
Thank you. And of course.
Yeah.
All right. I see we've been joined by another fighter woman.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Madam International Grand. Greetings from the Michigan State Organization. My name is Soroya Pierre Van Aertsen. I'm the Basilisk President of the Pi Rho Zeta chapter in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I'm coming to you today as a volunteer from Proactive Elective Protection Coalition in the 16th Precinct of Grand Rapids. We've had record turnout today. It's amazing to see the long lines that we've had. So we've done the work.
I love it.
Absolutely. So what have we done in the state of Michigan? Our 20 graduate chapters have sent out over 5,000 postcards to Black women across Michigan between the ages of 18 to 35 who have not voted in recent years. So we have been on the ground running.
And I love it.
Additionally, we've canvassed across the states, we've phone banked, we've had voter information as components for all of our activities and events, ranging from school homecomings to informationals to our breast cancer walks. We've also dedicated events with voter registration drives. We've empowered our voices through understanding the rights in the 2024 elections, nonpartisan candidate forums. It's been amazing of what we've been able to accomplish in such a short period of time.
And it is a short window of time. I think that needs to be really underscored, all of the activity that's happened in a very small window in the height of this election season. So thank you for the great work that you are continuing to do there on the ground, the collaborative efforts. You're in a battleground state. Now, every time we hear the other shows, because, you know, I'm a pundit today in the D9 Situation Room, but these other pundits are talking about these polls. I don't know who they're polling. What are you seeing there on the ground as far as the kind of, you said lines that have come in, people, what are they saying? What's the buzz? What's the real tea on the streets?
There is so much excitement at this polling precinct today. So many young individuals, first-time voters. I've been absolutely amazed. And just you can feel the excitement and the energy in the room. So I couldn't have thought about a better day to volunteer my time.
I love it. And the fact that we're seeing the numbers of first-time voters increase. Now, that's incredible because we know what kind of momentum that brings when we have young people becoming a part of our civic engagement in this country. Many of our organizations have been working on that youth vote, helping them to understand what they don't get taught in school. They don't learn civics. They don't realize how important it is to be a part of this democratic process in order to save the democracy. So thank you so much for the work that you are doing on the ground. We appreciate you and we're excited to hear that things are going well in Michigan. I love the fact that a lot of the leaders, and whether they're Republican, Democrat, Independent, but those who are actually controlling our voting process, they made it very clear that they're not standing for any foolishness. And, you know, I believe it was Pennsylvania said, you try if you want to. I got to do my own bleeps. But he was very clear that he's not taking any mess. And I know they're not taking any mess in Michigan, that we're going to do a fair election. We're going to make sure that the votes speak for themselves. And we're not going to entertain alternate realities. We're going to deal with where we are on the ground with the facts of the situation as we're monitoring it in the D9 Situation Room.
Absolutely. And I can say as a poll challenger, I have not seen one irregularity going on today. So this is a truly fair election.
I love it. And I'm glad that you said that. So tell me what you do as a poll watcher, right? You're looking out for any irregularities. You're checking to see what's going on. What is it that you're actually doing?
So I'm actually sitting behind the individual who is verifying that an individual is eligible to vote. So they're matching their identification to their actual address, to what's on the application to vote. We're identifying that they're getting a clean ballot and they're sequential in order as well. So having that opportunity to be part of this process is very special. I've never had the opportunity before, but it truly validates that this is fair and clean in every single way.
I love that. And thank you for explaining what it is that you do, because we hear voter protection and we hear inspection, and sometimes we really don't know what it is that you're volunteering to do. And we know that law enforcement has also gotten involved to make sure they're protecting everyone that is doing their job today. So thank you for everyone in Michigan. All the chapters are writing postcards. Like, this work has been extremely impressive. Even the fundraising efforts that we have seen to galvanize our communities, to educate them on what's on the ballot, to make sure they get to the poll. So today is the day. All this hard work cannot go in vain. Everyone needs to show up and vote. So bring someone to the polls. Once again, we have the Lyft partnership that you can utilize, NAACP Vote 24, so that you can make sure those who need some assistance getting to the polls can actually get to the polls. So any additional remarks that you want to share before we continue to move forward with all of our special guests that are coming in from all of the organizations from top to bottom? Shout out to Mississippi. Hey, Mississippi. Every time I see that name, I go, M-I, crooked letter I. Okay, all right. This regress a little bit there. But welcome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of the D9 Situation Room from every state. Drop your states in the chat. Let us know where you're tapping in from here on this broadcast. Share this broadcast out on social media so that others can see, can be reminded. We'll have some fun surprises popping on in to the conversation today, and we'll be here until 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So Illinois is in the house. All right, Illinois. Michigan, how you doing? Tennessee is out here in the building. Texas is in the building too. Thank you for being here. New York, my home state. Hey, New York, for representing. Michigan. All right. This is the only way to spell Mississippi. Thank you for validating my little moment where I went back there in time. Fayetteville, North Carolina. How are you? Colorado, I see you. You voted early in Pine Bluff, Arkansas. Now you got to say Arkansas, right? Some people say Arkansas. Where they do that at? So you had to make sure that you understand. We have tremendous Tennessee again. Augusta, Georgia. All right. I'll be down in Augusta, Georgia with our source. But hey, Sigma Gamma Rho representing Georgia. Who else is down here? Checking in from Illinois. All right, Zanu Zeta. Okay, let's see. PA. All right, on the ground. PA, it is serious in Pennsylvania today.
Madam International Grand, before I take off to get back to that voting line, as you always say, torches up. Thank you for doing the work. Thank you for doing the work of Zeta.
That's what I'm talking about. Thank you for the support and serving. Love you, Sora. Thank you, and be safe out there. Okay, let me finish all these shout outs now before y'all get an attitude and say I didn't get your shout out. In Indianapolis, Louisiana. Somebody send me some gumbo. I'm gonna need some gumbo by the time this is done. Okay, Gwinnett County, Texas, Tallahassee. I love it. All right, you'll be there. Okay, awesome. Looking forward to see you. Rockland Zetas. All right, New York, Charlotte, North Carolina. Sicklerville? Where is it? Sicklerville, New Jersey. I didn't even know there was a Sicklerville. How you doing? Shout out to the tri-state. Okay. Sophisticated Sigma Chi, how are you? I hope to meet you too, sis. All right. Fort Smith, Arkansas. We have some more Arkansas. Mississippi is my home, but I'm repping DC. All right. Detroit. Okay. Detroit, that's another state we're watching. Dover, Delaware. All right. Excellent. California. Oh, Grandmasters Ricky, you got some folks out there on the other side of the country with you. PA ain't playing. I know that's right. You took your daughter to vote on her 18th birthday. I love it. From the mighty Southern region, you voted. All right, Sora Henderson, how you doing? Tremendous Tennessee. Oh, Tennessee all up in here. Okay. This is needed. Thank you. And I'm glad, Sora Harris, good to see you. And I know you're working hard in your state to make sure that we get out the right to vote. And who we have? Beta Alpha Tau Zeta in Baltimore County. Chicago, Chi-Town, how you doing? All right, Tremendous Tennessee again, Iota Zeta. That's right, torches up. Zetas, you know what it is. If you know, you know. Zeta Mikai, how are our friends doing? Our friends are out there working hard, and make sure that you remind everyone we're voting for our young people, because our young people, our youth auxiliaries, they've been out here educating everyone on why they need to vote for them, because they can't vote. So we all need to vote. You got me on the gumbo. RJ, don't play with my emotions. Don't play with my emotions, because I don't play about my gumbo. Don't play with my emotions. All right, who's that? Alpha Phi Sigma Sigma Gamma Rho. Good to see you. Lexington, Kentucky, by way of Orlando, Florida. All right, see you at the regional. I can't wait. Maryland is in the house. Sigma Rho Zeta in North Carolina. All right, Southfield, Michigan. Good to see you. We got the Harlem Sigma New Zeta chapter. Forest Park, Ohio. Okay, Atlanta. All right, now, what's going on in Atlanta? Y'all make sure you out there, you know, because Georgia makes us nervous sometimes. Philly not playing around. Michigan. All right, who else we have here? Some more from Illinois, Alabama, Dallas, Texas. Not a Cowboys fan. That's hilarious that you had to put that distinction there. New Jersey, Fort Mitchell, Alabama. All right, Birmingham. First one in line voting. I hope you took a photo of that, right? That you were the first one in line. Charlotte, North Carolina. Now let me go, North Carolina. What is going on in North Carolina? Somebody need to tell me, because that's another concern. Who we got in North Carolina? Somebody report. Put the report. Y'all my co-host. Put the report. What's happening in North Carolina? We need to know what's going on over there. And Denver, Colorado. All right, Colorado in the house. Good to see you. Early voted. Cleveland, Ohio. All right. California is always in the building. I love it. New Jersey voted early. St. Louis, Missouri. All right. Wisconsin in the house. Illinois in the house. I love it. Beaumont. Is it Beaumont, Texas? Good to see you there as well. Western Jefferson County, Alabama. Southfield, Michigan. All right, we got a lot of battleground states in here. South Kakalaki. Hey, South Carolina, Charleston in the building. North Carolina will be blue. You better speak it, Samuel. I could hear him do things. North Carolina will be blue. All right, now, Beta Omicron, Zeta in Detroit, Michigan. All right, DST, what's up, DST from Arizona, Theta Love. Good to see you here. Birmingham, Alabama, that's right, torches up. Kansas, Missouri, San Francisco. I think I want to take a trip to San Francisco this year. I get distracted easily. Y'all pray for me. All right, hey, Deltas, how you doing? You took your daughter to vote. I love that. Baltimore, Maryland, in the house. Epsilon, towards Macon, Georgia. I got family in Macon, Georgia. Y'all know I'm Jamaican, but I do have family in Macon, Georgia, because my uncle married someone from Macon, Georgia. So I have a little affinity with Macon, Georgia. Hey, Macon, Georgia. Y'all voting out there? Augusta, yeah, I'll see you there. All right, fall 2024. How you doing? Northern Virginia. And you're the president of the MPHC Northern Virginia, life member, Alpha Phi Alpha. All right, Krista Jones over is like, all right, who that? She verified, because you know that's her town. All right, Duval County, Florida. All right, I saw that Duval County, Florida. I see you. Clayton County, Georgia. North Carolina is present. Brevard County? Is that Brevard County? But what state? You told me the county, sis, but what state? I got to shout out the state for you. New York in the house. Hey, Sir Lindsay Gregorio. Upside Theta Zeta, Redford, Michigan. How you doing? Hey, Sora Jackson. Next level, Zeta's a new size Zeta. I love y'all. Peekskill, New York. I love you more. Who is this? Memphis, Tennessee. And we have awesome Alabama. Alabama, y'all out here. Somebody, okay, I can tell the states that are shared because I see Alabama, I see Tennessee, North Carolina, Maryland, New York. Where the rest of you? We have 52 states. Where's everybody else? Illinois, you've been sharing as well. Appreciate you. Melbourne, Florida. All right, Florida too. Yeah, Florida's been represented. Georgia, you've been represented also. Atlanta, I see you. First time voting for the POTUS in Mississippi today with my husband. Okay, y'all had a little blue and white situation. I love it. Voting together as a couple. Norfolk, Virginia. Okay, all right. Long Beach Zeta's in the house. All right, California. You all showing up to Tennessee. Kai Lambda in the house. How you doing? Happy Election Day indeed. All right. Beta Tau in Miami. All right. Florida's repping hard. I see you. I know your state director and regional director happy. Kentucky, Shepherdsville, Kentucky. All right. Pi Gamma Zeta is here. Charleston, South Carolina. Love you right back. Watch the yard. Bro, okay, you need to jump up on here. Come on, my brother. All right, well, I'm going to send him that text in a minute. So let me know if you're available. We'll have you come on so you can see what everyone is posting as well for our D9 situation room. Los Angeles, Delaware, home of the Harris headquarters. All right. Took your son with you. Chef Booker. Hey, Chef Booker. Chef Booker, I need to bring you up. We're doing a whole fundraiser with Chef Booker. He a proud man of Omega Psi Phi, but we have a fundraiser going on. Sidebar to the election. It's some soul fixing, honey. Thanksgiving coming up. You might need to have some help making your greens and your candied yams. You want to get some of the soul fixes. I'm gonna bring it up and do a little commercial. Brother Booker, good to see you. If that is the right Brother Booker that I'm talking about. BP Metro Detroit, good to see you. Dana Williams, how are you? Toss Zeta, Carson, California in the house. New Orleans in the house. Who is this? Awesome. Oh, Arizona. You're doing a watch party tonight. I love it. I love it. Everybody's coming together. Orlando Zeta's in the house. Get some hot tea. You see, these are all my bosses. All the bosses are in the chat. Like the grand ain't drink no water. She ain't had no tea. Like, okay, I'm drinking some water now. Mm-hmm. This is the situation. This is just what it is. Delta Mu Zeta. Hey, Delta Mu Zeta. How you doing out in New York? Sigma Mu Zeta is here. Michigan is always here. We got Philly and Bucks County. All right. South Carolina, y'all representing. Okay. For Lauderdale, you had a phone bank Zoom party last night. I love it. Very successful. See, everything counts and everything matters. So we appreciate the efforts across the D9 to make sure that we are truly getting out the vote. All right, the Harlem home team, Maryland, Tau Delta Zeta in the house. Let's see. All right, Denise. Hey, Sora Larry, how you doing? Illinois once again. All right, West Texas. Where are all the rest of my Greeks? Where are y'all at? I see my Soras in here representing. Oh, y'all waiting for your president? When is Elsie coming up? I think we have Delta, we have Alpha coming up. We also have Sigma Gamma Rho. We have Phi Beta Sigma, the chairman of the D9 Council of Presidents, my brother Chris Ray, JD. Hey, Delta Nu. Dr. Z, Minneapolis. Minnesota. We have Maryland in the house. Houston, Texas. Y'all tell Pass Grand I say hi. DST member at large. What's up, sis? Out there in North Carolina. We have Lambda Xi Zeta chapter. We have Denver Zetas checking in. All right, Midwestern region represented. Hey, Arkansas. Carson, California. Memphis, Tennessee. Oh, we love seeing all of you here. Fulton, South Fulton, Georgia. Pi Epsilon Zeta. I mean, y'all are really representing. Omega Psi Phi in the building. Grand Basilisk Lewis, you still out there listening. You see your Albuquerque Omegas showing up. Gamma Alpha Zeta of West Texas. We have Trenton alumni, Delta Sigma Theta, Sorority Incorporated, Sigma Gamma Rho, Sorority Incorporated, Delta Nu Sigma alumni chapter in Westchester, New York. Kappa Iota Zeta in East Point, Georgia. We have Sigma Gamma Rho from Chicago, Illinois. You shared with your Indianapolis Soras. That's right. Come on, Indy, represent. All right, Soras, I see you. Atlanta's in the house. Minneapolis is in the house. Duval. What is with the Duval? Y'all gotta tell me what all them extra L's are. Duval. Duval. That's how you know. See, she know. I don't know. Alpha Mu Zeta chapter. U Upsilon Zeta. Terrace, Florida. Northwest Arkansas. AKA, hey sis, you've been here, general member in Atlanta. You've been here rocking with me, Nicole. I thank you, sis. Thank you. You the one telling me to get some tea. Girl, they got chicken outside. Y'all help me, Jesus. I'm in the middle of the D9 situation room and they try to distract me with the smells of food. All right, Sigma Zeta Zeta in New Jersey. Iota Phi Theta, Tuskegee alumni. How are you? Denver in the house. Minnesota, you know, y'all represented, doing the good work. All right. Queasy, oh, that's my chapter. Hey, big sis, how you doing? Hey, later. Beta Chi Sigma, South Carolina. Iota Zeta Zeta, good to see you. Madison, Alabama. Houston, Texas. Orlando. Exactly. Kappa Zeta in Dallas. And Montgomery County Public Schools. Okay, I love it. So we have some other folk that are going to come on. I'm going to see where they are as they join, and we'll have another commercial break shortly. We were going to show some videos and stuff, but you know, I'm not new to this. I'm true to this. We're going to roll all the way through to 4 p.m. and we're going to do what we're doing. Who's next? All right. Ooh, Phi Beta Sigma is going to be represented shortly. So I see that we have another member coming on through. Miss Daphne Dole Bembo. How you doing, sis? Go ahead and tell everybody where you are on the ground. What are you seeing? What org are you representing? And how exciting it feels to be a part of the D9 Situation Room 2024.
Good afternoon, and thank you for letting me join. I'm Daphne Doyle Bimbo of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated here in Accokeek, Maryland, which is about 10 minutes right outside of Washington, D.C. So glad to be out today. I'm working the polls, as you can see. Thank you for voting. Have a great day. We cannot, of course, we have some voting captains out, so I won't show you some of the participants in line, but it's been a steady flow. We're very excited and charged up. Can't wait to see the victory for tomorrow. I'm so excited to be a part of this and so happy that we live in a country where I'm able to be a part of history in 2024.
I love it. This is history, right? This is
yes, it is. Yes, it is.
And like everyone coming on, the smiles in our faces, the energy that we're feeling.
Yes, it feels good.
Don't get
it feels good.
Don't entertain cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Stay
no.
We've come too far. We've worked too hard. We cannot give up now.
What
you speak, you see, right? You have to speak it to see
yes.
it.
Yes, very excited. Everyone's been great. You know, we're thanking everyone, no matter what.
Absolutely. And just to see us respect what it means to vote, right? What it means to exercise our right to vote, what it means to see someone that looks like you.
Yes. So I'm very excited to be out here again. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, Xi Zeta Omega chapter in Washington, D.C. Again, I'm in Accokeek, Maryland. Remember that. We're right about 15 minutes right outside of Washington, D.C.
I know where Accokeek is. My aunt lived there for years. That's where I spent a lot of my summers as a child.
Come on back to the Keek. Come on back.
yeah. Well, I'm a New Yorker. Y'all can't have me in Maryland. I'm a New Yorker. But I love to visit. And I'm excited that you're out there. So before you go, tell me how the line's looking.
The lines were really long this morning. It kind of has tapered off because, you know, I think a lot of people were kind of trying to get in this morning and going to work. We think we're going to be seeing people come back around 3:30. That's how it traditionally is. So right now it's a constant flow. It's not a line, but it was very packed this morning. And so we're hoping that this evening that everyone will be getting off from work and coming back. But it's been pretty consistent.
I love it.
Yes.
Well, and the weather is good, right?
The weather is awesome. Very nice out today. And so, that helps a lot. But everyone that comes up, everyone is very excited. A lot of first time voters. So we've been cheering them on. A lot of young African-American males. So I've been giving them the whistle and cheering them on as well. So, we're just going to dispel all of the negativity that's out there.
Absolutely. And we can do that together because there's nothing
we can.
Right. And when we come together, there's power in that. And folks always underestimate the power of the Black woman.
They do. But I think that this is definitely, like I say, going to be history, and we're going to see it across the board.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for dropping by, representing Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated.
Absolutely.
And efforts as we work together to create history today.
Thank you so much for having me, and good luck everyone out there. We're going to do it.
Absolutely. We are going to do it. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So we're going to move on to our next guest, who will be coming up shortly. Time is flying, but there's still time to get to the polls. There's still time to make sure that you are represented in this democracy. It's not for some of us, it's for all of us. So we appreciate you. Well, let me go back to shouting out. I didn't get to shout out everybody, but let's see who else is here. Southfield, Michigan, another battleground. Appreciate you. St. Louis, Delta Sigma Theta. Hi, Rosalind. Good to see you. Latasha Howard. Trina, how you doing from Fort Lauderdale? My family's down there. Let me fuss at my family. Are y'all watching? Did y'all vote? I got to check and see who voted. I've been fussing at everybody, and I don't care. They don't have to like it. I'm going to do my job and make sure that everybody is totally disturbed if they have not voted. Yes, it's all this D9 love. I love it. I love it. Our men out doing their duty to protect. That's right. Your hubby voted before you did. Yeah, my hubby voted. My son came back and said, Mom, I did it, and the lines weren't hard, so I'm happy about that. Oh, thank you, Dee. How you doing, sis? Good to see you. Peekskill, New York in the house. Maria, you love this. Did you share it? Sis, go ahead and share it. We need to let them know that the D9 Situation Room is where it's at today. We have a couple more hours to go. We're making sure that you're picking up the phone, you're sending a text, you're making a call. We do this together. It's about how our collective efforts are recognized in a way that we haven't always been recognized in the power and influence that we have as a part of our communities and representing the needs of those who don't have a voice, who can't speak out the way we can speak out for them. That all of our service programs, our philanthropy, it goes to these communities because they need us to stand in the gap. They need us to represent the vision of what our founders had, not just for the social part of who we are and what we do. Those are the bonuses after we do the work. So I appreciate you all being here and for sharing. Friendswood, Texas. I love it. The lines are not long. Okay, good. Thank you for reporting. Remember, y'all are my co-hosts now. Where's my information? You're supposed to be giving me information on what's happening on the ground. Detroit, Michigan, good to see you in the house as well. So, Grand Bachelor Lewis, we still rocking and you still coming in and out.
Yeah. I stepped away for a quick call and I'm back again.
You back again.
Yeah, you good?
I'm good. Look, I got my water.
Right.
But they trying to tempt me. They done brought food out. There's all kinds of things. I'm like,
well, they just loving on you, for the hard work you're doing. We appreciate you.
Well, thank you, my brother. I think this has been such a wonderful way to see what's happening in real time, right? Because we've all been working so hard. And you, let me just let everybody know, on the council of presidents, I call him the conscience of the council. He's always telling us, did you drink your water? Are you all practicing self-care? Are you taking it easy? Because this is not easy work that we do.
It's not easy work. I mean, we're traveling on these planes between time zones, eating bad food, not getting enough sleep, bad hotels, shower water's cold, toilet ain't working, restaurant just closed when you walked in, room service ain't room servicing no more. Yeah, our members don't know the work we put in. They have no idea.
No, they see, us representing, or they catch a photo, but they have no idea the kind of sacrifice.
It's a labor of love. It's a labor of love.
It's an honor to serve.
Yeah.
And while we're serving, we appreciate the love that we get as we travel. And you let us know that it's not in vain, because we're clear. It's not about us.
That's right.
It's about what God is doing through us to honor the vision of our founders. And as we do this work for you, because we serve at the will of the people. So as we do your work, do this work for you and together with you, we transform communities.
Absolutely we do.
Make a difference, right? Because I believe when you can decrease and let God increase,
opportunity
to really make a mark.
That part. Yeah, that part.
Why you stirring me up? I was being good. You stirring me
No,
up.
no. Hey, keep stirring that part. Yeah. And we don't sit in these positions forever. We just pass the baton to the next soror, to the next frat brother. Yeah.
That's right. And that's what it is. We have Delta Sigma Theta working the polls in Burlington
New
Township.
Jersey.
She said the long lines are steady flow. Voters are voting. Let's do this. That's right, sis. Thank you for the report.
Voters are voting. That's what I'm
Voters
talking about.
are voting. But hold on, drum roll, please, as the chairman of the D9 Council of Presidents comes.
He has arrived. All rise. All rise. All rise. All rise.
You know what? You know
all
what?
Rise. All rise.
All rise. He's here. The boss is here.
Listen, y'all got me coming off the streets. I mean, I've been out there. I've been out since 6:30 this morning.
I know that's right.
Out there making sure people stand in the line. It started raining. I'm holding umbrellas for people. Don't leave. Don't leave. Listen,
that's right. You're doing your black job.
I'm doing my black job. I'm doing my black job.
I'm so happy that you can make it in because I know we're all on the ground doing different things. And Mr. Chairman, you'd be proud. Everybody's showing up today. Everybody is doing the work. You know, Grand Basilis Lewis has been hanging with me in and out since we kicked off. He's not leaving me alone. He's like, no, the bros is hanging out. We hanging out.
Listen. I see him. I see him out there. I mean, there was a few of them in line today. I saw some Sigma Gamma Rhos. So look, so full disclosure, you know, because I was so busy working and out here in these streets, you know, I didn't get a chance to early vote. Right. So I went this morning and guess who I get in line? A soror gets right behind me. I said, boy, I mean, the blue and white line. I mean, of course.
Look at God.
Look at God.
Look at God. Won't he do it?
Won't he do it? He did it. He did it. Now listen. Now look, I got all kind of people sending me messages. I mean, I've been ripping around like, where's this streaming at? I said, it's on something. It's somewhere.
Well, right now everybody's sharing it out to their pages, but if you go to the official Zeta YouTube channel, you can share it out from there. That's the easiest way to do it, and then everyone can just broadcast it out.
I love it. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure that folks know. I was like, I think my sorors is, you know, I think they got it covered. I said, listen, guys, I said the vice chair on it. You know, I ain't got time.
I'm here to serve at the will of the president. That's what I'm saying.
Hey, we out here. I'm just really proud of the work that all the D9 is doing, man. When I tell you that this is a moment, you know, this is a real moment, and I'm just proud of the work that's being done and everyone who is participating in the process. And I love the work that we've done together. You know, just seeing all the Divine Nine organizations coming together. And I can officially say, listen, you know, for one of our own who may just be walking through the doors tonight as, you know, as the next president of the United States. But we didn't do it for that. You know, we didn't do it for that. It just happenly just worked out that way. But I'm just glad of the work that we've been doing for us to come together. It's been amazing.
It has. And we keep getting reports on the ground about the energy, right? The excitement that people are feeling on the ground, that, you know, it's just a buzz in the air. And we're telling everyone not to get nervous, not to get upset, because those are all distractions. Those are distractions against the job at hand. The job at hand is to make sure that everyone is exercising their right to vote because of the small margins that make the difference in the outcome of these elections. So you can't say, oh, my vote doesn't matter. Oh, I can't be bothered. No, this is not the time to do that. You need to stay the course and to keep on moving forward today. It's not over until it's over.
It's not over until, what they say, it's not over till it's over. And there's a lot of votes that need to be counted. And
we're going to make sure they get counted. And we have voter protection. you know, our brother Malwan was on earlier, and he was waiting to be relieved because he was doing that work out in Baltimore, and had a millennial join us, one of our young brothers who shared, talking to the other millennials here. And then we had our second vice, who's also the vice chair of the undergraduate leadership for the council president. We've been on here. We've had Congresswoman Tlaib on. We've had Representative Kelly. We out here.
Yeah,
For the
I mean that's how it got to be, though. I mean, but you know, when you think about how much work our organizations have done together for over 100 years. I mean, you know, it's when you add it all up together, the impact that we have had on our various elections from the 1900s, you know, to the early 2000s, to where we are now, you cannot discount the power of the Divine Nine. You just can't. You just can't.
Absolutely. And we're showing up, you know, folks who didn't know, now they know. Now
Right.
they're recognizing we've always been here. This is not new. So I want everyone, for the record, who might not be a part of our organization, but you're just tuning in because you want to see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine. Welcome. Watch us work. That's what we do. And we've been doing this.
Right. Watch us work. I love it. Watch us work.
Mm-hmm.
So what's going on out there? What's going on in on the blue side, over there on the Cali side?
Hey man, we out here grinding. I mean, we feel good about the president piece, but as we've been talking about, brother president, we got to get these folks around the country to vote down the ballot. Madam President Grant and I've been talking about that all morning. Vote down the ballot.
Absolutely.
Congress people, senators, mayors, governors, propositions, vote down the ballots. That's what we've been talking about all morning.
Yeah, you know what's so exciting today? I got the opportunity to vote for one of my fraternity brothers who is a judge. He's a district court judge, and he was on the ballot today, right? So, you know, we have, you know, so it was important that we make sure that that we make that happen. And that's critical. I mean, that's super, super critical, you know, to this process. And it made me, it was a sense of pride, but then it was a reminder, like, man, we have got to make sure that folks are going all the way down to the bottom of that ballot.
Yeah.
All the way down to the bottom of the ballot. I mean, there's no question. It's no question. It's important. It's imperative. You know, you have some folks that were like, well, you know, I'm only here for the president's race. And I was like, no. I need you to do more than just the president's race, you know?
Right.
So yeah, so it's been powerful, man. It's been powerful, and just really grateful to see the work that's being done, and just us reminding people. But you know, the biggest piece in some places today, it's about protecting the right to vote, though. You know, and I'm so proud of, you know, all the attorneys that are D9 that are part of that process as well.
Right.
That's a big deal. So really proud of that.
Because they're the ones that we can depend on to make sure that if there are any improprieties, that they're handling it. They understand what's going on and how to move to get some remedy for what people are seeing. And 866 Our Vote is what we've been sharing, so that everyone can ensure that if you see something, we heard this morning right here in the D9 Situation Room that there was some inappropriate questions being asked of voters on their immigration status, right? So these are things that happen in real time as we are a part of the conversation today. And
wow.
Who's to share this information that we're sharing and help save a vote. We've talked about what happens with absentee votes. We've talked about where to put your vote before 8 o'clock. Like, we're going through all of the information here on this broadcast so that everyone is equipped with facts and not fiction, because there's an alternate reality that is happening in the world.
Yeah.
We're on top of it.
Well, you know, I heard a few minutes ago before I came on, and I was rushing to get on here, that the former president said that, you know, that they would concede this evening if it was no fraud. And so, you know, I just started thinking to myself, wow, Is that the setup? Is that the setup? Is that the setup? But again, our job is to make sure to make sure that we continue to get folks out there. We still have members of our organizations that are still knocking on doors, that they're still passing out stuff. I met poll workers, today that are members of the D9. Shout out to the women of Sigma Gamma Rho. I saw some Omegas. I saw some Alphas. I saw some Sigmas, some Cetas. Folks, everyone, they were working the polls. They were working the polls, or they were outside either passing out ballots or information, or they were actually working at the poll sites as poll judges, as poll staff and workers. That's a big deal. And so I love to see the work that we're doing and love to see the volunteers that's happening. Again, our impact is going to be felt for this election.
Absolutely.
That's a fact.
And what's so exciting about the impact is our young people, right? Because unfortunately, we've had some examples of behavior that we tell our young people not to engage in. So we can be the opposite of that as a D9 to show them here's where you can aspire to be an intelligent contributor to society. Right. By following the lead from our D9 organizations, right? That is how my mother told me, if you didn't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all. You don't call women outside their name. You don't call people trash and garbage. Like, so can we talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, can we talk about what we heard last night? With the rally in Michigan, right? I mean, just what was said was unacceptable. I just the thing about it is that elections are about ideas. Elections are about ideas, and that's important. And that's critical. Elections are about ideas, and it's like, I want to hear your idea, and then I want to hear the other person's idea, and then allow me as the informed voter to then make a decision on what I believe is the best idea for me and my family.
That's right. That's right. And it doesn't have to be demeaning. We've always had differences of opinions, right? That's nothing new for politics and nothing new for democracy. But how do you approach it? Which we're seeing some alternate ways of doing that. But we have another guest that has joined us. So I don't know how long you're hanging with us, Mr. Chairman, but I see Dr. Rocheda is on. Are you able to unmute and tell us where you're tapping in from Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated?
Yes. Hello, everyone. I'm Monica Roche. I'm actually now here in Washington, D.C., fighting hard for our Democratic Party. I'm also a committee woman, an at-large committee woman in the D.C. Democratic Party. And I was fortunate enough to be a delegate for VP Harris in Chicago. So I've been working hard, fighting hard for some time now. But here in D.C., she's got our support. Yes, we are mainly Democratic city, so she's definitely got the vote of DC residents.
And what else are you seeing out there in the streets of DC? I know there's some precautions that are happening, just making sure that everyone can safely exercise their right to vote. What's the energy are you feeling? Is it excitement? Is it nervousness? What are you feeling out there? What are you seeing? She might be frozen because this is live. Okay, this is live television here, the D9 Situation Room. So we'll give her a chance to come back in. Go right ahead. We'll give her a moment. Go ahead. It might be trying to compete with another network. So we hear a little bit and then it goes out, but it's all right because you're here. You're letting us know what's happening. So just repeat whatever you said, repeat it again.
Actually begins is initiative. You hear me?
We heard that, but you might have to repeat one more time what you see happening. Or go out and come back in. It happens because we're live. This is the first ever D9 Situation Room. Election 2024 coming to you live on the ground with everything that's happening. I see you all are still sounding off in the chat. Thank you so much. You have early voted. You are strolling to the polls. We actually watched a band earlier today and saw them marching. What state was that? Pennsylvania. They were in Pennsylvania showing us what they were doing. So this is exciting. You all are doing the work. We have a few more surprises that will be coming in. Dr. Roche is going to come back on with a different signal. We're going to give her a chance just to be in a spot where her signal will be heard a little clearer. But Mr. Chairman, how are you doing with, oh, he's on the other phone. Mr. Chairman, I'm calling you. We live. Mr. Chairman, what are the men saying? We were talking earlier with Grand Bachelor Lewis, and who else did we have? We had Britton on.
Britton on,
Malwan and Walter on from Iota Phi Theta. We were talking about this misnomer about this separation of Black men not supporting Black women. And we say it's a lie from the pits of hell. And what's your response? What are you seeing from the men that you are interacting with?
You gotta come off mute.
You're on mute, bro.
And I'm about to go in. I was about to go in. Listen, I've had enough conversations with my fellow D9 presidents. We have been on calls, we've been on podcasts, we've been on radio shows together, and I will tell you that that what we were getting off the ground, many of our brothers were like, listen, they are very much like every other voter in this country. They're going to listen, and then they're going to move forward. Now, one of the things that I did hear that I thought was interesting, and one of the brothers said this, he was like, listen, well, the words that came out of one of the candidates' mouth was police immunity, right? Which means that if a policeman, harm or hurt individuals, there is no level of repercussions. Well, we know that in this country, that a lot of those actions, a lot of those quote unquote bad apples tend to direct their anger or their unprofessionalism towards men of color, right? And so now if you got an individual who is saying that they want to pass a law that's going to make sure that there is immunity across the board, then that doesn't bode well for me in a country where they have shown me who they are when it comes to Black men, right? And so when the gentleman made that statement, it was just very telling about where the mindset is, and that yes, there are going to be individuals that are going to vote for other folks on the other side, and they're going to make a decision on who they're going to vote for, and it may not be for a woman, but I will tell you that the majority of the individuals that I spoke to have no problems with supporting a woman. I've heard that multiple times, and I just think that was a part of a strategy to kind of just gin up, continue sow division between communities, right? Any I say specifically any Black man knows, the strength of Black women and what they have meant to our community and what they continue to mean to our community. And so I know that when the numbers are cast today, I am confident that it will show that wherever Black women are standing today, the majority of Black men are going to be standing right there with them. And that's, and again, I don't know who the Black women are going to be voting for, but I'm encouraged that the Black men are going to be standing wherever the Black women are going to be standing today.
Amen to that. That's right, because we are a unit. We are stronger together, and that divisive conversation and these narratives that say otherwise, we're not going to entertain them. We're going to demonstrate, and we're demonstrating it today. D9 Stronger Together, how we move together as a collective, and we're not separating the women from the men. We're all in this together. And Dr. Roche, I think you are back, and we want to give you a chance so that you can finish sharing before you go back.
Okay. Yes, I guess, one of my challenges as an educator was getting youth to understand that their voice does matter. And so I think that's one of the things that I really worked on is the impact it will have for them for scholarships, the impact it will have for them on healthcare, their, for women protecting their bodies and their rights of their bodies. And I just think there's this fear of government or not believing in government. And so I just felt like I really tried to work hard to explain what would happen if you didn't vote and the negative impact that it would have. Because some of these people, some of these young adults forget what it was like before, or they were too young when Trump was in office. But so that's been a challenge, is just to get them to believe in government again.
I so appreciate that you just shared that. Trying to get them to believe in government again. That's a whole word, because they struggle to understand what this means, because we haven't done a good job in teaching civics and letting them understand. And earlier on in the broadcast, I'm going to do one of those run the beat back. I shared this is not the time for us to pontificate on the validity of the Electoral College. It is what it is right now. We need to vote the right people in, so that if you want to see change, if you want to create different opportunities, we do that with the right people sitting in office. We cannot change anything in the middle of the election. This ain't the time. You hold on to all of that energy and bring that energy after you elect people who understand what your concerns are, as we help our young people to have confidence in us to be able to move the democracy forward, because some of them can't vote yet. And they're depending on us to vote for them so that they can bring their voices and their ideas around what needs to happen in this country. But we cannot get there if you sit home and don't vote.
Exactly. So hopefully they're coming out, and, hopefully we just got to pray that they got the message.
Well, we thank you for what you're doing. This is another good point out there. Hydrate. Don't forget to hydrate. Here's my water. I have to hydrate.
Yes. I'm walking right in 7-Eleven now, then I'm going back to the polls. So it was good talking to you all.
Well, it's good having you, Dr. O'Shea. Thank you so much for
Thank you,
being
Dr. O'Shea. Thank you. Hey, bro, President, what things look like in North Carolina? Mute again.
Okay, I was just doing a little check in the background there, but we're going to.
I just happened to ask him, Madam President, how was things in North Carolina? He's about to reply.
Oh, good. All right.
Listen. So, I'm getting updates from all over the state, seeing some of the early ballot numbers that are coming in. I will tell you, shout out to the folks that are in Durham, North Carolina. They are definitely performing ahead of 2020 as far as folks getting out and voting. And that's one of the, a huge voting block that's out there on the Durham side. Folks, the lines are long here in Charlotte, Mecklenburg. There was some concern, but I feel good about what's going on with Mecklenburg and them getting out. But what I hated that I started seeing some rain coming down. One of the ladies are standing in the line was like, "Oh, my hair." I said, "Listen," I said, "Don't worry about your hair. Don't worry about
you have to worry about more than your hair."
I said, you got to worry about more than your hair. You stay in line. You stay in line. And she did. She stood in line. I went out there and I got some umbrellas and was making sure that folks had umbrellas, just so that they're good to go until, we got inside. And I was like, "Give me my umbrella back." Because, I ain't leaving without my umbrella, but I'm telling you, it was, so I think North Carolina is, it's an interesting cookie to crack over here, but it's trending in the right direction. I'll say that. We don't know what I do know is that I don't know if we're gonna call North Carolina tonight. I don't know. I don't know if we're gonna be able to call North Carolina tonight. But we hopefully we got some other places that will. But what I do know is that the reports that I'm getting from around the state is that turnout today is very high, and folks are coming out. Folks are coming out.
That's encouraging. I'm leaving up on the screen that Melody Bird says she voted from Singapore. So we appreciate you casting your vote all the way from Singapore. And we have Teresa Patterson here, another sister soror from Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, who's going to tell us where she's checking in from and what's happening on the ground with you.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I'm in Alexandria, Virginia, a blue state. Hopefully we remain that as a blue state. So yeah, we're standing here in the city of Alexandria in the community of Del Rey, and there's been a steady stream of folks. One of our poll workers here said she's been really excited because she's had the opportunity to vote for three African-American women, for the president, for the mayor, and also for
Jacinta Green for city council.
And for the city council. So we've had a steady stream of folks here in the city of Alexandria, Virginia.
Awesome. Well, we love to hear that. Thank you for what you're doing, and how historic. You can vote 3 times for somebody that looks like you in Virginia. Well,
Amen.
Look at that.
Amen.
Well, God do it. I just want to shout out. I see Jacqueline Arrington Picard from my home city, as we're multiple organizations that are out here doing the work. Shout out to the Links Incorporated for Linked Up to Vote, to get out the word, get the information out to all of those who are participating in this democracy. We cannot do it alone. So we thank you for being here, Teresa. We know that you are busy. So we're going to let you go on and continue the work as we get ready to bring on another member of our organization and leader of another civic group. Hello, family. Great to see you here. Thank you so much for supporting. What'd you say about the Electoral College counts? Not my vote. So sad my children are all about it. Yeah. See, this is not the time for the Electoral College conversation. We know we need to have the conversation. It ain't now. You need to vote. So we'll have that conversation and tell the children, if they want to have the conversation, the right people have to be in power in order to intelligently discuss what this looks like in this country. So do not get distracted. This is serious business. So I get a little excited, bros.
I'm telling you, my word.
Bring in some
Listen
more.
up. Uncle Jay said North Carolina stand up.
North Carolina stand up. We out
there. NCNW? Is that NCNW?
NCNW. We outside with NCNW, honey. They are all here. So, Reverend,
it's 2 o'clock.
Siobhan Arline Bradley, it's 2 o'clock. We've been rocking since 11 o'clock. Thanks to NCNW being the organization of organizations, bringing together Black women leaders from all over the globe to get out the vote, to represent all of our groups. And in this room are not only the leaders of NCNW, they are members of the Divine Nine. So I'm going to let each one of them speak as they talk about what's important today as we witness history. Our eyes on the W. Don't y'all start getting scary. Don't get scary and fret. Stay focused. Get the faith up and know we can do this. Reverend Siobhan Arline Bradley.
Come through, COP crew. Hello there, Divine Nine presidents. Shout out to the brothers of Phi Beta Sigma. I married one. Amen. Love y'all to death. To Madam Co-Chair, we love you, Dr. Stacey NC Grant, proud board member of NCNW, and to my frat brother Ricky Lewis is in the house all the way representing the West Coast, the West Coast. We love you, sir. I'm Siobhan Arline Bradley. I am the president and CEO of NCNW, the National Council of Negro Women. Shout out to everybody streaming. And y'all already know I'm a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And I brought a few friends that I knew that would love to be here with me. So let me turn it over to my girl group. It's my girl group right here. Come through.
Yes, I'm Dr. A. Lois Keith, chair of the board of NCNW. Hello to everyone out there. And also, I'm a proud member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. And of course, a proud member of other affiliate organizations of NCNW. So very proud to be a part of this historic moment. And what a historic moment this is. Go and vote.
Woo! Woo! Come through, Sarah. Save us, Sarah. Save us, Sarah.
We're saving ourselves today. And the reason that we're doing that is that we're all here as sisters gathered as one. We may have on purple, we may have on red, we may be wearing pink and green, but we got one objective today, and that is to get all of our people out to the polls. And if you haven't registered to vote and you live in North Carolina or you live in Michigan, you can register and vote on the same day. So it's not too late. Be proud, my people.
Now, who are you? Come on now. You're going to save us. You're going to save us.
My name is Janice Mathis. I'm a proud legacy life member of the National Council of Negro Women, where I serve as general counsel, and a 45-year member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority.
I am so happy to be here. I'm Rosalind Brock. I'm a 40-year member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and a life member of NCNW. I'm so proud to be here with my chair and my best girl here. We all here in sisterhood because we know that it takes all of us to make a difference. And so we're calling on Lottie, Dottie, and everybody out and to vote. But we have found that there's still some young people who have not registered. You hear me? Have not registered and vote. And so we have to do everything that we can, because I talked to a young lady today and I told her, look, you're standing in front of my freedom and I want to be free.
Come on.
I'm going to keep hope alive. We're going to keep freedom alive. And we're going to keep justice alive. And most importantly, democracy alive in our country. We can do it because when we fight, we win.
I love it. I love it. Let's go. You see, they sounding off in the chat.
I mean, man.
The chat is off the chain.
Hey man, listen, hey, we got to get our National Council of Negro Men. I mean, wait a minute, what's going on? I'm kidding.
They're not like us. I'm trying to tell you, they're not like us.
And they not like us, man. You guys are on it. Thank you.
We love y'all, man. We are so proud. We are so proud of the leadership of the council. We're so proud of you, Chris Ray, Rosalind Brock here, myself. We all served with Chris prior to him being the international president. We were social action chairs together. And let me tell you something about the Divine Nine family. There's nothing like what God has given us. And that is an alignment around, look, we saved and we in the brotherhood and sisterhood, all right? So we are activating what God has called us to do. And in this activation is Black men and Black women, listen, together. There's no distinction. There's no difference. There's no discourse. That's foolishness. It's propaganda. It's false. And they've done it before, and they're using the same tactics again. I'm with the brothers because they're with me. And I want to make sure that we talk about that. So shout out to everybody that's in this chat. Shout out to those that are looking at this. Post this to the world. They woke up the sleeping giant, and the giant is here to win. So I love you all to pieces. I got the best girl band in the world. Okay, I wouldn't go anywhere without this crew. I sing soprano, they sing alto and tenor. But the music is nothing but justice and love. And you come for it, aka you coming for me too, baby. So we gotta let them know that's how the D9 rolls. And Stacey Instagram, you know we rock with you. We love y'all.
Love you right back. The best girl band ever. Because we represent each other. You see one, you see all. Don't come for me because she might get thee.
It's going down, Chris Ray. Bye, y'all.
Oh my goodness, love you, and thank you for hosting a day of brilliance for NCNW. They are collaborating across the board with multiple groups, organizations to ensure that everybody has a seat at the table, getting the last leg of the race to the finish line, because we're not over. This is just the last leg. We still have work to do. We still have votes to count, votes to cast. People are at work. Some people might be voting on their lunch hour. Some might be voting after work. So until the polls close, This work is not done. But we will be here for another 2 more hours. We still have some more presidents coming. I know Delta Sigma Theta's like, where is President Cook Holmes? She busy on the road. She's going to be on in a little bit. The Alphas are like, well, where is Dr. Willis Lonzo? He coming. He's in the middle of taking care of his work. And Grandpa Mark McMichael, he sent Britain over earlier. He's in the middle of things, but he is sending his love. Grand Ambassador Marika Harris, she'll be on later. She's coming through to send her love. All of us have been here. So you've heard from a few of us live. The rest are coming, sending our surrogates and our representatives, because it's a lot of work to do today.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
A lot of work.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. I'm here getting text messages now from folks literally all over the country. Like, I'm out here, brother president. We out here. We making sure that we passing out these flyers. We taking senior citizens to the polls. I mean, listen, the D9 is out here working and making it happen. I love seeing all the messages that are popping up from all of our folks from around the country. And I just, when people say or ask, what has the Divine Nine done? I want them to look back at this moment and see the evolution of the work that we have done. When I think about all of the town hall meetings that we have done, the radio interviews, the podcast, the newspaper interviews, all of the social media blasts, the information on where to go vote and how to protect the vote. And I mean, the Divine Nine has been, we're like Visa. We're everywhere you want us to be right now. I'm very proud to serve with this group of presidents and watching how we have really pulled this together in this election cycle. It just speaks to the power of who we are, what our founders understood it to be, and realizing that we have an obligation to pull a few more people with us, across the finish line.
Absolutely. And what you said is so true. We're going to look back on this day, right? Because this day will not repeat itself again. November 5th, 2024.
Won't happen again.
And it will go.
Yeah.
And where will we be on this side of history on what's happening? That is what's critical and what's important to this work.
Yeah. There was a gentleman I met last week that, he was, still in the undecided camp. And I was able to, share some information with him on where he needed to go. I think what I've learned so far in this process is that there are a group of people out there who are also afraid of the information that's being presented out there because they don't know what's true and what's not true. And so many of them are afraid. But I was able to send him to some trusted sources. So I say all that to say that as a Divine Nine organization, and not only just for this election, but for all elections moving forward, we have to be trusted voices in this process for democracy. We just have to be. We have got to be trusted voices in the process for democracy. Because let me tell you, there are countries around the world who don't get the opportunity to do what we're doing today.
That's right.
There are countries around the world who do not get the opportunity to do what we're doing today. They wake up and they tell them who their leader is. They wake up and they tell them who their leader is. And so to participate in this process, and then I met some young people who was just like, I'm not involved. This doesn't involve me. Of course, after my blood pressure went down, I had to be reminded, right? And this is coming from a military veteran who served 22 years in the military. And I had to just remind myself that I wore the uniform just so that they could say that statement as well, right? And I just have to be reminded of that. Do we want everybody to participate in our democratic process? Yes. But the reality is that everyone isn't. And we just have to be mindful of those who don't participate, and hope and pray that those of us who are really in the trenches, are reminded of what's at stake. Because the reality is that there's a segment of our population that they don't know what's at stake. It doesn't bother them. They believe that folks are whoever they are going to choose whoever they want. I've heard that a couple of times as well. I don't know who is they.
Who is they?
You know, who's they? Right. But but what I will say is that I'm just proud of the Divine Nine. I'm proud of, if anyone goes back and do just research on all of our pages on social media and the information we have shared, it has been impactful. You think about all the members that we touch and we reach out to, financial and not financial.
That's right. That's right.
That's right, because the social delegates are important, right? We have some unfinancial members.
We need them today. We need them today.
We need them. We need them to go to the polls.
Hey, Madam President, what you call them? Social delegates?
The social delegates.
I never heard that phrase in my 43 years in the frat. Social delegate. I'm gonna use that one. So if I send you $25 on your Cash App, that mean I used it.
Hold on. Look, you gotta have to split that. You have to split that.
Oh, $12.50 a piece. $12.50
a piece. You know what I'm saying? Look, listen. I mean, gas prices are coming down, but they ain't what they need to be at yet. So I need whatever you can.
Hey, brother President, I'll send it to Stacey. She'll break you off $12.50 when she sees you.
Because gas is real high in New York, so I know I ain't gonna see that.
We gonna split it. We're gonna split it together.
Yeah, social delegates. I like that one.
Yeah, them social delegates are real, man. But we welcome them today. We welcome them.
We need them bad. Absolutely.
We need everybody.
We need
every single person.
We need all hands on deck.
All hands on deck. I mean, this is
I'm excited for the responses that we're getting. And remember, we live in an era where people multitask. They can watch the broadcast. They can have it playing while they're at their job, maybe a little louder than usual. So somebody sitting there who didn't vote can go on and vote and feel convicted to vote. Because what you said, Mr. Chairman, is so true. There are countries where they can't do this. They couldn't do a D9 situation room, right? They couldn't have a choice in their democracy because there is no choice. They get told what's going to happen and who's going to do it. This freedom that we are protecting is one that we cannot take for granted. So it's not an option to sit out and, just cavalier, I can't be bothered, or, I don't know who this they is because I want to wring they's neck because they're not doing what they're supposed to do.
They is busy. They is busy. Whoever they is, I mean, they is everywhere,
Woo, we need you all to make sure you are out there getting it done. We love you right back. Thank you for shouting out in the chat. I mean, the chat has been really live.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody.
I love Brother Lions. Just to go to school or they have to go back home. So Mommy Lions, when you talk about the collegiate students, can they vote in the area of their school or if they have to go back home? So, so there's a couple of things that happen. A lot of the students, those who are not registered, end up registering on campus and then normally utilize the address that they have there and allow them to vote. Those who are a little bit more politically savvy, they end up knowing that their parents who are very civic engaged and very civic minded probably already had them register to vote before they came to school and reminding them to cast their absentee ballot. So many of them request their absentee ballots that come to them, they fill it out, and then they mail it back in. So those are two ways. But the majority of students that come to school that are not registered to vote yet by the time they turn 18, when they get to college as freshmen, they normally register to vote right there in the location that they're at. And that's why a lot of colleges are polling places because, gives students just the ability to just go and vote right then and there. But then that becomes a fight too, right? Just depending on what locations you're in and what the local politics are, right? But it is incumbent upon campuses to be polling sites so that it makes it easier. I think what's always interesting is when you have folks who don't want to make access to the ballot box easier, right? I'm not saying that it's a free for all, but we shouldn't put up barriers that makes it difficult for people to vote. Now, we want folks that are legal to vote in our elections. But when you talk about the ease of voting, there are some places, like I think it's the state of Washington, everyone gets a ballot mailed to them, right? And they vote by mail. I think that's just extraordinary. I love it. I think that's just amazing. compared to some places where, you know, they are restricted in the polling sites that they have. And this is why it's important that we have to be a part of the process so that we can voice our concerns and make sure that we show up in numbers to say, no, we need a polling location in this community. Instead of certain communities having to go, you know, miles and miles away. That's a way of deterring folks from voting. That's a strategy. So we can't allow that to be the case.
And everything is a strategy, right? So we need to understand that it's not accidental that certain things are being fed into everyone's noise level, right? These commercials, the way they're, and that's, you know, it's a part of the political strategy, but the divisiveness and the talks of violence and all that, there's no space for that. There's space to disagree because that's what a democracy is, right?
That's what a democracy is. Absolutely.
And you can share that opinion, but to try to incite, you know, disrespect and violence, where they do that at?
Why does it have to be like that? If I don't agree with who your candidate is, or you don't agree with my candidate, okay, you know, we should be able to have a spirited debate, just like when we talk about football, right? I mean, you don't see folks breaking out. Yeah, well, I know, depending on what team you're dealing with. You know, there's some cities where they are a little ruckus, you know. But the reality is that we don't have to do that. I'm standing with the district attorney of Philadelphia.
What you try if you want to.
Yeah, I mean, he said F around and find out, you know. And listen, I'm with him. You know, I'm with him all day, every day. You know,
I couldn't believe it.
I loved it. I loved every minute of it. I was like, oh, that's my spirit animal right there. We speak in the same language, because, you know, we should not have to. I should be able to wake up, go vote, go on to work, or go back home and relax. I should not have to be fearing for my life or worrying about voter intimidation and bullying. You know, we don't.
We don't have time for that.
Yeah.
And we're too civilized as a country, or at least I thought we are. We purport to be this democracy. We should not be conducting ourselves in a way that is not becoming to what we tell the world that they need to subscribe to.
That's right. Yeah. I mean,
everybody business.
Yeah.
So we need to mind our own right now and make sure that we vote.
Yeah, absolutely. To be the example of democracy around the world, man, you know, we make it difficult sometimes, right?
We absolutely do.
Yeah, we make it a little difficult. Uh-oh, we got somebody coming in.
Yeah, we have Ms. Jones here. You're going to tell us where you are calling in from and joining our D9 Situation Room. Uh-oh, she tried to adjust her volume, and she'll be right back to the D9 Situation Room.
Hey, listen. I want to, you know, I want to come on and be like Wolf Blitzer. We have a projection to be made.
Well, we can do that. This is our D9 Situation Room. We've never had one before. This is another historic first for the council president.
Absolutely. Shout out to the vice chair, the best vice chair. Now, I was the best vice chair, but now you're the best vice chair ever out here with the great ideas. You know, listen, you make being the chairman easy. Shout out. Shout out to the vice chair.
It's a joint project, and the fact that I have my director of programs who started socializing this idea, I gotta give credit to her. She run Wing Woman here, making it work. One and only.
But I love it though, and I love it, and I love how the you know, the COP, the Council of Presidents, all were like, sure, let's do it.
Everybody was in, and that's why I love us, right? Because we are not just talking about hashtag D9 Stronger Together. We are living it. Like I said earlier, I really love you all, and you can't get rid of me even when we're out of office. Like, y'all stuck with me for life. We served for a period of time, but what we built and the relationships that we built, we're concerned about each other. We interact with each other's families. I've adopted Ricky's son. That's my Yes, this is how we do this work, because if it wasn't sincere, If it wasn't genuine, we would not see the results that we're seeing in our communities. Everywhere I go, other Greek organizations come up to me and tell me, oh, your sorors are killing it over here. We partnered with them on this. We're working together with the D9. That speaks volumes
Yes,
that
it
we're not
does.
talking about coming together. We're literally doing it because
Yes,
we
it
all have
does.
different means to the same end. So I know we have a couple more folks coming on to the stage. Let me see if Dr. Clark is ready. And Jamie Jones, they're on the ground doing this work. So we know when they pop in and pop out, we have to work with them. I'm just going to mute your mic for a little bit, Grand Basilisk, because I think you're trying to watch the other pundits while you support it. So I just muted you so that we can have everybody on. Ms. Jones, if you're ready, we are ready for you. Dr. Clark, we're going to bring you up shortly. We have some more surprises to go. We have literally about an hour and a half left of the D9 Situation Room. So we thank you all for participating, for sharing this out. Let me go through a few more shout outs. Let me go back up. You all have been killing this chat. I can't keep up. And thank you, Winifred, for being here. Brother Ray, you getting some shout outs from folk. Miss Betty is sending you hi. We're stronger together. John Lewis, that's right. You know, in the spirit of John Lewis, he jumping up and down from heaven saying, hey, y'all better vote. Don't let my legacy go down without a fight, right? All of those who went before, MLK, Malcolm X, everybody who had anything to do with our ability to vote. All right, let's see who else is out here. Hey, Helena, how you doing? Lottie Dottie and everybody. Yeah, everybody better go vote. Checking your registration. The college students, we talked about that. Someone had to go pick her child up because the absentee ballot never came. Thank goodness you were able to vote early. And the poll watchers cheered. Yes, yes. I loved hearing the poll watchers cheer when someone votes for the first time. We truly are powerful together. Resident of Cali, you in Grand Basilisk, Lewistown. So you had issues obtaining a ballot. Well, thank you for fighting through the issues. And yes, Dana, we can agree to disagree, but we can do it civilly. Right? And we can do what we have always done as a country and protect the democracy and how we move forward. Hey, Michelle, how you? Philly Proud. Philly is out there. I say, look, Philly is working this election. People have come from all over to support and to help. Everybody's shocked about what's happening in America. I know they're looking at us and they talking about us because I would. If I was living somewhere, I'm like, this is the big old, I'm gonna do it with my Jamaican accent. Big old America, look on them, no? They lost their mind. That's what some of my cousins are saying in Jamaica. I'm like, oh, what is that going into the big America?
Yeah, man. But I think that it speaks to truly, and not, I'm not going to get partisan here, but I think it speaks to the fact that both campaigns have spoken to segments of the population, and I believe that both segments are hurting. And I think that in how it's being socialized, it's, and how it's being utilized, it's manifesting itself on both sides, right? But I think that I don't think that folks realize how tough it is out here for some parts of our population. And the reality is that one campaign speaks to one segment and one campaign, is speaking to the other. Now, in the grand scheme of things, I believe that there's one campaign that's probably, wants to work for everyone. But I believe at the end of the day that there are folks that are hurting in this country. And the reality is that they're not getting, they felt like they've been overlooked for many, many years, by both parties. And I think that now folks are screaming out and they're crying out and they're latching on to whoever they think will hear them. And that's human nature. And I think that, as elected officials need to pay attention to what's happening here, that there are individuals that are truly hurting and that they are lashing out in their own way. And finally, they feel like there's someone who's hearing them. But unfortunately, some folks are using it to their advantage, I believe, and not the proper way.
And to your point, folks are hurting. We are dealing with real issues. Some didn't happen overnight in a vacuum, and it's going to take time for some to be reversed. But what is difficult for me to comprehend is a total departure from reality and truth, right? So when you just said the sky is purple and it's recorded that you said the sky is purple, but then someone says, didn't you just say the sky is purple? No, you're manipulating the information. No, you just said it, right? It was recorded and replayed that you said it. We have departed from all reality on what truth is. Debate the truth, right? You don't have to make up and divert people's energies like this smoke and mirrors. No, stick to the facts. If you said it, own up to it, believe in it, stand by it, that's how you feel you're going to help the pain that people are feeling. But don't act like we're crazy because we're hearing information and then you say, no, that's not correct. That's not what I said. And you're not focusing on the right things. Let's be real about the differences, right? And it's fine to have differences, but let's not create false narratives and let's not depart from reality. That's a problem for me, right? Let's come back to Earth because some people I feel are operating in a different orbit. And I haven't visited Mars. It might be nice there. But right now I live on planet Earth. And on planet Earth, there's certain reality that we are seeing and dealing with. And we can't act as if you could ignore this because you want that.
Right.
We have to be equitable in our conversations.
I mean, and let's be honest, right? I mean, God is a Sigma. I mean, that's why he made the sky blue. I mean, purple. I mean, my goodness. I mean, come on, guys. I mean, come on, guys.
Purple analogy just because my brother's been hanging with.
I mean, come on, guys. I mean, geez. I mean.
And some people are putting in some comments about what we see happening to a party seemingly hijacked with ideas that are not aligned with who they have always been. It's a lot on the ballot today. And we're not here to litigate who and why you should vote for who. In our personal capacities, we can do that all day. But today, we're here as the leaders of 9 organizations that are nonpartisan. And because we're nonpartisan, we have to govern those who have different ideals, different political backgrounds. But what we can all agree on is that we have to exercise our right to vote so that we can debate this intelligently with the party who wins the election. And that the issues don't stop here. And somebody put that in the chat. It doesn't stop today. There are so many issues, legislation on the table that we have to continue this joint effort in advocating for and making sure that those we put in office are held accountable to the communities that they serve. So this is just one part. There's so much more that we need to do, but let's get the victory tonight so that we can move forward with the rest and roll to the cues. And we have another final woman, Dr. Clark, joining us on the ground. Dr. Clark, can you hear us? You might be frozen a little bit, so we want to make sure that you can be heard. Let us know where you are. Hello, my dear. So tell us where you're stopping in from and what you're seeing on the ground. What's happening out there, final woman?
I'm in the state of Georgia, and we've been doing some work out here today. But yes, ma'am, I'm in Georgia. The latest that I've been following is where the city of Camilla, Georgia, is reporting that their election is canceled because their election personnel resigned.
Their election personnel resigned?
Yep.
Wait, where is this at? In what city?
Camilla, Georgia.
Camilla, Georgia.
Camilla, Georgia.
All right, 866.
What is that? What is that near Atlanta, Columbus? What is that near? Columbus, Atlanta?
I'm not sure exactly where it is, but sure the graphics. I just know that it up on my social media, and I started trying to follow to see what's going to happen. I haven't seen any updates since yesterday, about 3:30, 4 o'clock, when they were stating that the officials resigned, and so they canceled the election for today. I'm still trying to figure out how that's going to work, because I've never heard that happen before.
Special election voting canceled. Special election voting canceled after election superintendents resign. The mental duress, stress, and coercion experienced by recent court decisions regarding our role in elections and ultimate requirement to violate our oath of office as election officials is not something either of us are willing to participate in. This was published yesterday at 10:16 p.m. According to the post from the city of Camilla, the city is not holding special election voting on November 5th. Election Superintendent Wilford and Assistant Election Superintendent Ford announced their resignation in a letter posted on the city's Facebook page. My Lord, in the statement, the former officials claimed the mental duress and coercion experienced by the court decisions regarding our role in elections and the ultimate requirement to violate our oath of office as election officials is not something either of us. So the post went on to say, we hope the city of Camilla can successfully conclude the election, and it is unfortunate in our opinion we are left in a position where we have to choose. We have the choice to carry out the duties of election officials in a conformity with the law. So Georgia Secretary of State office, a spokesman told us their letter may have added to some confusion, but the status of the municipal special election will not affect voting in the presidential election, which is administered separately by Mitchell County. See, that's why you got to see. So this decision follows legal back and forth over an ultimate rejection that votes for former Camilla City Councilman Ventura Pollard would count. All right, so this is in reference to a city council election that happened at the municipal level, but the county is conducting the presidential election, and that has nothing to do with it.
And Camilla, Crystal Grimes, thank you, because these are my co-hosts here in the chat. They've been fact checking. They getting so they just check that. That's for the two council seats, not the federal election. Thank you, co-hosts. Appreciate you. That's how. And then while Mr. Chairman was reading the news, we got to read and dig deeper in, because these are how some of these stories will pop up.
That's right. That's how
they were like, oh, I'm not going to vote because they said nope. Show up.
And that was that good election protection training right there. See what I'm saying? Yeah. That's that good election protection training. I'll play. I use this law degree every once in a while. Every once in a while, I'll use the law.
Once in a while, you use your law degree. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, we don't play no games out here. Yeah.
Yes. So we're glad that we're fact checking. We're getting the information on the ground. Remember, 866 our vote. As things come in, as soon as we see it, we jump on it. That's what Dr. Clark is doing. Chairman Ray and Grand Basilisk Lewis, we've been out here doing this today. Like this work, I'm energized because of the energy that everyone's bringing to the chat. Everyone is sharing out the broadcast. You are making sure that you're doing your part to still engage with everyone who is still on the fence. And I don't know why. Push them off the fence to go vote.
Man, I tell you, there was a lady last night who said, I'm going to decide when I go to the polls tomorrow.
Oh,
I almost passed out.
But she said she's going to decide.
She said, I am leaning towards someone, but I will make my final decision when I stand in the polling booth tomorrow, which is today. Of course, all I could say was, thank you for just go with God.
Go with God.
Yeah, she said that she was going to decide when she stood in the polling booth.
I'm at a loss for words. I've never been at a loss for words many times in my life. Because anyone knows me knows I've been, quite loquacious all of my life. But this election and the things that I hear people saying, make it make sense. Somebody make it make sense.
Yes, I mean, of course, I too am not always, never too strong for words, but I didn't even know what to say. I just said, okay. That's, that's all I can say. At least she was going to go vote though. So that's what so I mean, and my job is to make sure that everybody go vote. We're not here to tell you who to vote for.
Yeah, we're not. And I see that Martha Sims Wilson, thank you. You said, did evacuated polling place in Georgia reopen? Not sure. They were evacuated due to threats. We anticipated some of this foolishness, but Mr. Chairman is on it. You saw his brow done knitted, and he ready to go check it out. So he gonna go check it out while we have Leah Wiggins, who has joined us. Thank you for everyone who's been phone banking. That it says the election is back as of 1, court ordered it 50 minutes. Oh, wow. That we have to go through court order. This is crazy. Lord help us, Jesus. But don't give up. Don't get distracted. Our ancestors had to deal with much more than this.
All right. 4 hours ago, 2 Fulton County polls were evacuated after several non-credible bomb threats. Bomb threats.
It was a bomb threat.
Yeah, wow. But they were not credible. So
things that we're doing.
So they were evacuated for about 30 minutes. Okay. But they're back. So they're back open again. So the county right now is seeking a court order to extend those 2 polling locations because statewide polls close there at 7 p.m. The deadline to compensate for the disruption. So they're going to have to. So we're going to see if the court order comes through so that they can keep that polling location open a little bit long. Those 2 polling locations open a little bit longer because of that. Let me also say this too. And this is key in most states. Just about every state. Once you know what time the polls close in your state, like in North Carolina, they close at 7:30. As long as you're in line by 7:30, they have to let you vote. People need to know that. They need to know that.
Okay, you have to be in line. Repeat that one more time.
You have to be in line by the time the polls officially close. And as long as you're standing in line when the polls officially close, they have to let you vote.
Okay. Everybody got that? All right. We have another member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated on, and we have another member, Jamie Jones, representing which sorority, Jamie?
Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated.
All right, so I couldn't see. Okay, I just see your hat. All right. I've been here, I'm a producer, right? So I'm in here doing this situation room. I can't see anymore. So welcome, Sora Jones and Sister Sora Wiggins. So Sora Wiggins, where are you? Tell us where you are and what's happening on the ground there.
Okay, hello, my D9 sisters and brothers. I'm in Alabama. And today I have been doing election protection. We had pretty much long lines in various polling places. Then it slacked up. Actually, I just finished a 16-round polling monitoring. And only two had long lines after 10 o'clock our time, Central. And easy going. We did have one polling place in the northern part of the Birmingham area where the polls were actually they could not vote. The machines went out for about 3 hours. I don't know if they're up yet. I need to check to see. It was not one of the places that I was monitoring, but generally speaking, it has been accessible. We hear people talking about who they are supporting of various racial sides to our poll monitors. We said don't say anything about who you're supporting, but they're telling us who they're voting for. So it's been very smooth today, as far as I can tell, except for that one place in the Birmingham area, northern Birmingham area, where the polls were down and the machines were down for about 3.5 hours. I don't know if it's up yet.
Okay, wow. Well, thank you for sharing that. I do have some incoming news that there's some viral messages about violence against Black women in Georgia. They found the culprit. This is false. Do not share if you receive the message because the message is false, and be careful about what you share. Fact check because it can cause anxiety. It can cause all sorts of situations. So be careful. Everyone fact check, fact check, fact check. Don't share until you fact check. That's why we're here doing this live so that we can get real-time information and have you available to share that. So thank you for everybody. My co-host giving us the information in the chat and on the side, my ride or die here. So Sora Jones, where are you and what are you seeing?
So I am in the largest county in Atlanta, which is Fulton County, and all the polls have been packed, and I was so excited. I did early voting myself, but my husband needed to go and vote, so we went over to South Fulton County, and the lines were unbelievable. But they're working the lines really, really well. Everybody seems to be comfortable. Everybody is on fire to make sure they staying in line to make sure that their vote is counting. The Fulton County area is very strict about conversating in line. They don't want you talking about who you're voting for. They won't, they're really strict in certain counties when you're coming in to vote, because they want to make sure that people are not going to say, that they were told to do this or they were told to do that, and that the poll people who were working were, had any type of things up their belt, because Georgia's the swing state and we're on the battleground. Everybody wants to win Georgia, so everybody's trying to make sure they're following the rules and that there's no, nothing bad going on, so that they won't have anything to report about what's happening in Georgia. But I can say that everybody seems to be very excited and everybody seems to be getting out to the polls with no problems.
Awesome. Well, thank you for letting us know that. And what's key, well, a lot of what you said, everything you said is key, but staying in the line. And I see people are putting that in the chat as well, staying in the line, making sure that they don't leave no matter what, as long as you're in the line by, depending on where you are, definitely in the line by 7:30 the latest, right?
Yes.
Want to make sure that we're all clear. But I know polling ends or doors closed in New York at 9. So you have to know where you are. Just get there. We have our partnership with NAACP. So we want to make sure that we are utilizing the Lyft opportunity for those who need to get a ride to the polls. So it's NAACP Vote 24. NAACP Vote 24 for anyone that needs a ride to the polls. And then I'm seeing also in the chat that they're saying some Russian emails are also to blame for some of the misinformation that's spreading. I don't want to get the whole Russia thing in the conversation. Just stay focused and go vote. Stay in the line.
You would think that they got better stuff to do over there. I mean, like, fix your economy. Like get yourselves together over there, because the amount of time you spend trying to get us, y'all need to be getting yourselves. But my gosh,
just stay out of the business. Just stay out. If you are,
y'all need to be doing your own stuff over there. How about that? How about you? You need some new leadership over there.
Yeah, it's
my
we
word.
don't have time. What's that other one? Ain't nobody got time for that, right?
Ain't nobody got time for that. I mean, none.
Stay focused and vote. So thank you for giving us what's going on the ground in Atlanta. We're going to have a visit from NAACP soon. Other presidents are coming on. So we're almost there. We're down to the last hour and 15 minutes of this particular broadcast. We have live broadcasts going on with so many of our partner organizations and groups, because this is about everybody collectively coming together to get out the vote. So we are thrilled and excited that we have this opportunity to be together. Propaganda bomb threats. That's right. Nobody better than my co-host for the D9 Situation Room. Y'all are putting all the information in the chat. You're letting us know so that we can check it. That's right. They use voters to reduce the presidential turnout. The devil is a lie. We're all going to get out and vote. So they said to figure out the war. You know what, y'all? Y'all are hilarious. Please make mention to check your paper copy to ensure the candidates you select is correct. And don't double mark. Sometimes if you're rushing or something happens and you put 2 marks for a candidate, it'll cancel it out. Be careful with your ballots and don't give any reason for your vote not to count. Barbara Scotia College, you getting a shout out there, Mr. Chairman.
What? The home of Barbara to shout out to the Clarence.
Yes.
Go Sabres. Sabres vote. Sabres vote.
Sabres vote.
Sabres vote. Listen. We got plans. We got plans down in Nova Scotia. Y'all just watch us, man. Y'all watch us. And
Yes,
please, I love what somebody just said. And please turn the ballot over. Yeah, some folks, I mean, some places you got to turn your ballot over. Don't stop at the presidential. I mean, listen, I used to tell folks this all the time when I was mayor of Spring Lake, North Carolina. I got more control over your life than the president. So, I'm the one who can determine you're going to get sidewalks or not the president of the United States. Let's be very clear. And rest assured, they realize that after a while, I'm going to be the one that's going to help you get sidewalks. And that's the thing. I think I heard something yesterday that I thought was so powerful. When you're thinking about who you wanted to decide on who you want to support for the presidential race, the reality is that presidents help you a little bit. As you turn the ballot over, those folks continue to help you more and more and more. But when you're thinking about who you want to represent you from the top to the bottom, you want to be able to say that this individual is at least helping me a little bit compared to maybe this one candidate ain't gonna help me at all. And that's the difference, right? Because the reality is that presidents, their policies, do not impact your life immediately. It just doesn't. It doesn't happen like that. And I think from an education standpoint, we have to be reminded of that. We have to remember that it takes a president at least 4 years for their economy to manifest itself. So in reality, the president before us, the current president we have, we're actually living through the economy of the president before the president we have now. And that president is lived through the economy of the president before them. That's really how it works. And the reality is that the next president that will be elected today will live through the policies that have been enacted over the last 4 years, because it takes that long for the largest economy in the world to be able to benefit from the policies that have been passed by those in Congress. It is, if you go back, that is the way that it is. And so, so individuals will begin to take credit for policies they didn't even have the ability to have control over. So we're literally living through the policies of the previous administration. And I'm not saying that, I'm just telling you what every economist will tell you. That's how it works.
You telling us what you know. You're talking truth, my brother. Truth.
Telling you what I know.
Truth. Well, I know that both our sorors here, Sora Jones and Sister Sora Wiggins, you all are on the ground doing the work. So we'll let you get back. But Sister Wiggins, you want to share any final comments, remarks that will be helpful to folks in your area?
Yeah, just in Alabama, just stay the course. Like you already said, let's turn the ballot over. The districts have various amendments. I think there's about one amendment for the state of Alabama in most of the districts. And turn the ballot over, because that's on my ballot. It was only one judge to vote for, which is a sister of ours. And there was also one amendment, but some may only just have one item to vote on the back of the ballot. So be sure to do that and stay in line. It rains, been raining intermittently here in the Birmingham area. But just get your umbrellas, have your gear on, and just stay there and share if you need to.
Absolutely. And thank you for sharing that reminder about turning over the ballot, and go there knowing already what you want to do on the other side of the ballot, right? Because that vote could also be a critical vote, whether it's for a judge, whether it's for a proposition, whatever it is, you have to know going in, because if you just randomly vote, that could tilt that portion of today's election. Down ballot is important. Turning the ballot over, you just have to be educated and informed about what we're doing to utilize the power in the ballot or of the ballot.
One other thing I want to share is if you have mobility challenges in Alabama or over 70, ask to go to the front of the line, because you can have assistance to go forward. So quite a few people did have accessibility problems in a couple of the polls, but just ask to go to the front of the line if you're over 70 or have any immobility challenges.
I know that's right.
And that's key, because they might just want to be, think they're following the rules to wait. No, you've earned the right to go to the front of the line. So as soon as you arrive, everybody move to the side and let our elders get to the front, especially with accessibility needs. So thank you for sharing that. You're doing the work, sis.
Listen, I tried to get VIP access, but they didn't let me do VIP today. Kind of like I was trying to be like I was in the club.
Okay, Mr. Chairman.
But they didn't give me VIP today. I was trying though. I did. When I walked up in the polls, I was like, I'm trying to get in the VIP line, but they didn't. They weren't.
VIP line.
It ain't no VIP line. We all in the same boat right now today.
Except our elders.
Except for our elders. But I ain't gonna lie. I did try to get in the VIP line. But just put that out there. I just want to put that out there.
Thank you for confessing. Thank you, bro.
Thank you. This is confession time. This is a situation room. This is the D9 Stronger Together confession room, situation room.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to our D9 for doing this.
Thank you so much, my Alpha Kappa Alpha sister. Appreciate you. And NAACP 24. NAACP Vote 24 is correct. I just wanted to leave that up so everybody knows. Everyone should have a consequentialist list. Which candidate would be a good for society as a whole? I love that. Thank you for sharing that, Angel. Mother of 3 final women. All right. We appreciate you. I love you right back. All right. So appreciate you. Foolishly misled in believing Trump gave them money. Okay, that part. Let's not even get started on that part, those lies. Oh my goodness. But Sora Jones, I was going to let you speak. I'm just giving some of the shout outs because Alabama was in the house and Franklin County is the county that we're talking about. There's no off season. You got to stay in the local elections, absolutely at the local level. The sky. Yes, we know about the sky. Well informed. A voter is the best voter. Okay, a few more shout outs and then we'll let you
representing Cali. Yes, I don't see quite a few Cali shout outs. I tell you, boy.
Oh, yeah. Cali's in here. Georgia's in here. Louisiana's in here. Maryland's in here. New York is in here. New Jersey is in here. Whatever keeps you safe. Someone got in front of you. All right. We got our Mikai, and shout out to Zeta Mikai. We were the first to have a professional auxiliary.
VA.
Virginia's in here.
Yeah. But they do curbside voting, and some locations have curbside voting for where folks that have disability challenges, mobility issues, so challenges. So that be aware of your poll, because you may not even have to get out of your vehicle if you're with a senior, and if you're helping someone go there. That's another opportunity, right? So it's good to know that.
It's excellent to know that and to know where it's allowed, because some people are trying to penalize you for helping someone get to the polls. So you just have to know where you are, know what they're trying to do with voter suppression. Call 866-OUR-VOTE if you are not clear. In New York, people with disabilities can request to use the ballot marking device. There's one at every location. Thank you for that. See, all my co-hosts, y'all is doing your job.
That's how you do it. See how, listen.
Yes, Jennifer, it's our pleasure to serve. Virginia's in the house, Philly in the house.
Philly, please go vote. Philly.
Kansas is in the house. Yeah, the Midwest has been showing up. Michigan was in the house. Everyone, Birmingham. We appreciate Columbia.
And you know what? Suppose curbside voting is available in North Carolina. Absolutely.
Yes. And then we could have the first Black lieutenant governor in Minnesota, right? So remember that. Thank you, Madam SD, State Director in the chat, letting us know. Appreciate you. And then Sora Jones, we'll let you Mr. Chairman, were you about to
I was about to say Minnesota too. If I believe that, I think she is, oh man, I forgot. I think she's Native American heritage, I believe. The current lieutenant governor who would ascend to the governorship of Minnesota. I believe that she, I gotta go and look. I gotta go do some research on that. But yeah, I think that she's either of Native American heritage. I believe so, which would make her one of the first governors in the country that was Native American.
Oh wow! Yeah. The indigenous people of the land.
Yep, that's right. The indigenous people of the land. That's right.
How remarkable would that be?
Mm-hmm. I know.
Talk about full circle moment. Let's not get there. That's
I'm telling you.
another conversation. All right. Wisconsin is in the house. Las Vegas. All right. Everybody is doing the work. So, Sora Jones, before you go back to work, thank you for joining the historic D9 Situation Room, brought to you by the Council of Presidents, Election 2012. Oh, who's calling me? Who's it? Look, the other presidents are coming in. Look, they coming in live. I need to be here.
Oh Lord. Where they at? Where they at?
We out here. We have NAACP, Delta Sigma Theta. You stand by. Your president is about to be on live too. We're just gonna give her a second to catch her breath. Chattanooga. Hey, Chattanooga, Tennessee, one of my
So I just want to make sure I put out there that the Lieutenant Governor, Ms. Peggy Flanagan, is a member of the White Earth Band of the Ojibwe, currently the country's highest ranking Native woman who's in office. I just want to put that out there. Yeah. So.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. You know, I'll be out here. You know, that's nerd life.
The Cayman Islands is out here.
Thankful to the vote by mail absentee. Come on, look. You know what? You don't have to tell us you sending your vote there for the Cayman Islands. You know, folks, we just out here. I mean,
making us jealous that we're not out here under the sun.
You know.
Here goes a question. What response do you recommend for people that are still ambivalent about voting? It's not too late to change minds. Greater Great Lakes region. Okay, so we have some information for you regarding putting your tax dollars to vote. Your vote chooses how your tax dollars are allocated, who runs your communities, and what projects will get local, state, and federal funding. That's one reason. Voting does not just help our communities in theory, it has a tangible effect on whether or not our elected officials care about our needs. If you don't vote, you're letting others decide who wins and what issues matter. Is that enough for you? If you're ambivalent, let me know if that helps, and tell them to stop being ambivalent, to get clear, to get clarity. Vote, because our lives depends on it. Okay. I'm going to behave. But thank you for sharing that, because people really don't understand. There's Black Women's Roundtable, AEVA@gmail. You can email them for some more talking points and information. Everybody has resources available. We'll start sharing some more that we even have from Mel Campbell that we have been doing with the power of the ballot. Dee Holland, Secretary of the Interior, would be the highest ranking Indigenous woman. That is so exciting to know that kind of history is happening, and relate on how votes affect their lives. Absolutely. You're welcome, Sora Sam. You love the D9 unity. That's right. We do this together. And we can't do it alone. That's not how God created us. We've all chosen. And think about the D9 like a family of siblings. And anyone who's a parent, if you have 9 children, you're going to love all 9 children, right? And you're going to care about them and want them to succeed. We're all here just choosing different means to the same end. So while we might have different colors, different shields, we're doing the same work, the same vote. D9 Stronger Together is not just a hashtag, it's what we live. And we thank our members for making sure that they're working together on the ground. We keep getting the reports on how much collaboration is happening across the country with our efforts. So we're down to the last hour of this historic D9 Situation Room. Thank you to those who've been rocking with us from the beginning. We appreciate your time. We appreciate you sharing the broadcast. We appreciate you being co-hosts, letting us know what's happening on the ground, giving us the information. Alpha Phi Alpha in the house. Don't worry, Dr. Lonzo will be here soon. So hang out. You'll be able to hear from him and ask them what their great grandma would say about their ambivalence, right? Yeah, that's a good one, Sora Miller. Dallas, Texas in the house. We appreciate you. You voted. Okay, we love it. All right, Sora Jones, you are back in the car. We're going to give you a moment to share your last words and then let you continue the work for today. Okay, there you go, Sora Jones.
I'm sorry, I missed the part. Did you?
I was just saying you can say bye because we know you're on the road.
Oh, thank you. Yes, ma'am. I'm in the car right now. Thank you so much. This has been phenomenal. I love it when all the D9 organizations get together, especially for such a great cause as this. Atlanta is the focal point right now. It's all over the news. I just saw another article come through, but I didn't get an opportunity to read it. I'm just hoping that people stay vigilant and stay in the fight and make sure that they stay until the poll closes to make sure that their voice matters, because your vote counts and it's very important in this election. So I just want to thank you, Madam Grant, and all the other D9 organizations for this well thought out show that you put on today. And hopefully it will motivate everybody to get to the polls and do what they are supposed to do, which is vote.
Well, thank you, Sora Jones. We're so proud of you. Thank you for the work you're doing in one of the critical battleground states. Be safe out there and continue the efforts. It's not over until it's over.
That's right. That's right. Thank you so much.
Take good care. Drive safe.
Thank you.
Right. You're welcome. Okay, we are going to check in with the next round of presidents that will be coming on in.
I think all the presidents need to show up. Where everybody at? I think everybody. We just need. I need everybody. Where everybody at? Tell them they all need to show up.
All right.
Well, Danette has been here already. Danette has been here already.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, tell Danette to come back.
Bro, and we came for Graham Polmark, and Lonza is coming. He's coming, and so is this is the hour where the majority of the other presidents will be here because they were traveling. So we're looking forward to having them on. But I'm going to let you talk to some of our viewers about representation while I check in with the presidents.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Representation. Okay. I need y'all to represent. How about that? Representation matters. How about that? This has just been a crazy election cycle. I mean, Freda Lewis, what do you think? What do you think has been the reason behind, them trying to use Black men as a wedge? Why do you think that strategy came about?
Yeah, I think they did it because they thought we were going to, first of all, fall for the okie doke and the banana in the tailpipe. And then they thought we were really going to implode and start battling with each other internally and battling with these sisters. And we just didn't go for the okie doke. We just didn't go for it, right? And we started telling the real story about what was happening out here on these streets. Because, we're trusted messengers. We go places where a lot of people can't go.
Right.
We were talking to these brothers, man. These brothers are like, nah, we're not rocking like that, right?
Yeah.
So I think we had some pushback, Brother President, and I think that really helped a lot. Yeah,
I agree. I've just been shocked, stunned, and amazed, as they say, that I was, thinking to myself, like, wow, that's a strategy? Like, do they not know that we do, we love our Black women, and we're very much, because what we do know is that if we're not the ones that's going to cheer them on, nobody else is. Nobody will. Nobody else will. I don't care how you slice it or dice it, right? So we gonna make sure that we support. I just hate that they use that as a wedge tool. And I think that the few individuals, right, who really do have policy differences. And the thing about it is, I'm fine with the brother who says, hey, I'm not supporting because this candidate is a woman. I'm not supporting because I really fundamentally have a policy difference. I think that's cool. I think that's the way it's supposed to be, right? Because that's the way it's supposed to be. But to be able to say that, well, look, all Black men aren't supporting. I was like, wow, that.
Yes. And I had a problem with the a woman serving. You look at Golda Meir in Israel, Margaret Thatcher, the lady they just elected in Mexico. I mean, women can serve.
Man, we've been, we somewhat behind. We
are, bro. We are behind.
The world has somewhat moved on now. And they said, come on, guys. I mean, you got Germany, you had Great Britain, you have multiple women in South America, in Asia. I mean, like, come on, guys. Like this, and those countries are literally still on the map.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Yeah, I don't
thrive.
Yeah, and they thriving. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what that's all about. Oh,
look who's here.
There you go. Oh Lord, here we
go. The third Alpha Phi Alpha. My brother's in the building.
All right.
How you all doing?
What's good, man? What's good? What's good in Chicago? Everybody good?
Everybody's good, man. The energy is just high. I just so much riding on this election. I mean, Chris, my eyes are just fixated on North Carolina. I'm looking across the country, listening to brothers, listening to people, what they're saying. You know, I'm out and about and asking people, hey, have you voted? Did you vote? You know, and you know, some folks you can just look at them and tell you're not telling the truth. But a good number of people have definitely stepped up and said, hey, this is definitely one of the most consequential elections of our lives. And what can we say but we holding our proverbial breath, and the country is on trial today. It really is. I mean, there's only been 56 years that we have been able to vote as an integrated society in this country. 56 years, 1968. And that's small. And we look, we look at how quickly Roe v. Wade evaporated through the Dobbs decision. I'm just like, everything is on the line, man. It is on the line.
It's unbelievable, and we're so happy that you're here, General President Dr. Willis Lanza III of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. We are happy to have you here representing the brothers. They've been in here in the chat. They were looking for you. I told them you're coming. Yeah. And I told them, they're like, where's President Cook Holmes? She coming. She's trying to catch her breath. She was just trying to put down her bag. She's coming. And Grand Basilisk Marika Harris is here. She is going to come on in a moment. So as soon as she gives me the signal, I'll be bringing in Grand Basilisk Marika Harris from Sigma Gamma Rho. We've all been here today in this historic D9 Situation Room for election 2024. We're proud of all our co-hosts in the chat. They've been telling us information. They're fact checking. They're letting us know where they're coming in from, what's happening in all our battleground states. They're out there talking to co-workers, to neighbors, to friends, talk to your frenemies, call your exes. I don't know. Well, no, let me just say your people.
Yeah, I'm gonna hold off on that one. I'm gonna hold off on that one. But yeah.
Well, now we have Grand Basilisk Harris here with us too.
It's about to get.
We are here.
It's getting quite presidential. It's getting quite presidential on this now. It's getting quite presidential.
Yeah. Listen, I've been listening, jumping in.
She done jumped in and jumped out. Oh, there she goes.
Oh, there she is. Okay, so you guys.
There she is. Okay, here you go, Grand Basilisk.
Hey, I've been listening to y'all all morning, and y'all have been doing an amazing job with all of the speakers coming on, sharing the information about the importance to get out and vote, voter protection, all of the challenges. So you all have been turning up on this call this afternoon.
Outstanding. I look at this election also has done a great deal for the Divine Nine. I think if anything, much like when in 1930, when it first formed, at least I see from my seat, and I believe that each of you as peers see it as well, our need in the community has emerged in a new way to help educate and elevate the mindset of individuals on the significance of voting, yes, but for civic education and governmental education and understanding how Congress appropriates dollars, not the president of the United States, no matter who's sitting in that lofty seat. That's so critical that we're not duped by things that are really low-hanging fruit that we should know. And I'm excited about it. I know that Mayor Melvin Carter from St. Paul, Minnesota, our Alpha brother, who is the mayor of a city kind of like the folks in Wisconsin, can probably give us some perspective on what he believes that Wisconsinites and Minnesotans are doing, let alone folks who might be Michiganders as well. I mean, this is a critical day and a time for us. It really is.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to before y'all go any further, I just want to acknowledge my mother, who is an election judge in the town I grew up in McKeesport, Pennsylvania, which is outside of Pittsburgh, Allegheny County. I told her this morning, Pennsylvania is one of the swing states. So we need everyone in Pennsylvania to get out and vote. Get up, get out, and go vote. Pennsylvania, we are depending on you to make an impact. So I wanted to shout out my mother, May, who is, really out there working the polls for us, making sure that the elections are going right with no issue.
Absolutely.
Love it. I love your mama even more now that I know she over there in Pennsylvania. I love her even more.
Exactly. And we also know, I was waiting till she came on, but one of her sorors was trying to shout it out. I was going to surprise her with singing happy birthday, but it is President Cook Holmes' birthday from Delta Sigma Theta, international president and CEO of their directors. So we will.
Did she freeze?
She done froze up. Brother Ricky, I love how you slipped in that Coleman love statement.
Did you see that? I was like,
he slipped in that Coleman love statement. Just real easy on our president's chat today. I saw that.
That was real smooth.
Wow.
He just put it in there.
Hey, brother President Alonso, I had to represent, bro. I had to represent.
Man. I was like,
listen, he's been on here with her all day, so y'all give him a little break. He been holding it down with her.
Thank you, Madam Grand Bosseless. Thank you. I appreciate you.
I appreciate it.
Hey, bro, President Alonso, because Chris will slide in that Constitution in a minute.
Man, who you telling?
Listen, I got it in my back pocket just in case. I got my papers in my back pocket. I don't play no games when it comes to my sisters.
I just love it, man. He is always slipping in that constitutionality. I'm like, all right, here we go.
It's in black and white, inked.
Hey, man,
we wrote our Constitution. Look, we wrote our Constitution in blue ink, just in case y'all need to know. Just want y'all to know it's all both of them written in blue ink on a white paper.
Good.
Listen, whatever works today to make sure we're D9 stronger together. To get people out to vote, yes, we got to do what works.
I was saying earlier just how proud I am of just the work that has been done, and whether it was us doing a big town hall or one of our chapters doing a small voter registration in their community. Yeah. All of it has built up for this moment today. Yeah. And if anyone has any doubts about the impact of the Divine Nine, they have not been paying attention.
Hey, and we saw something that I've never seen since I've been affiliated in Greek. We also saw the Prince Hall Masons hold a town hall with the Blue Lodge, as well as with the northern jurisdiction and the southern jurisdiction of the Scottish Rite for Prince Hall Masons. That was a first as well that I can recall, and I think Congressman Clyburn came on as a part of that and represented in many respects representing the D9, the two sovereign grand commanders of the northern jurisdiction and the southern jurisdiction are Omega Psi Phi and Kappa Alpha Psi respectively. Right. So we've got the interlinkings, but we had to pull the coalition together, and we did it. And now I think, we got more work to do, and I'm just excited about all of the work that we all have done. I think our micro grant piece that we did internally helped spur on some of that collaboration that you talked about, Brother Chair. When we talk about the PSAs and the voter registration PSAs and things that they did together, both alumni and college.
I mean, billboards. I mean, there was billboards that were done by some of the organizations. Mm-hmm. Again, the town halls, the education events that were happening in the communities and on college campuses, the bus tours. Yeah. It just, seeing Brother McMichael crisscrossing the country, the engagement of our collegiates, our collegiates having their own town hall. I mean, it has absolutely been amazing to see the Divine Nine podcast, radio interviews, folks on the news, television interviews.
Yeah.
you know, very proud, very proud.
I'm very proud.
Absolutely. We have Derek Johnson joining us. I had to go check on the people. So thank you for holding on to the D9 Situation Room.
Of course, of course. We got
step
NAACP president. Oh my goodness, we got NAACP president.
NAACP
Aren't you manning a poll somewhere? Aren't you not manning a poll somewhere, brother president?
Well, you know, good afternoon, D9 family. You know, makers, we all over the place, so we could be on here, man, the poll at the exact same time.
There you go.
This is a great day because I am hearing reports from our officers across the country that people are turning out to vote. We are responding to several legal issues. In fact, I just signed off on sending a demand letter to the governor of Georgia, and we probably file an injunction to have a few precincts in Georgia to stay open longer because of some discrepancies at the polling place. But this is a scenario where the Black vote matters. The Black vote will determine whether or not we have a functioning democracy or not. The Black vote will determine whether or not we can move forward as a society in a very civil way. And so it's important for us to line up, regardless of our organizational affiliation, to ensure that we turn out the Black vote. And I can tell you, because of the D9, a staple in the Black community, we are doing that across the country. The only problem I'm concerned about is we increase our numbers, they're increasing theirs. So if you got people hitting on the doors, don't stop. Keep knocking on doors till 6:45 or 7:50 if it's next to the precinct to pull people out, because every vote will absolutely matter.
Awesome. And thank you. While you're here, we've been promoting the partnership with Lyft, and that with NAACP Vote 24, you can get folks to the polling sites with Lyft. So thank you for providing that, right? The leadership of NAACP to make sure that we can get our folks to the poll. And we appreciate all of the work that you are doing. And of course, working with the final woman, Karen Boykin Towns herself as your vice chair.
I'm gonna tell you how the Lyft code has been so effective. We just had to add $75,000 more to the code.
Wow.
That's how many people have been tuning in and using it as a rise to the polls. That's important. That's significant. And I'll tell you, if I get a text to say we got to add another 100,000, we're gonna do it, because we don't want any excuses for people to cast their ballots.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Absolutely. And while you're here, we have another president coming on, but everyone cue up your voices so we can.
Okay, we're ready. We're ready. We're ready.
Because it's President Cook Holmes' birthday. So
it don't have to be Coleman either. It don't have to be Coleman voice either.
Oh Lord. No, we don't need
no Coleman voice on here now. We need some voices on here.
What version are we singing? What version?
The cultural version.
Happy
birthday.
Okay, yeah.
Right. So all the Deltas in the chat, y'all better get ready. Your president is coming on. You know, today is her birthday. So we want to definitely shower her with love as soon as she sits and she's able to join in. She's been ripping and running all day. We've been telling her happy birthday in our chat all day long, but she said she focused on the results of this election. She'll celebrate her birthday after we get a W. That's what she said. But now here she is, ladies and gentlemen. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday.
Now go to the polls.
Hey, I've been to the polls. Thank you for the happy birthday, but I hope everybody is going to the polls. In fact, I hope y'all have already been to the polls.
Oh, I voted. Yeah.
They sounding off. Your sources have been in the chat. They have been letting us know that they have gone out to vote. They are representing. They are here now so they can wish you a happy birthday. But we are excited that we are all together. Hashtag D9 Stronger Together. We are talking about it. We're doing it. You've been on the road, moving about, making sure that their membership is doing their Black jobs today, right? Everybody is out there voting and getting it done. And I know it's your birthday too, and you want to see the W, but we want to celebrate you because that's how we do. We are truly a family, and we're so excited that you're here and celebrating your birthday on this historic day. This is the birthday you'll never forget.
Never, ever, ever. And it's just going to be a positive day. I can just feel it. But I will tell you, it's great to be with my COP family, my council president family on my birthday. I can't think of a better thing to do. And I cannot think of a better thing to do to be able to do the work that we have been doing for the last X number of months. We do it day in and day out. I know special shout out to my sisters of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. SARS, I have been seeing you all outside. Y'all have been outside. Y'all have not just been on Zoom. You have not just been, I know you've been texting. I know you have been phone banking, but you have been out there canvassing. You've been out in the streets. You're taking voters to the polls today. We've been partnering along with our D9 brothers and sisters to do so many things across the country. We've been partnering with NCNW. We've been partnering with the National Coalition of Black Civic Participation, NAACP, LDF. The list goes on and on. And special shout out to Delta for Women in Action. We have been doing some things together, especially in the states of Maryland and Delaware, where we have some pivotal races as well. So we are hoping all of you all are voting up and down the ballot wherever you are, because it is absolutely critical to vote up and down the ballot. It's absolutely critical to not only vote the top of the ticket, but vote up and down the ballot. So I know I can count on you all. All of my D9 brothers and sisters and everyone else who's out there, I know I can count on you. And thank you all for the birthday blessings.
Absolutely. We love you. And look, I have another birthday surprise. I have a birthday surprise for you. I have somebody that you'll be proud to see, somebody we all know and love, somebody who's become my sister from another mister. Guess who's here to say happy birthday? Get out the
Hey y'all, and absolutely, definitely happiest and most blessed birthday wishes to my national president.
She out there in them Texas streets.
No, she's at the airport. She was like, let's get to the airport. Frozen in the
y'all
airport.
got me. I am in the airport. I'm trying to get back. But I just wanted to say happy and blessed birthday to my international leader. And for those of you who don't know who I am, I'm Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett. I proudly represent Texas 30th Congressional District, which is anchored right there in Dallas, Texas. And let me tell you something. My amazing soror, Shirley Chisholm, is looking down, and she's already got a praise in her feet. Because she knows that she is the one that started this pathway for not only myself, but obviously the amazing vice president that we have. And I am so encouraged just to be here with so many of our international leaders, because y'all continue to make sure that the torches that were initially lit by our founders, that those torches stay lit and they are constantly being passed on, and that the traditions of the D9 live so far past anything that anyone could have ever imagined. But we know where we came from, and we know how much we are owed in this country. And I appreciate the fact that we have always remained steadfast to the mission of our founders, and the fact that we remain unified in purpose at all times. So I do thank y'all. I am looking for so much joy on today. As it's already been said, I'm in Philly. I'm trying to head to DC so that we can celebrate a little bit later. But thank you to each and every one of you for your steadfast leadership in this most historic time, or historic time is what I'm going to say. I won't even say it's historic, it's historic. And it's not just because of the top of the ticket. We will have two Black women, 1 AKA, and 1 member of Delta Sigma Theta that will be serving in the U.S. Senate for the very first time. We're going to have 2 Black women serving at one time, when historically we had only had 2 Black women ever elected. We are going to move this country forward, whether some people want to go or not. What we do know is that we won't go back. So I am so thankful. I am so appreciative. And God bless each and every one of you. Sorry that I got to run, but they ain't going to hold the plane for me. My name is not Maxine Waters, and so they don't hold planes for me, okay?
I love you, sis. Thank you for saying yes.
Love you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Love you so
Keep
much.
being that Spitfire. Keep being that Spitfire.
Bye, y'all.
Take care.
I love it. See, that's the power of community and relationships. She was like, I'm trying to get to the airport. I said, just give me 5 minutes to come on, and the timing was perfect so she could surprise our sister president.
Perfect. That's a great surprise, and she has been doing it. She's in addition to all her congressional duties, she is a co-chairperson for the Harris campaign, and she has been just getting it done.
She has. She was so proud of her. I want to pause on Knoxville College. There's some prayer requests going up for Knoxville, so let's keep them in prayer with what's happening over there. So the prayers of the righteous avail as much. So we're just going to continue to keep the prayers up. Thank you for everyone coming on in. We have Kappa Alpha Psi waiting in the background. We have some more from Iota Phi Theta. I believe we have one of the youngest mayors here. And then we have Watch the Yard. We're going to let Jonathan jump on for a minute.
There he is.
He is getting ready to cover all of what will be happening today, but he has been a partner with the D9 Council of Presidents as he and his platform have been working to represent all of the good work, the fun moments, and the interesting nuggets from the members of the Divine Nine. And we appreciate Jonathan for what he has created with his platform, using a platform for good and being able to share the collaborative nature by which we work, but also highlighting the contributions that we give to our community. So Jonathan, thank you for saying yes, for jumping on in between setup for this historic night. What are you seeing on the ground? What is happening as you have entered into the D9 situation?
Well, first thing I want to say is thank you for letting me join this call. It's always great to be on a call with all of you. Right now we're at Howard University. We just got our credential to cover the whole vibe, what everybody's feeling like, how the students are doing. We're right outside right now. We have to go through a bunch of security. They have this school locked down, right? But there's just so much excitement in the air, and it's so great to see D9 members across Howard University, but also across all of the HBCUs and PWIs out there, really mobilizing the vote today. And today's not the only day that it's been happening. We have seen, students shooting great videos all through the summer, just highlighting their chapters and highlighting the fact that what we do is we get out the vote.
Absolutely. And thank you so much for the work that you do and making sure that you are capturing all of the many parts of who we are as a collective. And I'll let the presidents jump in if you want to say anything to Jonathan before he goes back on his official duty covering this historic day.
No, Jonathan, thank you for just representing us so well. You've done an outstanding job elevating the Divine Nine, this Council of Presidents. I think that the partnership between Watch the Yard and the COP, as well as the NPHC, is now at an unprecedented level, and we got to keep it up. But it took your vision and your dedication, and we appreciate you. You're a good freighter of Kappa Alpha Psi. We'll be real technical and sweet and nice today, but we'll keep our brotherly love later and our ribbing. But we appreciate what you do. Great job.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
And I'm going to bring one of his brothers up, representing again, Graham Polmark McMichael, a dear friend from New York, Kevin Boston Hill, also representing for Kappa. We appreciate you being here and adding to what's happening on the ground. But Jonathan, we know that you have to get back so you can go through the layers of security. So we appreciate you. We look forward to connecting with you later and continue telling the story.
Thank you. Get out the vote.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Hey team, I gotta jump. I gotta run. I gotta go. They waiting for me out. I got some polls. I gotta go. I got some polls. I gotta go work. So I gotta
Well,
go.
we appreciate you, Mr. Chairman. I know
Yes.
it's been a long day of multiple movement and activity, but we are all here. We have some more guests that are
Oh, I see
joining
everybody
us
popping
as
in. I know
well.
all those. I know all those people. They all good folk. I think that's Ed. That's okay. That's Melvin. Okay, I know all those. I know all those folks. So you're in good hands. All right,
Yes,
brother president,
indeed.
sister presidents. I gotta run.
All right, my brother chairman.
Love
Thank
you.
you, thank you.
All right. I see you, Daniel. North
Yeah.
Carolina represent.
All right, so we are moving it along. We have literally 30 minutes to go. And we thank you, Mayor Melvin Carter, for joining, Kevin Boston Hill for joining, and Daniel McKelvey Jr. for being here as well. So let's hear from you all. What's going on the ground? What is happening out there, Mayor Melvin?
Hey, well, I appreciate you having me on. It's good to be on here. You know, I hear this talk about Howard. You know, so I got to represent Florida A&M University. Certainly got to represent Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. Good to see you on here, Brother Lonzer. We've been out and out just talking to voters, visiting polling places. Turnout is really high. We had over 1 million early votes cast in Minnesota. And yet still we have folks filling up polling places. Just came from one that's at one of our local recreation centers. As of, I think, midday today, they already have 75% voter turnout at the neighborhood stop we just came from. So I think the turnout is high. I think people really recognize the incredible contrast that exists from one candidate who's all about anger and fighting for himself, and another candidate who's fighting for all of us, who is fighting with a sense of joy for what the America that we can have if we work together, not if we fall for those kind of silly tricks of believing that what's wrong with our country is all the other people in it. So I'm excited. The energy is high. You know, a lot of work left to do, and a lot left to find out today and tomorrow and in the next couple of days. But it's feeling good on the ground.
Awesome. Well, thank you for that. And thank you for all that you are doing to make sure that we can deal with facts and not misinformation, that we can continue to push for everyone to get to the polls. It is not too late. Our broadcast may be ending in 30 minutes, but voting is not. Make sure that you are going out, talking to everyone. Don't take for granted that they have gone to the polls. Some people are still, for whatever reason, ambivalent, or for whatever reason, undecided. I won't judge you today unless you don't vote. So make sure you make up your mind and vote. Get out to vote. So thank you so much for joining the conversation. And I'm going to kick it over to Kevin Boston Hill, proud member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. And I know that you are here also supporting and representing Graham Polmark, Jimmy McMichael, and my dear brother from my hometown of New York. So Kevin, what are you seeing on the ground and what are you sharing today?
Well, right now, thank you again for having me come on to represent my beloved fraternity, as well as Grand Polmark, Brother McMichael. But on the ground, and you see what my background is, I represent Guide Right and Kappa League, which is our hallmark signature support program or mentorship program within the fraternity. And what we've been doing, we've pretty much have galvanized our youth. So we are training the next generation of voters and politicians and people who are going to kind of move us into the future. We've galvanized our youth to go around and support, not only make up flyers and do videos encouraging people to get out to vote, but they're going door to door and making sure that people know about the vote and go and do early voting. They went out today to help out with some of the local NAACP chapters to go door to door again to actually help bring people to the polls so they can cast their ballots. So again, we're really excited about training that next generation of voter and that next generation of activists who are going to be out there, boots on the ground, making sure that people vote. And all of our Kappa Leaguers, our Guide Right students, are really enthused about this election. They know that even though that they are themselves are too young to vote right now, they still have a voice, and they made sure to let that voice be heard and go out to tell all the people that they know that their vote counts and their voice counts and voice matters. So we are very excited about all the things that we have going on in the future with the next crop of voters coming up behind us.
I love it. And as an educator, I know that this is near and dear to your heart. So thank you for the work that you're doing and the partnership with the Divine Nine and other youth groups that you all also collaborate with as they're out there together learning the civic education that is missing from most schools, that they can be a part of being educated electorate. Being an educated electorate. So
exactly. They're living it, not just learning it.
That's right. I love it. And let's hear from Daniel, and then we'll kick it back around for a commentary from our presidents. And we have maybe two more surprise guests that might be coming on before we start winding down our live D9 Situation Room Election 2024. Daniel, welcome to the broadcast. Tell everybody your organization and your work and what you are doing on the ground.
I'm also here with Kappa Alpha Psi, looking to just let you know a little bit about the work that we've done with the Freedom at Stake tour, as we were in about 5+ states, going to almost 10+ HBCUs, where we did a lot of work at their homecomings and some of these community events. A lot of work that a lot of the Kappas have done across the nation, as we've been trying to get the voter engagement out and up in our communities. And I'm now in DC from my home base in North Carolina, as we're all kind of coming together as we're looking forward to continuing to see this through. So thank you so much for having me on here, and looking forward to talk more about what we've done and how we're continuing to make sure this happens.
Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that and for being on the ground. This is how we do it together. And I know you're not done, so we'll let you continue as you are doing the work. And I think we have Ms. Robinson joining us as well. And some shout out to G. Jones, said that CNN, Fox News, MSNBC better sit down because the D9 Situation Room has taken over. I see the Emmy coming too. So we appreciate you supporting today and being a part of being our co-host as you've been sharing information, keeping us on the ground, and being a part of our conversation today. So we have another guest, Ms. Robinson. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for being here. Let us know where you're reporting from and what's happening on the ground, and of course, your title and affiliation.
Okay. Yes. Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yes. My name is Janice Robinson. I'm the North Carolina director for Red Wine. Wine like you're drinking wine, not whining like you know who. Red Wine and Blue. And so I'm here. I actually live here in Charlotte, North Carolina. And so we are working and grinding out the vote across the state. Our goal is to, with Red, Wine, and Blue, our goal for North Carolina is to impact at least 40,000 to the polls, working with our troublemakers. We call ourselves troublemakers, hence the necklace. And we have about 28,000 women in our network, and we're working a relational organizing tactic that we use, and I'm mobilizing our troublemakers to mobilize their friends, family, acquaintances to the polls. And so that's the work that we're doing. My other hat is I am involved in my precinct here in Mecklenburg County, and so doing some work. I did a shift. I always do the 6:30 a.m. shift to 9:30. So I actually set up our tent and table at 5:45 this morning. And so we're working, and the volunteers from the precinct have taken shifts, and we will have our precinct covered for the full while the polls are open all day and this evening.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the great work that you are doing and for advocating, right? That's what we're mobilizing, advocating, educating. That's what we are all doing. And that's an impressive number of women that you have pulled together so that you can represent your interest on the ballot, like what the power in the ballot, and understanding that we get to direct where resources go and where support goes when we vote. If we don't vote, we can't complain. And there are a whole lot of people who had mixed feelings after a certain election, right? Where I can't believe, but did you participate in the process? Did you help? Right? All of us should be exhausted tomorrow because
exactly.
that we have been doing leading up to.
I know I will be.
But girl, let's not talk about it. We've made sacrifices. Our families have made sacrifices because we believe in this work, and our foremothers and forefathers dealt with so much more. So we can endure a little lack of sleep. We can endure some inconveniences on a line. We can endure ridiculous noise, right? And ignore the noise so that we can focus on the facts and what we need to do to be able to save this democracy. So thank you for being here and participating. Let's see how we get a lot of love at all of the Sigma Gamma Rho's and the Deltas are giving you birthday love. Elsie, they still giving you love, but I see the poodles out here. They all up in the chat right now. What's going on, Grand Bachelor Harris? You told them to just turn up the volume. What's happening?
Listen, they have to turn up. We still got time. Turn up and get out there and vote. Get on these phone banks, start calling people, text banks, go knock on doors, take people to the polls. We have to turn up this election season.
Absolutely. So I'm just thrilled. So Ramson, thank you again for being here. And that's a cute little twist, you know, for those who might indulge in a spirit or two. You know, no judgment.
Sometimes you need to take a glass of wine to get through some of this crap. One or two glasses.
We need the link to the
or a whole
troublemaker
bottle.
necklace.
That part. See, I started something. I see the AKs like, no, we still in the chat. No, we here. Everybody dropping. I see it. I see it. And this is the joy in what we do, right? That we can celebrate one another. When you see me, you see my sisters. There's no separation. We just chose different avenues to execute the same assignment. And that's to transform our communities, to make our founders proud. And at the end of the day, you're not getting it. For those who believe in heaven, you don't get a pass into heaven if you're carrying an AKA card, Delta card, Zeta card, Civic Gamma Rho card. You get in if you do what God has called you to do. So we live the life and do what we need. And these organizations are our way of using our skills and our talents to be a blessing in the community, an example of scholarship, an example of service, an example of sisterhood and brotherhood. So D9 Stronger Together is not just a hashtag. It is our way of life. So thank you for everyone who is dropping in the chat. All of my co-hosts in the chat, you all have been excellent today. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not Oprah, so I can't give you a card, but I can give you a virtual hug and appreciation for you being a part of this historic moment, this historic day, our D9 Situation Room. If you see anything that is happening at your polling site in your area, that's 866 our vote. That's 866 our vote. Yes, we're going to get into some good trouble in making sure we honor all of our ancestors who have gone before us, who are depending on us to stand strong for what they sacrificed so much that we would have access to today. So I appreciate all of you being here. You getting some more birthday shout outs. President Cook Holmes, they're showering you with love for your birthday. And we are excited that we get to share this day with you. And
Can I throw in one other quick thing,
Sure.
Dr. Stacy?
Sure, absolutely.
I just want to let people know if they want to learn more about Red Wine and Blue and what we're doing, they can go to redwine.blue. Redwine.blue is our website. We also have they can go to the North Carolina landing page. You can see our North Carolina voter guide, where we do not endorse. However, we're not stupid. So we do highlight the candidates that are supporting our issues. We mobilize around issues. We are nonpartisan and we're women-led. So we mobilize around issues. And so we have listed on our voter guide the candidates that we feel and our troublemakers feel that we can depend on, that will support our values. And so people can go to redwine.blue and just click on the North Carolina landing page, and you'll see our voter guide in case anybody anybody around North Carolina who needs another little guide on who these people are. You know, we talk about some of the issues for us is abortion rights, gun safety, non-discrimination against the LGBTQ community and the Black community. And also, we fighting hard for our public schools. I mean, we got Michelle Morrow, who is a J6er, Moms for Liberty woman, who are basically trying to run for our state superintendent of public schools. And it's like, oh no, we're not having that. So our troublemakers across North Carolina, we have a flyer with all those tweets that she tried to take down. We've saved them. So we're making sure that people know exactly who this woman is. And she does not need to be anywhere near our state superintendent's office. Mo Green, go. and of course, Mark Robinson, no kin that I'm aware of, don't need to be anywhere near the governor's office. So we're fighting hard, with all of these things. I want to throw that out there for the people that are in the chat.
Well, we appreciate that. I see so many folks in the chat. Hey, Dr. Brackett, appreciate you. Y'all are asking about the midterm elections. You want a repeat of the D9 situation room. Well, look at that. We're getting an encore request, and we're not even finished with the first one.
Consider it done. The year in, year out, we do the work. So yeah, this has got to be an addition. I want to mention one thing.
Yes,
as I was on the way from the airport, I had to make a quick stop and ran into someone who was talking about, it was just a woman in a store. She talked about how so many were not going to want to stand in line. We had early voting, but if anyone out there under the sound of our voice, if you did not get to vote early, you must vote today. You must remember Galatians 6:9, do not grow weary in well-doing. Because at the point in time, we will reap the harvest. And so it's time to reap the harvest, but it's going to take all of us. It takes every single one of us. And so if the line is long, stand there anyway. If the line is long, remember our ancestors who died for the right to vote. Remember our ancestors who went through so much pain and heartache. Remember the fact that in over 30 states over the last 2 years, laws have passed that make it more difficult to vote, that make it easier to vote. And so we have to make sure that we're out there anyway. So whatever it takes, just make sure that you are out there. If you are in line by the time the polls close, they have to let you vote. So don't walk away. Don't walk away. We got to make sure that we finish this thing and we finish it strong. So make sure you tell your family and your friends that. They may not be as tuned in as all of us on the Zoom call, but so much is at stake. We have to make sure that we stay the course.
Madam President, you hit it right. And we had to pay a poll tax too at one point in time.
That's
right. We don't have to do that now, but it's just, we can't forget our history. I think you hit it right on the head, Madam President, and we got to continue to do all that we can do to get it across to people, the significance of voting. It's just something that we have become comfortable with and take for granted. And it causes for some challenging conversations, even within the family. I had a very convincing conversation with my oldest son, and he made some good decisions today at that voting box. And I was really proud that he had a chance to listen. He said, "I trust you, Dad." What a statement. And I'm really glad to know that those were difficult conversations, if you will. Good stuff.
We understand, and that's the reality. I've had some real arguments. Well, I don't call them arguments. I call them deep dialogue with some of my family members around this, because it's so important. And this is why we're here. Grand Basilis Harris, I want you to share some thoughts, and President Lewis, and then President Cook Holmes. We're going to start winding it out. But thank you so much for being here. Kevin Boston Hill, my dear friend, thank you for representing Graham Polmark McMichael. We're going to let you get back to doing the work, because I know your wife is definitely busy, and we have one more guest that's coming on, and we want to give him a chance to share. Nevada Attorney General.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, thank you so much. It is great to be here, everybody. My name is Aaron Ford. I am the Attorney General from the great state of Nevada. Great to see so many good folks on the screen. And yo to the good noobs.
Well, yes, Graham Polmark McMichael is doing a lot of multitasking like us all, but he sent the representatives here to be able to talk about it. Now, Nevada has been getting a lot of attention, AG. So what are you going to tell us? What do we need to know about Nevada?
Well, it's going to be close. We have a commentator in Nevada that has done some good data analysis and has done good stuff over the years. And he's saying this is going to be like a 0.3 percentage point race with Kamala Harris winning at the end of the day. And it's tight. I'll tell you, I'm a Democrat. I ran as a Democratic candidate for Attorney General. I've won twice. The first time I won, it was by 0.46 percentage points. I tried to round up to say it was a half a point. My friend said, no, it's 0.46, sir. 0.46 percentage points. Close races is what Nevada is known for. The last presidential cycle, Joe Biden barely won. He won by a little over 35,000 votes, if I remember correctly, about 2 points. And I was contemplating a 2-point win here, but this is going to be a lot closer. Frankly, the Republicans have gotten out in early voting. We think that they've cannibalized a little bit of their day of voting, however, and it's coming to fruition. Clark County, which is where Las Vegas is located, is a stronghold for Democratic politics, and the Democrats right now are outvoting Republicans according to the data so far on Election Day here, which is not normal. Normally, the Democrats have won in early voting with either mail-in voting or voting in person, and on Election Day, Republicans overtake them in terms of who wins at the polls. But right now, it's been flipped, and so we are anticipating a very close race. We more than likely would not have our votes tabulated by the end of the day, which is also part of the course for our state, unfortunately. But we are working hard out there. I, again, as the Democratic Attorney General, no question who I'm supporting, but as the Attorney General, I will be enforcing the election results, regardless of what happens, protecting our polls from voter intimidation, and from voter suppression. Those are important components we have to talk about as well during this election cycle.
And as the Attorney General, we appreciate you giving us some additional data that proves our point of the entire D9 situation room. Every vote counts. For 100%. It to be that close, every vote counts. So it is not too late. We cannot think that somebody else is going to do it. Oh, this person's going to win anyway, so why bother? You have to vote. That is what this D9 situation room has been about. Our last push, our GOTV, has been today all afternoon from 11 a.m. Eastern straight until 4 p.m. Eastern. I've been here listening to encouragement because those co-hosts in the chat have been supporting all of my D9 presidents who have been here, and our representatives would say, we voted early, we're voting now, we're doing voter protection, we are taking people to the polls, we're texting, we're phone banking. No one is stopping. Do not take your hand off the plow. We have to finish the race. We don't stop just because we are here at this point in the day. Nothing stops until all polls are closed. So, Attorney General, we thank you for coming and representing as well Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. Any final words that you want to say to everyone as we start winding down our time together today?
Let me just reiterate what you've said. Everyone has the vote. My wife's an AKA. She may have been on the screen earlier, actually, in this programming. And she and I voted early on the first day of early voting. I think maybe the second day of early voting in Nevada. But late last week, we were sitting on our couch texting folks, using an app to ensure that everybody in our phone book got out to vote, chasing the ballots. And so it's very important that we do more than simply our fair share. We have to ensure that others are doing their fair share as well. So thank you so much for the reminder of that. And thank you everyone on here for your dedication to our democracy. Look, we have a few hours left in these polls, and I'm praying for a particular outcome. I think we are headed that way, but it's going to be a tough, long fight before we get there. So thank you again for having me. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Thank you again, and keep up the good work. We're proud to have you representing as an Attorney General in these United States of America as a member of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. So thank you, Attorney General.
Thank you.
All right. Take good care. And Kevin Boston Hill, thank you. A very seasoned educator concerned about the work of our young people. Thank you for all you do, and thank you for representing Kappa Alpha Psi once again, being a part of today's conversation. We're creating history. And tell my sister I said, hey. All right.
I definitely will. And like my brother who just went off, my wife and I also went on and did our early voting. We brought the kids with us so they could be educated on the voting process and so forth. So again, we're out there doing the work. Matter of fact, my wife is actually working at one of the local polls now. So making sure everything goes just right. So I just want to go make sure she's all right. Make sure there's no shenanigans going on over there and she's good. So I'm going to go check on her in a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. Well, you give her my love. She's a proud member of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated and also a member of the Links Incorporated, which we've been doing the LinkedIn vote, linked up the vote rather, and ensuring that we're all a part of what we are doing together. And I see someone said that they're even giving out lawn chairs if folks need to borrow a lawn chair so they can sit online if they're in an area where there's long lines. That's how we come together to make sure that we can exercise our civic duty. So thank you, my brother, and wishing good, safe travels to you as you go check on her, and let's finish strong with the W.
Thank you. Good luck, everyone.
All right. Okay, family. So we are here, our historic D9 Situation Room. This has been a lot of fun. Grand Basilisk Lewis has been rocking with me from the beginning, in and out. He was like, I'm going to stay here as long as I can, Vice Chair. I'm going to stay here. He's been going in and out. I haven't stopped to eat a meal yet because I'm full from what we are doing here, but I sure enough going to jump in that plate in a minute. But I am excited.
It's right outside.
Right outside. I'm coming out there. And to celebrate you, my sister, for all that you're doing. Here's one of our past presidents, our senior past president, Dr. Stella. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stella, for the birthday.
Yeah.
Thank you. I love it.
Thank you for supporting. Thank you for being here. We've talked about the issues over and over and over again. I don't know what else we have to say, but do it for the ancestors and do it for our children. They can't vote. Our ancestors did vote. Our children can't vote. Those who are underage, do it for them. Let's not leave this day without totally exhausting everything that we have the capacity to do to save this democracy. So I want to thank again, President Dr. Willis L. Lanza III, General President of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, International President and CEO, Danette Anthony Reed from Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, who was with us earlier, President Graham Polmark, Jimmy McMichael from Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. We appreciate him being here today. Grand Bossless, Ricky Lewis, hanging in there for the marathon today of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated. To my dear sister, the birthday lady herself, International President and CEO of the Board of Directors for Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated, Elsie Cook Holmes, our chairman, the Honorable Chris V. Ray J.D., International President of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated, the beautiful Marika Harris, Grand Basilisk of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated, and Dr. Sean Howson Jr., the Grand Polaris of Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated, who was represented well by his brothers today. And of course, I am Dr. Stacey N. Segrant, International President and CEO of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, and proud Vice Chairwoman of the Council of Presidents. It has been an honor to serve today, to be with each of you. I want to thank my shotgun rider here, Krista Jones, who's been with me trying to pass me papers, and we've been doing our situation room. Wolf Blitzer, what you say? We can go head to head, bro. But this has been so much fun. I'm gonna let my presidents say their final words, and then we're gonna sign off to continue. We're not done. The D9 Situation Room is ending, but we're picking up a whole nother round of work with our sister organizations and partners here on the ground. So I thank you all for being here and participating. So over to you, to all of my presidents for their final goodbyes.
Just say to everyone, hey, it's not over till it's over, but more importantly, we have picked up a new lamp for tomorrow to be the leaders in our community around these matters. We will keep up the fight.
Yes, I'm so proud of the ladies of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated for getting out there and rocking the vote, partnering with our D9 brothers and sisters. The work is not done. This is just one hurdle to get over, but we got several more we need to be a part of. So continue to be out there rocking the vote, ladies.
Madam President Grant, kudos. I got on this Zoom at 7:50 this morning, and I've been on it ever since. I took one break to get some water, and I ain't left. I told you I was going to ride with you from day one, and I've been riding with you all day long. We want to thank all the presidents. We know we've been juggling. We've been traveling and flying in time zones. We just thank everybody for their hard work. We thank our members. We thank our members for their sacrifice from their families, from their husbands and their wives and their children for the work we're doing. When the sun rises tomorrow, the 47th president of the United States is going to reside in Los Angeles, California.
All right, Grandma.
All right now.
And
I will just say, I just want to say thank you. Thank you, Dr. Stacy NC Grant. Thank you to my fellow COP. I appreciate you all, but thank you to all of our members out there. Special shout out to the members of Delta Sigma Theta who have been displaying fortitude on the front line throughout this election season. And for all of us, we have certainly been D9 stronger together, because it takes all of us to bring this home and to do the work. We are our founders' wildest dreams. We are our ancestors' wildest dreams. And just know they are looking down, but we know that we're voting and we're doing all this work, not only for us today, but certainly for our children and for generations to come. So let's finish strong, everybody.
Absolutely. Oh, this is great. Round of applause. Everybody put your love in the chat. Thank all the presidents. Thank all the speakers. You have been doing such a great job co-hosting. It has been a pleasure having you all today. We are going to celebrate. I don't have my DJ equipment, or stop with DJ and throw a song on right now. I will save you all from me pretending that I have DJ skills. That's my son, not me. But thank you all for the chat has been live. Every organization has been represented. Almost every state in the union has been here calling from on the ground. This is so incredible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you all. Presidents, don't move. We're about to end the official broadcast, but we will be doing our debrief in the back because we've made history today. November 5th, 2024 will never come again, but we were here. Our ancestors are smiling down. And, you know, Madam President Cook Holmes, we know that this is a special day as you celebrate your member being elected to Congress today. Was today the day she was actually, Shirley Chisholm actually elected to Congress? How many years ago? So there's some significance.
68. That is some significance.
That's some
we know that we are standing on her shoulders as the first Black woman to run for president, the nomination. So look at
amazing.
Look at this historical day.
Wolf Blitzer better watch out. That's all I'm gonna say. Wolf might be losing his job. That's what I'm gonna say. What was that during the pandemic? You about to lose your job.
That part. But it is a blessing to do it. So thank you everyone for tuning in. Share the broadcast. There's still time to go. Folks can listen to it while they're going to the polls, as the polls are closing this evening, to keep them encouraged, to remind them why they have to vote. I just want to make sure I give you all a chance to see your names pop up. Everyone, excuse me, that's been in the chat, we thank you for your time today. Thank you for your participation. I can't keep up. Y'all are just in here. You are sounding off. I appreciate you all. Thank you, thank you, thank you, every organization. Go with God, be covered. I started this broadcast with a prayer. I'm going to close it with a prayer. Let's not be distracted by the things we see. Let's trust what we know, that when we do our job, when we vote, we win. And those of us of faith understand that God has already ordained what will be. We just have to be in alignment with what it is that He has purposed for our lives. Let us be beacons of hope, beacons of light, beacons of joy in the morning, because the darkest hour comes right before dawn. So Lord, let's hold on to your word and know that all things work together for good for them that love you and are called according to your purpose. The Divine Nine is called for such a time as this to be a part of history. So keep us safe, keep us protected, guided, and heeded to truth and not lies. For Christ's sake, I pray. Amen.
Amen.
All right, family, take good care. Be safe and know that we'll be back since y'all asked for an encore. Let me get my vocals ready. But I'm a producer, so it's all right. We're going to produce the next D9 Situation Room for the midterm elections. Bye-bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.